Huge wind-up from Illing. Is there an inside edge on that one? Yes, there is. Up goes the finger from umpire Redfern. And New Zealand are all out. They have lost their last 4 wickets in the end for 2 runs. An admirable effort from Sophie Devine, especially making 111. But in the end, it is the defending champions Australia who have got over the line.
Hello everybody, good morning and welcome to the BBC's coverage of the ICC Women's World Cup 2025. It's the 9th match today in Colombo between Australia women and Pakistan women. It's 2 teams with a very, very contrasting tournament so far. Pakistan 2 losses out of 2. Australia have won 1 of their 2 matches, the other one being rained out. And it should be a very interesting match. We'll tell you more about it in just a second, as well as introducing our wonderful team that are going to be broadcasting today. First and foremost, let's find out what happened at the toss.
Joining me out in the middle, Chandra Fritz, match referee, Fatima Sana, captain of Pakistan, and Elisa Healy, captain of Australia. You've got the coin. Flick it away.
Heads! It's a head.
Heads it is. Heads it is. Heads it is. What are you going to do and why?
We're gonna ball first.
And why is that?
Because the conditions, I think, suits for the spinners and pitch looks very dry, so.
You've got some key players in some wonderful form at the moment, that both Citrus with the gloves and with the bat, Dinah Baig with 4. Have those players and the rest of the team ready to take on the contest of Australia and beat them for the first time?
Yeah, definitely we are ready, and hopefully we will try to execute our better plans today and just going forward.
Any changes to the team that you've played against?
Yeah, we have 1 change. Ali Riaz is out and Iman Fatma is in.
And is that for matchups?
Yeah, I think because she is a good batter and she is a good power hitter.
Okay, consistency is probably going to be key for you today, isn't it? You've owned parts of the game. If you can extend that a little bit, you might get 2 points.
Yeah, definitely we need long partnerships in the batting, so hopefully our batters it will do, and hopefully.
All the best today, Fatima.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Lisa, I'll get you to come on in. What would you have done if you had won the coin toss today?
Anything. Can I just confirm we're batting?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I was looking to have a bat anyway. It's nice and warm conditions, so may as well get out here, put a good total on the board and see what our bowlers can do under lights.
Okay, it's been a while. It's been 7 days between drinks for you guys. Changes to the team in which you played against New Zealand?
Yes, 2 changes. Georgia Ware and Megan Shute back in, Darcy Brown and somebody else out.
Sophie Molyneux.
That's the one.
There we go.
Great
well done, us. and reasons behind that, it's a long tournament. It's a searingly hot day as well. Is part of that just management?
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, we knew coming in Soph was going to have to be managed throughout the tournament, and looking at some of the fixtures coming up are quite crucial. So not downplaying this one, but then obviously the surface has changed quite a lot from the other night where we were supposed to play Sri Lanka. So the opportunity for an extra spinner in our side gives us a bit of batting depth as well. So Wolfie comes in.
Okay, get into the shade before you go have a bat. Thanks a lot for that.
Thank you.
Pakistan have won the toss today, and they're going to have a bowl first.
Well, there we go. Pakistan have won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Nice loud call there as well from Fatima Sana of heads after the controversy in the game against India, where it was her call wasn't heard properly or misheard by the umpire. So she made sure she yelled it this time. A few changes for Australia in there as well. Not quite, at least he wasn't quite across them all, I suppose. But it'll be great to see Megan Shute back in action for Australia. And Georgia Wareham as well in for Sophie Molyneux and Darcy Brown. For Pakistan, Alia Riaz goes out after a couple of disappointing performances with the bat. Eamon Fatima will play her second one-day international. Just played her first one a couple of weeks ago. So it'll be interesting to see her in action. Now, our broadcast team today, my name is Atif Nawaz. Alongside me right now, a couple of England internationals. I have Alice Davidson-Richards and Fran Wilson alongside me. Excuse me, just got a frog in my throat to start things. Guys, this gulf, I think, is not enough to describe the gap between these 2 teams at the moment, particularly when it comes to one-day internationals. Pakistan have never beaten Australia in women's cricket in any format. In one-day internationals, that's 16 attempts and 16 failures, and it's never really been close either when we look at the way things have gone. In the past, like Australia winning comprehensively. The closest Pakistan ever came was a 47-run victory in 2014. But since then, the last 11 years, Australia have pretty much dominated. This could be a one-sided affair, but I suppose if you're Pakistan, you're thinking nothing to lose. Am I right, Fran?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, no one likes playing Australia that much, do they? But I think there's obviously a big gulf between these teams. But we saw Bangladesh yesterday push England really hard. So Pakistan will hope to go out there today and give Australia a difficult game.
I mean, Alice, what do you do? What do you tell yourself when you're going in there to play against Australia? I think, like Fran says, most teams in the world don't want to play against Australia at the best of times. They're so dominant, so strong. But if you've got a record where you've never beaten them before, you're already coming off 2 losses against teams where you had maybe your best shot in the tournament of winning against now the strongest team in the tournament. What do you tell yourselves to get yourself up for this game?
To be honest, I would just be telling myself, why not? Why is it not going to be your day today? Like, they've got nothing to lose out there. So go out there, enjoy yourself. I think that they're starting off with probably their better suit, which is their bowling, and it gives them a strong chance of being able to, put a bit of pressure on Australia up top. And yeah, I just think, why not?
Fran, you played a lot at Colombo. You know this ground well and the conditions really well. Pakistan have now played 2 games there. Australia were scheduled to play a game there against Sri Lanka on Saturday, but that was rained off. This will be their first game at the actual ground. Is there anything there that might catch them off guard a little bit?
It'll be interesting to see how the pitch plays today. I think a big thing about Colombo at this moment in time, it's obviously rain season, so the outfield will be quite slow. I think hitting the pockets and running hard will be really important. And also the Pakistan bowlers will probably take pace off. So it'll be about how Australia can combat that, hit pockets hard, run 2s, and also get their power games back in.
It's going to be challenging as well for Pakistan in the sense of losing those last 2 games. We watched both of them against India. They put in a better performance. I thought against Bangladesh, they sort of crumbled. I suppose England almost had that issue yesterday as well, but England did eventually get over the line. Pakistan couldn't get over the line against Bangladesh, completely spun out. This is a different kind of challenge, isn't it? With Bangladesh, it's all about the sort of slower bowlers and taking the pace out of the game, although, of course, Maruf Akhtar was superb at the top. This is a different kind of challenge for the side, it feels like, Alice, like world-class seamers and spinners just coming at you from all ends.
Yeah, Australia are a decent team, but as I said before, why not? There's always going to be an upset in these tournaments, and Pakistan have every chance of doing that today.
Yeah, well, that's what they'll be hoping for. If it happens, it would be quite remarkable. I think if Pakistan beat Australia today, it would be the biggest upset, I'm going to say, in the history of Women's World Cups.
In the history.
What about of cricket, full stop?
Maybe it'll be in the top. It'll be in the conversation for
All
sure.
sports ever.
Books will be written about today, even if I have to write it myself. There we go. There's my little pledge. If Pakistan beat Australia today, I will write a book about it myself.
Good luck.
But just having, as the players are making their way out for the national anthems, and give you a little bit more background on these 2 teams. Australia are in almost invincible form at the moment. In the last 32 matches since the last World Cup, one-day international matches, they've won 27 and lost just 4. Pakistan in that same period have played 34, won 13, lost 18. And it's worth remembering a lot of the games that Pakistan played were in the World Cup qualifier as well, so against lower-ranked teams. Form, everything sort of pointing to Australia. It's very hard to give hope to Pakistan fans. I really wish I could give you more. But for now, what I can give you is the national anthems of Pakistan and Australia. And the national anthem of Australia.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth of toil. Our home is cut by the sea. Our land of mountain nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage of Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing Australia
And there we have it, the national anthems of Australia and Pakistan. On a bright and warm day in Colombo as well. Highs of 31 degrees expected today at the Premadasa Stadium. Big stadium, biggest stadium in Sri Lanka, 35,000 capacity. They call it the Lords of Sri Lanka because it's big. Well, I think when they got to that capacity, it was bigger than Lords. I think Lords, there's a few more seats in it nowadays.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place to play.
Yeah.
I loved playing in Sri Lanka back when I used to play with England. But yeah, such a great country, beautiful ground. Yeah, very, very lucky.
Yeah, it is a beautiful stadium, very colourful, renovated ahead of the 2011 World Cup matches that they played there. $8 million worth of renovations at the time to increase the capacity, and it really does look a picture today. Lots of solar panels scattered along the roof as well.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Get a lot of sun there.
Yeah, you see that a lot at South Asian sort of cricket stadiums, just loads of solar panels scattered around and making use of renewable energy. Great to see. Right, in a moment, we're going to see Elisa Healy and Phoebe Litchfield make their way out, but it's Beth Mooney who all eyes will be on. She's got a great record against every team, right, pretty much, but her ODI record against Pakistan is better than most. 8 innings against Pakistan, 279 runs at an average of 69.75.
Not bad, is it?
I mean, she's been a phenomenal player for so long, Beth Mooney. I mean, what is it about her that sort of elevated her to this sort of like premier batting position?
I think primarily she's got an unbelievable mindset, and that mindset is she just does her strengths over and over and over again, and her strengths hitting off her pads, hitting through square on the offside, and she almost just repeats that and repeats that and repeats that, and because it's so repeatable and so successful, that's why she scores so many runs.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on Annabelle Sutherland as well as 50. Sorry, I beg your pardon. 4 wickets away from 50 wickets in women's one-day internationals. A couple more things I wanted to point out. Australia have not played in Colombo, a one-day international anyway, since 2016, so almost 10 years. I'm trying to give a little bit of hope to Pakistan. They've just played 2 matches there, Pakistan, and Australia had one rained out. Although, just to balance that out, Australia have won their last 10 completed Women's World Cup matches. So.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely what's the word?
Challenge.
No, the other one. So so Pakistan are playing at the same ground over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Which that's only going to help them.
Yeah.
So other teams have got travel, other teams had games washed out. So there are some things which are going towards for Pakistan at the moment, and hopefully they can give Australia a bit of a good game today.
And we've seen that batting has been a bit tricky, actually, in Colombo, especially early doors. You can't really impose yourself. Very slow square. And with pace off for Pakistan, probably after Diana Baig and Fatima Sana, then you'd expect them to get a little bit of purchase off the surface.
Yeah, definitely. Pakistan spinners are always dangerous. We saw Australia wobble a little bit in their first game, although because of their depth, if they have a wobble, they can have another wobble because they're just so strong. They've got so much depth. But yeah, I think the biggest challenge today will be Pakistan spinners when they start taking pace off. Can Australia continue to score, continue to get the ball into the outfield and get up to a decent score?
Yeah, Phoebe Litchfield will open alongside Lisa Healy. Also another player who sort of fought her way in there. Lots of competition for top order batter spots in that Australian lineup. Diana Baig's got the ball in her hand. She's been impressive so far. Currently, I believe, top wicket taker in the competition, or a joint top wicket taker in the competition with 5 from her 2 matches. And wouldn't she love to add a few Australian scalps to that list as well? Nearly ready for action at the Premadasa Stadium in Colombo. Just a teeny tiny light breeze that's pushing the flags around, but it is very hot and humid. And hopefully the action will be fast and furious as well. Here we go. Diana Baig in for the first ball. Full swinging delivery driven firmly by Elisa Healy to mid-off. And there is no run. And, immediately looking comfortable out there. Elisa Healy, there's nothing circumspect about her. She's ready for her work.
Yeah, Healy will want to get a big score today. I think it's a really good opportunity for her to settle into the tournament. It's always nice as a batter to get off and running with your first score. So she'll be looking to bat long today, and if she bats long, she bats quickly as well.
Yeah.
How great does the wicket look, by the way?
Yeah,
it looks beautiful.
Yeah, really nice work by the groundsman as Diana is in. Full swinging delivery again, defended back to the bowler. There is no run. It looks like it looks like Weetabix. That's the best way I could describe it.
It looks like it's been painted.
We were talking about breakfast earlier as well. Alice Davidson-Richards declaring her love for porridge, and we'll ask her about that a little bit later on. But yeah, it's what's always quite pleasing when you look at a cricket ground, especially when you sort of look top down, is the contrast between the lush green and a little hazy brown in the middle, and it just looks lovely, like bread rising, the yeast rising in an oven. Here's Diana Baig in again. This is a slightly wilder delivery on the leg stump line, flicked out towards deep backward square leg, where it's well fielded, and just a single will be taken. Bit loose that from Diana Baig, allowing Elisa Healy off the mark. Australia off and running as well. 1 for no loss after 0.3 overs. And Pakistan have made a change as well. Ayman Fatima, she'll be batting a little bit later on. She's got the same birthday as me, Ayman Fatima.
Oh yeah, what's that?
The 12th of October.
Okay.
It's Sunday.
Oh,
Upcoming,
soon.
Yeah. That's why I won't be with you guys on Sunday. But yeah, it's cool. Same birthday. Different year, I should point out.
Yeah.
Obviously. Just a few years behind. Just a couple. Right now then, Phoebe Litchfield's going to face for the first time. Both deep fielders behind the bat as Diana Baig is in with a slip. Shapes in towards the left-hander who turns the ball to mid-on for no run. Deep, fine leg, and deep third in position, as you sort of expect. And I wonder how long before these batters try and go over mid-on and mid-off to the seamers.
Yeah, it's a strength of both these players, especially Healy. She's so good down the ground. The margin for error going down the ground for her is so small for bowlers. So I think she'll have a little bit of a look, but it's definitely going to come at some point.
It's going to be a challenge for sure, although relatively tidy stuff so far from Diana. As in she comes, and again, firmly defended by Litchfield. Back to mid-off, there is no run. She's really carried this bowling attack for the longest time, has Diana Baig for Pakistan. I remember when they came to England last summer, the Pakistan women's team, we had Catherine Siva-Brunt on commentary with us, and Pakistan had opted to have Wahida Akhtar play ahead of Diana Baig, so she was sort of carrying the drinks for the first 3 games, and she was beside herself.
Oh, really?
How can you not play Diana? In comes Diana Baig, full, driven firmly through the covers. That's going to be 4. Terrific shot from Phoebe Litchfield. She had to look at a couple, but then decided that's enough. Now it's time for me to impose myself on this game. That's exactly what she did. Diana Baig pulled a good over up until that point. Just ever so slightly over pitched, not even that badly, but she came down the track and turned it into a half volley and drove it to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot, and I think that's what the best players do. They're on the front foot. They do something to make it hard for the bowlers. As we see there, Phoebe Litchfield's moved her feet and hit it really nicely through the covers. Always putting pressure back onto the bowlers.
Yeah, she's very controlled at the crease and just always looks in control as well. We've seen batters struggle to do that early doors. So far, I mean, looking at Heather Knight yesterday, for example, really struggling to get going in the early. Like, we've seen a lot of sort of half centuries come off like 80 or 90 balls in this tournament because batters fail to sort of impose themselves. It's been those kind of surfaces across the board, but Litchfield is from a different school.
Yeah, she's very aggressive, isn't she?
Well, Pakistan's captain Fatima Sana will bowl the next over, also very aggressive. And,
It's interesting to see what the conditions are like compared. So obviously we're in Colombo now. How about the ones that are in India? Is it more difficult for the batters in India or over here in Colombo?
yeah, it's Australia's first look at this Colombo pitch in a one-day international since 2016. So, Alice Davidson Richards just made the universal T sign for tea, which is pretty good. I'm fine. Thank you so much for offering that. Fatima Sada into Healy, who turns that ball down to fine leg and will pick up a single. And Australia now starting to accumulate 6 for no loss after 1.1 overs. Yeah, just taking a look at that shot again. Just you get room for being creative at the crease as well a little bit, don't you? Get value for it. Yes, well, Australia have made a bright start so far. It's a tough contest for Pakistan, who've never beaten Australia before in one-day international cricket, indeed, in any form of women's cricket. Australia put into bat are currently 6 for no loss after 1.1 overs. Just a little update for our listeners on 5 Live. Caught me off guard a little bit. Hope that sounded okay. Here's Fatima into Litchfield, who drives beautifully, but this time extra cover. Oh, dear. Misfielder extra cover will allow the single. It really was straight to the fielder, who probably should have done better, but Diana Baig maybe just still blowing a little bit from that first over.
Yeah, potentially. We see Phoebe Litchfield using her feet again. It's obviously something that she's looked at with her coaching teams and a way that she can put the pressure back on, and she's doing it really well.
Yeah, it's a nice way. It's a clever way sort of to negate that shape as well, I suppose, because particularly to the left-hander, it does sort of naturally come back in from Fatima Sana, who leaves. Well, that's the first time the ball's beaten the bat today. Fatima Sana just drawing Elisa Healy forward, nearly getting the outside edge through to the keeper. Tiny bit of away movement.
It's a really nice ball. A little bit away, really good length. And that's what I mean by margin for error. That was a perfect length delivery. If she's fuller, Healy can drive. If she's shorter, she can get onto the back foot. But that was the perfect length to Alyssa Healy.
Yeah. It's been rare so far. Deliveries that beat the bat. Here's Fatima Sana in again. This time onto the pads of Healy, who turns this away nicely towards the square leg boundary. A chase on here. This could be a tricky one. Sliding stop. Does okay, but they'll get back for 3. Yeah, good running between the wickets. It was Maniba Ali who was chasing that down. The umpire, Janani, just signalled 2 with her fingers, but that was for balls left, I imagine. Just checking with the square leg umpire. They did get through for 3. Double figures already for Australia. 10 for no loss, going at exactly a runner ball.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was going to say, it could be a long day in the field for Pakistan today.
It could be. Yeah, Australia have definitely come out very proactively. They're going to want to make their mark on this tournament.
Well, there's Fatima Sana into Litchfield. That's a good delivery, just dipping Yorker length. Litchfield respects it, pushes it to cover, no run. I think already... I mean, I suppose there's a lot of... This is the thing about one-day international cricket. There's so many different phases of play. There will be chances for Pakistan to grasp the momentum back. You don't have to start thinking, God, this is going to be 400 yet. But Australia can just take games by the scruff of the neck. We saw that against New Zealand, where they just piled on the runs. There's Fatima Sana in for the final ball of the second over. With a slip in place, full, and just punch to point. There is no run. That's a good finish after that 3 in the over. 10 for no loss Australia after 2. Litchfield on 5 off 6. Healy on 5 on 6. Lovely symmetry between the two batters, which is nice to see.
I think, as I said earlier, Australia did have a little bit of a wobble with their batting against New Zealand. They were 4 or 5 down for not that many. But as I alluded to earlier, because they've got so much batting depth, they can just keep going. It doesn't matter. So the top order today, I think for them it's really important that they can make their mark and get into the tournament. But it's actually not the end of the world that their middle to lower order got in that last game, because now they're in the tournament. So, yeah, Australia have got so much depth, and I think that's going to serve them really well.
Yeah, it certainly will. As Diana Baig's going to come in for a second over. Lisa Healy awaits. That ball's defended back to the bowler. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, you got to respect the depth of a team when number 6 can come in and smash an 80-ball 100, as Ash Gardner did against New Zealand. 115 off 83 in the end, coming in at 6. And they started pretty well, to be fair. I mean, with Elisa Healy and Phoebe Litchfield, 19 for Healy, 45 for Litchfield. Elise Perry with 33. And then there was that little wobble where Beth Mooney went for 12 and Annabelle Sutherland went for 5 as well. But then Ash Gardner, with some support from Talia McGrath, Sophie Molyneux, got them going again as that ball's punched off the back foot to extra cover. There is no run. Yeah, it's just that they just bat and they bat and they bat to Australia. Darcy Brown, who's come out of this side, she had an expensive game against New Zealand as well. 4 overs, 0 for 52, which comfortably the most expensive return of that match for Australia. It just took a liking to her.
Yeah, I think especially with fast bowlers, the margins are smaller, aren't they?
There's Diana Baig in. So delivery shapes in towards the right-hander, who flicks it away nicely down to deep backward square leg. Sidra Amin does the fielding. They'll take a single.
So Darcy Brown obviously she's had a good Ashes, and she's definitely got consistency in her. She potentially just missed her lines and lengths that last game, and if you're bowling fast,
you can disappear, can't you?
Yeah, you get dispatched. Not that I know, because I do not bowl fast.
Well, you've done the dispatching. That's right. You've been doing the dispatching. Think about it that way. Oh, isn't that cute? Alice Davidson Richard just gave your teacup a little kick as well. Has she made you tea before?
Lots of times.
Oh, great. Okay, so she knows how you like it and stuff. I was like, she's very confident with the colouring. Here's a Diana in. That's flicked away nicely by Litchfield. Again, it'll go to the deep backward square leg fielder. And there is just a single taken. It's a good field set by Fatima Sana, keeping her deep fielders square, behind square, either side of the wicket. Yeah, it's always, this is the thing that terrifies me. If I've never made tea for somebody, like, oh, is it going to be too milky, too dark? What am I going to go? Do I just go for an in-between? I don't know. And also, it still throws me making tea with a kettle. It's, yeah.
How would you make tea?
Saucepan.
What?
Classic.
Well, I only did that at uni when I didn't have a kettle. I've never.
So my
heard
parents,
that.
I'd made tea for my parents my whole life, and they just refused to drink tea unless it's made in a saucepan.
Oh wow, I like that. I like it.
Diana Baig in. It's a low full toss, flicked away out towards the square leg boundary. That'll go for 4. It's a poor delivery, loose stuff from Diana Baig, but dealt with expertly by Elisa Healy, who moves into double figures. 10 off 10 for her. Australia 16 for no loss of 2.5.
Yeah, so clinical from Healy. Not a great ball from Diana Baig, but Healy you've got to be clinical as a batter, and Healy is right up there with the best, so you can't get it too wrong.
No, you certainly can't. Looked like a tired delivery already, which doesn't bode well when you're sort of 2.5 overs into the innings. Here's Diana Baig, a bit straighter this time, and punch to mid-on. There is no run. End of the 3rd over. 6 runs coming from it. Australia 16 for no loss after 3 overs. And we're talking about Elisa Healy. Well, we were talking about tea, and don't worry, we will come back to tea eventually. There'll be a lot of tea chat today, I'm sure. There was a lot of biscuit chat yesterday on TMS. I was listening. Some great biscuit puns. Well done, Henry Moran. I was very impressed. Enjoyed that. But we'll do tea today instead. You know, biscuits followed by tea. I think makes sense. Right, in one-day internationals, Elisa Healy, 119 matches, 3,283 runs, and a best of 170, average of just under 35. That's some stellar numbers from Elisa Healy.
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? A real top performer over so many years as well. Yeah, there's a lot of players in this tournament who have played for so long and performed at that top level, and yeah, it's unbelievable, really.
Fatima Sana continues back of a length, and Litchfield punches the ball to mid-off. There is no run. There's
I tell you what, this looks like a really good batting pitch today.
It does. Well, just the colouring of it for a start, right? I mean, so far we've seen Colombo be a little bit difficult for batting sides, but I mean, this could be the day things change. Or is it just that wherever Australia turns up, turns into a good batting
Yeah,
surface
potentially.
when they're batting?
And it'll be interesting to see when they take pace off as well.
Fatima in again. As that ball's guided nicely down towards deep third. And again, just that shot for me, just that last shot from Phoebe Litchfield just demonstrates the difference between Australia and some of the other teams we've seen so far play in Colombo. Just that ability to find the gap, even if the boundary doesn't present itself and there's not a lot of room, just to be able to maneuver and find those angles with the bat.
Yeah, she just played it a little bit later, hasn't she? I always think best players in the world have the best shot down to third man. They always guide the bowler's best ball down to third man. And
Yeah.
it's like, I'm not a bowler, as I've said, but I can imagine if you bowl your best ball and it goes to one, that's annoying, isn't it?
It is. It is. It's not as annoying as when it goes for 6. Here's Fatima Sana in. That's been a big appeal for LBW. There's a pull shot attempted by Healy. She missed. I think it was sliding down leg and then maybe a little bit high as well. But Fatima Sana with a little moral victory. They're beating the bat, beating the shot.
Yeah,
And,
she's bowled pretty well, actually. There's been a couple of deliveries which have caused some difficulty for Healy. That potentially a little bit high, that last ball.
Yeah, maybe. Just having a look. Yeah, probably sliding down leg as well. Striking it quite high up on the thigh, Healy. And there was a very sort of stern shake of the head from umpire Nirmali.
Worth a shout.
Yeah. She was cold the way she turned that down. No expression. Sunglasses on and just head left to right. Terminator style. Now, fine leg and deep third. Still in position as Fatima Sana in. That ball's been punched to cover. And there is no run. There's just one fumble in the field so far from Pakistan. But other than that, they've looked more proactive today. It feels like they're just looking to have a little bit more energy about them, as you'd sort of expect. And there goes the first call to prayer of the day that we can hear in the background in Colombo. I found out that there is a mosque very close to the cricket stadium. And that's why you can hear the call to prayer at the stadium pretty clearly.
Yeah.
Now, standing a long way outside of a crease now is Elisa Healy. A long way. A good foot. It's Fatima Sana in. Has punched to mid-on. There is no run. And,
I guess that's another way that you can manipulate the bowler without doing too much. Very low risk. Come out of your crease. Just change the lengths. And we did the game the other day with South Africa, New Zealand, and would have liked to see more of that from the top order of New Zealand.
just trying something a little bit different and being a bit dynamic at the crease. Sometimes you get stuck. I mean, I've seen a lot of batters just sort of get stuck in phases of the game where they just can't score, can't find scoring areas, keep finding fielders when they do middle it. As Fatima in once more, that's pushed into the offside. Again, Healy was looking for a quick single, just putting Sidra Amin at cover under pressure, but didn't take one. That's a very good over from a Pakistani perspective. Just one run from it. Australia 17 for no loss after 4 overs. Haven't really looked troubled. Been a couple of moments, with a couple of balls where the ball's beaten the bat, but generally looking quite untroubled, I would say.
Yeah, there's been a few moments, hasn't there? But Healy and Litchfield have gone about their business quite low risk. As we were saying, like doing those things, coming out of your crease, using your feet, all really low risk options, but just changes the angle that you're hitting, changes the angles in the field that you can access, and also puts the bowler off their length. So, yeah, they've done a really good job.
Well, this is interesting. 4 overs into the game, and Fatima Sana has said, right, that's enough of the seam. We're going to throw the ball to our premier spinner, Sadia Iqbal. Slow left arm, 4 overs in against Australia.
I love this. I think it's great. Just being proactive, right, not working. And I think in the power play as well, it's such a key time to get a wicket, especially against Australia. As I've said, all their depth, it's important to make inroads early.
Yeah, it's a challenge for Pakistan to try and find what the pieces of this puzzle are. There's a long off out and a deep mid-wicket out, so no deep fielders behind the square. As the first ball's turned to square leg, there is no run. I think this is not an awful option, actually, against Phoebe Litchfield, who might look to go after Sadia Iqbal. You might not even know that Sadia Iqbal was recently rated #1 in the world in T20 rankings. There's a slip in place. Sadia Iqbal in again. Down the track comes Litchfield and drives to a diving mid-off fielder, and then very lackadaisically runs through for a single. That was so casual. Fatima Sana did get to the ball. and threw it back. She's actually in position to stop the single, and yet they managed to just jog through for one.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? All's well that ends well.
Yeah. Sadia Iqbal, also an accomplished handball and volleyball player.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, she does it all. In she comes. It's outside edge, past first slip. Well, she got one to grip and turn. Elisa Healy didn't know too much about it, but the ball's going to go to the deep third boundary for 4. And, Sadia Iqbal getting a little bit of turn at the surface. It is a boundary for Australia, but an encouraging sign perhaps for Pakistan.
Yeah, it's a lovely length. A little bit of turn away from the right-handed batter. And Healy's just nicked that to the right of slip. But good signs from Sadia Iqbal.
Yeah, maybe she'll get another slip.
Maybe.
22 for no loss after 4.3. No, it's just the one slip for now. Elisa Healy on 14 off 16 deliveries. Sadia Iqbal in on a more leg stump line this time and flicked away out towards that mid-wicket fielder in the deep. Single taken.
I actually really like when captains are open to bowl and spin in the power play. I think a lot of openers are used to getting in against seam bowling. So when you mix it up and, open with spin or get spin in early, can make a difference.
And Sadia Iqbal in once again. Reverse sweep and just about connected with that at Lichfield. It was right in front, headed for the middle stump.
That was going to hit middle of middle, wasn't it? She's very brave.
Yeah, they got a single from it, but yeah, it was. And again, she played it with so much conviction. Like, she's just casual. Like, this is what's supposed to happen. I'm supposed to hit the ball with the bat. That's what's going to, obviously, I'm never going to miss it. Are you crazy? I'm never going to miss the ball. You have to admire it. And Sadia Iqbal is in. This time the ball's driven to mid-wicket and there is no run. So 5 overs into this Australia innings. They are 24 for no loss with Healy on 15 off 18, Lichfield on 9 of 12. Give us your thoughts on what you've seen so far, Fran. And then you're going to be joined for the very first time this morning by Sonia Twig.
Yeah, it's been a pretty solid start here from Australia. With the introduction of a little bit of spin towards the last couple of overs, it's created a few chances, a little bit more opportunity for Pakistan. Just saw Phoebe Litchfield reverse sweeping off middle stump, so we'll see if she keeps doing that as well.
Yes, Fatima with ball in hand, ready to start her 3rd over. She's only gone for 6 so far. Bowls over the wicket, and that one just beats the outside edge. They go for a stumping. There's a big appeal. This will be looked at, but Litchfield doesn't look too troubled and doesn't seem to think that she's lifted that back leg.
Yeah, a little bit's happening at the moment, which is really good from a Pakistan perspective. Not sure if it's out, but it's definitely an opportunity, and her foot was lifted for a little moment there.
Well, the umpires will definitely have a look at this. Litchfield just takes her gloves off nonchalantly, leaning on the bat, doesn't look troubled at all. As the umpire puts the stumps back together. It doesn't seem like it's been sent upstairs from what we're seeing. As the umpire just puts the stumps back together. As we take a look at the replay here, Litchfield was well back before the stumps were taken. She did a lift going for prodding forward to try and to make the shot, but immediately dropped her back leg and was well in there. But a little bit of excitement for Pakistan. Fatima will continue here, and that one just glances off the open face out towards the 3rd. Yeah, no run.
So keeper's just come up now, and that's, I would imagine, is to stop Phoebe Litchfield using her feet and coming out of the crease. So as we saw there, almost an opportunity created because Litchfield was standing out of her crease, and the keeper almost got a stumping.
Words of encouragement there from the wicketkeeper, decked in sunglasses. Dark green gloves. I always like it when the gloves match the pads.
And the shoes.
And the shoes. All green for the wicketkeeper. Litchfield on strike, just having to wait for a little moment as Fatima prepares to bowl the 3rd ball of this over. That was a little bit wider, chased by Litchfield, which doesn't get hold of it at all. Inside edge, and it will be another dot ball. They've struggled to get Fatima away a little bit so far.
Yeah, Fatima's bowled really well in her opening spell. Not an easy job to tie down these Australian openers, and she definitely has, as well as beating the bat.
Yeah, it's been a good, solid start, although crucially for Australia, they've kept all their wickets in hand, and I think that's going to be really important as this continues. We've seen over the years how important the opening partnership is for Australia and how important the rest of them are, as well as that one is just defended by Litchfield out into the offside and fielded by cover in the ring.
Yeah, definitely. 50 overs is a long time, and if they can build a little bit of a platform, they can really accelerate earlier and earlier as long as this platform is built.
And they've got batters so far down the lineup as well. You look at all of them can do a job. They've sort of gifted this plethora of all-rounders, everyone capable of doing their bit, and a good strong left-hand, right-hand combination all the way down the order as well for Australia. As Fatima bowls, and that one is just turned into the leg side by Litchfield, who almost hops as she defends that one. She hasn't looked quite as comfortable as she normally does. She normally goes on the front foot as soon as she can, but she's just been pegged back a little bit here by the Pakistan bowlers so far. Though I wonder if part of that is because Australia's last match against Sri Lanka was completely washed out, so they actually haven't played a match for close to a week now, which is obviously not what you want when you're in the throes of an international tournament, to be waiting for these games. Fatima, ball in hand. Runs in. Bowls, and Litchfield again defends that one out towards point. And there is no run at the end of the 6th over. A first maiden for Pakistan, Australia 24 for naught. And I want to take the opportunity to say hello to our ABC listeners in Australia and those on the ICC website and app, as well as those across the BBC. I think it's been a good start from Australia without being anything special.
Yeah, it's been pretty solid. There's been a few opportunities potentially, like half chances. Pakistan will definitely want a wicket. I love how they've introduced spin early. Fatima has bowled really well as well, tying them down. So, yeah, an interesting start.
Do you think, how important are seamers in the subcontinent? Because obviously England are playing with one, and then Natsima Brunt herself has admitted she can't bowl a full 10. So they've almost got 1.5 seamers going through this tournament, or at least in the game so far, as Sadia bowls left arm orthodox, and that one's just pushed by Alyssa Healy up towards mid-on for a single.
Yeah, seamers are very, very important. I think obviously the makeups of teams change slightly as spin and pace off is important in the subcontinent, and you do get a lot of purchase from the wickets. But yeah, there's definitely a place for seam bowlers, especially with a lot of skill.
So over the wicket to the left-handed Litchfield, who pushes this one up towards mid-off for another single.
You still want to make the most out of a swinging new ball. As we've seen the ball beat the bat a few times. So, yeah, things do change when you play in the subcontinent, but there is still that threat.
Sadia over the wicket, and that one is wide and skews past the outside edge of Alyssa Healy's bat, who's just trying to guide that one out towards the gap between point and cover, but doesn't quite get hold of it. And that one just seemed to purchase a little bit in the surface and turn away from the right-hander.
Yeah, really good signs from Sadia Iqbal.
She's in again, bowls, and that one is defended comfortably by Alyssa Healy out towards extra for no run. What we've noticed from some of the teams who maybe don't play as much international cricket is the lack of pace from some of the spinners. Obviously, a lot of the England spinners bowl sort of in the 50s. What we saw from Bangladesh yesterday was mostly in the 40s as Sadia bowls, and that one was a big full toss that has been successfully dispatched by Alyssa Healy. She just doesn't really, it's almost a freebie, that one. She goes for it, hits it over the ring and out towards the boundary, and in the power play there aren't many fielders out there, so Alyssa Healy moves to 20 from 22. There's a little bit of a miscue from the bowler.
Yeah, just over pitch there, and as I said before, Healy doesn't miss bad balls, so you don't want to bowl there. I think on your point,
as Healy turns that one, and that is caught by Diana. She tries to help that one out. It was just floated a little bit more and on at her pads, and she goes for 20. It's been hit straight to the fielder there, just close in at mid-wicket, and she looks furious with herself. Australia 30 for 1.
Yeah, Pakistan deserve that. I think they've bowled really well, other than a few loose deliveries, and it's a good catch at mid-wicket. But Healy will be fuming, like she would have wanted to bat long today, get some time at the crease, get into the tournament. And, yeah, it's a soft dismissal as well. So, Alyssa Healy, 20 off 23.
It was almost like she was trying to push the scoring on, and that one just wasn't quite there for her. It's just floated up a little bit. Probably wasn't quite the right length to try and go over the top, and she has to go. So after 7 overs, Australia 30 for 1. Thank you, Fran. And we're going to be joined by Alice Davison-Richards. Just at the time of that wicket. What do you think of that?
Perfect timing. I thought that something was going to happen. I actually thought Pakistan bringing the spinners on was a really great shout, because Litchfield is an incredible player of spin. She's incredibly dangerous against them, but also she will give them chances because she wants to play on the front foot. And it's similar with Alyssa Healy. I mean, she's a batter that you're always worried about, whether you can't really be too bothered about what sort of form she's in, because no matter what, she can just take the game away from you. So yeah, really key wicket from Pakistan there, and it's given them a really solid start to the game.
An important wicket for Pakistan. Obviously, we've seen already in this tournament how crucial those early breakthroughs are, but there aren't many teams who bat as deep as Australia. As we look at Elise Perry's average of 49.
49 over 100, what is it, 146 games or something like that?
Yeah, she's clearly this is one of her favoured formats.
Yeah, it's not too shabby, is it? Yeah, that's tough. Coming in at number 3, somebody averaging 49.
Well, Pakistan is stuck with seam from the other end. It will be Fatima to continue, and that one's pushed out by Litchfield towards point. She's dancing down the crease, Litchfield, trying to counteract the seam, but it was the spin that brought the wicket. How difficult is it against these slower spinners just to time those balls right?
Yeah, it's more about like timing of your movements that I think is normally the hardest bit, because obviously it's harder without the pace in the ball. You're having to create the pace yourself, and also you're so used to the timings of your movements as a batter being at a certain rhythm and certain pace. So yeah, when these slower bowlers comes on,
as Fatima's in bowl, and that's just tucked into the leg side by Litchfield.
Yeah, when the slower bowlers comes on, it just accentuates all of your movements. So yeah, you just got to keep on moving well and try and focus on the little things as they're going on,
and try not to overhit it as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. You kind of want to hit the ball to the moon, and you've got to not think about that. You've got to hit out this ground, not the next ground.
How many times have we seen a player look to the moon as the ball just skews awkwardly straight into the hands of the waiting fielders?
Every cricketer that's ever played.
As Fatima will bowl to the left-handed Litchfield. Moves in, bowls over the wicket. Litchfield goes big. She's gone hit down the ground. It looks like it's gone very high and not very far, and it's been taken by the bowler. That was a awful miss hit from Litchfield. She hit that almost straight up into the air. The bowler took it standing right next to the umpire, and Australia are now 30 for 2, almost inexplicably. I'm not sure the bowler could quite believe what happened there.
No, I think that's exactly the reward that she deserves. We're watching it now. You can see Litchfield completely mistimed it. She knew that as soon as she hit it, it was going to be caught and bowled, and she kept her head down. I think just carried on running off as Fatima Sana took the catch there. I think it was a brilliant bit of bowling from her and 100% deserved.
Yeah, right out the toe of the bat and straight into the air. So Fatima has it caught and bowled. Phoebe Litchfield goes for 10 from 22, and Australia are already 2 down here. I mean, Australia won't be too worried. They know they bat deep, but it's not the situation that they would want to be in as they start their World Cup defence. They were obviously hampered in their previous game with a washout against Sri Lanka, another game that they would have been expected to win. Current run rate just 4 and over, which is less than you'd expect from Australia in a power play. And now they've got, well, for Pakistan, they'll have 2 new batters at the crease.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant start from Pakistan. Again, you're always going to be a little bit nervous. You're still 30 for 2, no matter what team you are, whether you're Australia or Pakistan or England. It's still exactly where you're at in the game. And yeah, Australia will be relying on the likes of Beth Mooney, the likes of Elise Perry to start again and almost create those partnerships that they need to get to a decent total.
Yes, Beth Mooney keeping the left-hand, right-hand combination going, and she averages slightly more than Elise Perry after her 88 matches, 49.09, Elise Perry 49.01.
Yeah, it's not too shabby, that, is it?
It's not at all. As Fatima will continue over the wicket to left-handed Mooney, who skews out. There's a big appeal. Mooney thought she'd hit it. It skewed into the pad, and but I think she was standing outside the line anyway to that one. No decision to review. I think that was more in hope than in expectation.
Yeah, keen appealers. But yeah, it's tough to get an LBW if you're coming over the wicket and it's not moving too much as a right-hander. But yeah, you're just trying to cramp Beth Mooney cramp Beth Mooney here for as little room as possible here. So we're just watching the replay, and you could just see Litchfield head down, dismayed at what she's done, and you can only imagine the sort of reaction that she'll be doing back in the change room.
She didn't even look at the catch being taken. She knew as soon as she hit that one, as Fatima bowls to Mooney, carves that one nicely through backward point, and will pick up a single at least. It'll be stopped on the boundary. They run back for 2. Australia are such good runners between the wickets. Mooney especially, we saw her in the Ashes, just taking it on herself, and they really take pride in that as well.
Yeah, it's all down to the fitness as well. Running's also a bit of an attitude. I mean, you've got to want to run those runs, and yeah, that's something that they pride themselves on. I mean, Beth Mooney prides herself on being able to basically just run herself into the ground and those sorts of extremes, and yeah, that's how they'll start to build this partnership. Obviously, hasn't been a free-flowing game so far, so you've got to start from somewhere.
Fatima bowls, and that one is just turned around the corner by Mooney and it will go all the way to the boundary. So just looking at that one, Beth Mooney turned it round the corner and raced away to the boundary quite comfortably there. It was Australia 36 for 2 after 8 overs. So Healy out for 20, Litchfield out for 10, and Elise Parry still yet to face a delivery, actually, as she watched the wicket of Litchfield from the other end. Mooney already on 6-3. And then you look down the batting lineup, you've got Sutherland, Gardner and McGrath to come. It's not too shabby at all.
Yeah, it's a pretty sturdy batting lineup, but yeah, I think there's still hope there for Pakistan. They've got them 36 for 2 after these 8 overs, and as I said before, there's every chance that you can win this game, and there's always going to be an upset in these tournaments, so why not this game?
Sadia will continue. She got the breakthrough of Alyssa Healy. That one is just defended by Elise Perry out towards the covers. One thing I do like about Elise Perry is how she just has refused to change her helmet.
I love that. It's a bit of stubbornness. I'm not sure if it's superstitious or...
That one is pushed up towards mid-on, and Elise Perry gets off the mark with a jogged through single.
And there's part of me that kind of totally understands it, because it's when you get like your England capper, you get an England helmet. For me, it was like one of the most exciting things in the world, even though I know it's a helmet. And yeah, you obviously get given new ones, so they just don't quite feel the same as the first one that you ever got. So yeah, I love that she's managed to keep the helmet. I think she's had to have the insides of it redone to kind of be up to date with all of the specs that they need these days.
Yeah, you've got to have the stem guards added. I'm not sure it's quite the same helmet that they would have got on debut, but she definitely doesn't change it too often. I think her baggy green is the same one that she's had for the whole time as well, as Sadia goes around over the wicket to Mooney, who defends that one into the leg side.
Yeah, it's just one of those little quirks. Cricketers can be unique souls at times, and yeah, I guess that's Elise Perry's little quirk, that she likes to keep the same helmet.
Sadia in bowls. That one is again sort of skewed into the leg side by Beth Mooney. Do you have any superstitions before you go out to bat? Do you put one pad on first?
Always left and right. I've probably got a whole bunch of weird little things. It'll probably take about a year to get through them.
Sadia over the wicket to Mooney, who helps this one into the leg side, does find a gap and will run through for another single. Australia move to 39 for 2.
Yeah, I'm not somebody that has to literally have the identical routine. I know there's a bit of familiarity, but I'm partial to mixing it up a few times. But yeah, it's normally where I sit.
Sadia around the wicket. That one's gone wide and just sort of pushed by Parry to the fielder at point at the end of the 9th over. Australia, 38 for 2. Parry on 1, Mooney on 7. Just 2 from that over. So the run rate that they were scoring at in the first couple of overs seems to have stalled slightly.
Yeah, Pakistan are controlling the game really nicely here with their fields and with the changes that Fatima Hassan is making with the bowling changes. And yeah, obviously Australia 2 down, which isn't ideal, and they'll want to start to build the partnerships again. And yeah, whether that's slowly or just playing the ball on its merits and hitting it for 4 when it's there, yeah, we'll see where this game goes.
Absolutely. But Australia have a long time to bat. I think that's one of the things that people always talk about, how much T20 cricket there is played, and then going into the 50 over bit can almost take you by surprise how much longer you have. You don't have to go at it as hard as you maybe think you do if you go straight into it from the T20 stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And I think in particular with these two Australian openers that are now both out, I think that's a really key element to it. They're two naturally flowing batters. Litchfield's incredibly attacking and likes to go at a certain pace. She's a busy cricketer, and yeah, similar with Alyssa Healy. So they'll be itching to get going and put on scores, and thankfully for Pakistan, they managed to get them early.
As Shamim comes into the attack, and that one is pushed up by Perry towards mid-off for a single.
Did you have any weird things before going out to bat when you played?
Not really, but I was never much of a batter, so
I
I
know.
don't think it bothered me as much.
I don't know. Apparently, it's more nerve-wracking if you're a bowler going into bat than if you're a batter going into bat.
Oh, I was terrified, but I was always terrified. But I don't think I wouldn't move if we were doing a run chase. That was one of
Oh
the
yeah, that's a normal
yeah.
thing. That is a normal thing.
And I would wait as late as possible to put my pads on and Shamim bowls over the wicket to Perry, who plays that one straight back to the bowler for no run.
Literally till the person is out, the person ahead of you is out.
Not quite, but I wouldn't be one of those sort of going, all right, well, I'm third in, so I'll put my pads on now. Shamim in, bowls over the wicket to Perry, who turns that one into the leg side and will pick up a single for it. Interesting to bowl in a cap.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of it, but you got to let these people do what they want.
I've once bowled in a cap that's because my hair tie broke, so I needed something to be able to see.
Did you use it as a hair tie, or did you use it
No,
wear it
I
normally
just
as a
wore
hair
it backwards
cap?
to try and keep the hair off my face.
Skateboarder look.
Yeah, it was not ideal. As Mooney plays that one straight back to the bowler. Shamim's tasked very tidily here, 0 for 2 from 0.4 overs.
Yeah, they're bowling quite slowly here, around about 47 miles an hour there. Trying to entice a catch in front of the wicket.
Shamim to continue, and that one is defended again by Mooney. He's been quite watchful so far.
Yeah, Mooney is again somebody that likes to move well against the spin. She'll play both down the ground and square of the wicket. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how she counteracts the speed here.
Shamim around the wicket to Mooney, who pushes that one up, but it's straight at cover. She's driven that well, but doesn't get the reward for it. And at the end of 10 overs, Australia 40 for 2. How would you assess that power play if you were Australia?
I think probably slightly on the disappointed side. They probably wouldn't want to have lost the 2 wickets, especially with Litchfield and Healy. I think they're two attackers that can really, two batters that can really take the game on. And obviously you're not going to be too upset. You still got the 40 runs, so you're going at an okay-ish rate and on a ground where people have struggled to get into the game. So, yeah, I think it's been a sturdy start from Australia. They probably would have wanted a little more, but yeah, it's not the end of the world.
It certainly isn't. Sonia Twig's going to take a break. I'm going to be back with you for a short while. Sadia Iqbal in full and driven down towards long on for a single by Elise Perry. Couple of wickets for Pakistan in close succession. Both openers back in the dressing room for Australia. That power play, but I don't think there'll be alarm bells just yet. It's very encouraging, obviously, from a Pakistani perspective, but I think knowing what Australia are capable of, particularly down the order, I think will give anybody pause for getting too carried away with what they might expect to see here today.
I'm here for getting carried away. I'm here for getting
well,
carried away.
let's do that. We'll live in fantasy land in just a minute. Here's Sadia Iqbal in. It's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. They might even run an extra one now. They'll just take the one wide. Let's live in fantasy land.
It's mainly because I want to read a book. Read your book.
Yeah, for sure.
Or mainly the fact that you'd have to write a book.
You know what? Honestly, I don't have any plans tomorrow, so I can get through it. But
it's a short book.
It's a short book.
10 pages.
Yeah, a novella, maybe, yeah. Well, let's live in fantasy land. Let's say Pakistan did it.
Yeah.
And they've won against Australia for the first time ever in this World Cup.
Ever.
Australia, ever, in the women's game.
Yeah.
Let's say that happened. The knock-on effect, the Sadia Iqbal, and again, that's a lovely ramp shot from Beth Mooney down towards the fine leg boundary. There is a fielder there, so it should just be a signal. No, they're going to get back for 2. They've run really well today of Australia, and They're continuing that with Mooney and Perry out there. 44 for 2 off 10.2. So that's it. Australia won one game against New Zealand, had one washed out against Sri Lanka. And if they lose one against Pakistan...
Starts to get interesting,
well, doesn't it? Yeah.
It also just gives a little bit of belief to other teams. Obviously, Australia have this aura about them. They've got this legacy of winning many, many World Cups, and it just brings them back to being human again. It is just another team that you're playing.
And Sadi Iqbal in again, outside the off stump, and just angling in towards Mooney, who defends back to the bowler. There is no run.
Obviously, quite a good team that you're playing, quite good players, but like it's still a team.
I think, yeah. And the flip side of it is, for Pakistan, it's the equivalent of winning the World Cup, really, isn't it? Beating Australia, you'd imagine, especially coming off those first 2 losses as Iqbal in once more. This time Mooney goes deep in a crease and punches just wide of mid-on. They pick up a easy single. I have to say, this is just the ease with which Australia have rotated the strike. Yes, they've lost a couple of wickets, but the ease with which they've rotated the strike is really showing up a lot of the teams we watched, including England yesterday, actually, who really struggled in patches to rotate the strike. As Sadi Iqbal in, down the track comes Perry, driving hard, but straight to extra cover. There is no run.
Yeah, I think what's pleasing from these 2 batters, you've obviously got 2 batters that love hard work. They love getting up and down the wicket and running those 2s, especially Mooney. She loves to, run herself into the ground, and they're moving really well.
As Iqbal in once more. Ball's defended again to cover. There is no run. Another tidy over from Sadi Iqbal. 4 overs, 1 for 20 from her so far. Australia 45 for 2 after 11 overs. It's a beautiful day in Colombo right now. Just going to be highs of 31 degrees today. Clear skies. Thought there might be a little bit of rain about before. There was some rain in the suburbs of Colombo, but thankfully everything's kept away from the Premadasa Stadium.
It's a beautiful day to play cricket.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day to bat out 50 overs. It's a beautiful day for Pakistan to beat Australia.
It's a beautiful day, yeah. Always nice to quote what was it, U2 song? I was going to say O2 songs. U2 songs.
Oh, yeah. It's a beautiful day.
O2, the tribute band to U2, of course. Now, Shamim's going to continue after an impressive start. Starts with a shortish ball, punch to extra cover. Excellent diving stop from Diana Baig in the covers. Keeping that pressure on.
Yeah, and it's just these basics that Pakistan need to keep doing well for the whole 50 overs to keep Australia down to a reasonable score. And yeah, it's the basics of the game that need to keep doing well.
Shamim in once more, short once more, played to extra cover once more. Another dot ball. Got a good field set here. Now Shamim knows where she's likely to pitch it.
Yeah, Beth Mooney just playing the same shot there twice, hitting Diana Baig twice at extra cover. Wondering if she's starting to get a little bit frustrated with herself, or is she still calm?
Down the ball's punched back to the bowler. Another dot ball, the 44th dot ball of this Australian innings so far. Pakistan bowling well here. And remember, they opted to put Australia into bat to start the game. And Shamim is in once more. This time the ball's driven nicely down to long off. It'll be a single. But it seemed like quite an aggressive decision, really, considering the way Pakistan have played in their first 2 games. Lisa Healy at the toss said, yeah, we would have happily batted first as well. It looks like a good pitch, and it does look like a better pitch. The score predictor says 260. I think Pakistan will take that. 260.
I think you would.
Here's Shamim in again, because that one's on a leg stump line. Worked out towards deep backward square leg by Elise Perry. Another single to the score.
Yeah, I think Pakistan's probably slightly stronger suit is their bowling, so they're probably wanting to control the game from the outset and make some inroads. And obviously they've taken the 2 wickets here, and yeah, they're trying to back their bowlers to get them all out and being able to chase down the total.
Shamim into Mooney, who works this ball nicely just wide of cover towards deep extra for a single. The clipboard's back out for Pakistan.
Yeah, number 5.
Number 5. What's plan number 5?
Good old number 5.
You need an index for this Pakistan team.
You know what number 5 did last time. You know, it's all that field with that bowler.
I just remember number 17. I
remember 17, but I didn't know if it was 1
17.
and 7 or if it was 17.
2 plans in motion at the same time.
I mean, if you can remember 17 plans, you're a far better human than I am, that's for sure. I think I just refuse to be skipper.
You might need to get a tattoo of the one on your bicep or your forearm.
You know, when you go to like a comedy gig and they've got all of their like lines written on their hands.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's quite tough in Colombo where it's quite humid and everything will just sweat off. But
just smudge off your hand.
Yeah.
But you got to get the smudge-proof pens. Yeah.
Yeah, bit of paper in the pocket.
So I've done that. I've written most of my comedy set on my hand. many times in the early days. And
Really?
then after sort of a decade, you don't really want to
Starting
do
to-
it because people judge you for it silently.
Oh,
So you
I
don't.
went to one at the weekend, and this guy, he had like just bits of A4 paper printed out and then stuck on the wall.
Was it a work in progress?
His was actually probably the best of the night.
Oh, was it marketed as a work in progress show? Like somebody who's...
Yeah, he was basically just like teaching YouTube. Like it was just
okay.
it was all fake, but it was quite funny.
Nashra Sandhu into the attack. Starts with a full ball driven firmly through the covers. Half a hand to it. Extra cover. Won't prevent it going to the boundary. Powerfully struck by Beth Mooney, who moves on to 17 off 19. An inauspicious start for Nashra Sandhu, who goes for 4. Australia being up there 52 for 2 after 12.1 overs.
Yeah, that's a shot that she's been wanting to get away the last few overs. Obviously, a few dots in the last over. So yeah, Beth Mooney will be feeling a lot easier after that. I mean, it's a lovely shot.
Just found the pitch of it very early. Here's Nashra Sandhu, and again, a bit fuller and driven firmly down to long on for a single. On this occasion, Nashra Sandhu's bowled the most overs of any Pakistani bowler since 2022. She's been the most used by Pakistan. Got a 6-for in a game against New Zealand just before this tournament. One of the Australian players is tucking into a... Is that bread? It is bread.
I think it is.
Yeah,
bread.
it's been decorated with various bits of guacamole or something, but it just it looked almost like a slice of pizza
Yeah.
for a second. That's quite something to have pizza in the dugout.
It's interesting that they've already gone 4 out.
Full and driven out towards mid-wicket. It'll just be a single. Do you think they've backed off the aggressive field too early?
Sometimes with spinners, you'll tend to go 4 out towards the start of their spell. Obviously, she's only 3 balls in, just to help them get into the rhythm of things, and then you start to bring in the fielders once they're feeling a little bit more comfortable. But you've got Perry 5 off 10, Mooney 18 off 20, so they're not exactly flowing just yet. So it's interesting that they've gone 4 out.
Down the track comes Mooney, plays the ball eerily on the bounce down to long on. Just for a second, the fielder would have thought she was in play. There's a Maima Sahil down there, took it on the bounce. Looking to be aggressive is Beth Mooney. 19 off 21 for her already. And one of the mascots is out there in the crowd, concentrating hard on the game. Here's Nashra, and again, outside edge, oh, stumping! Now, the umpire at square leg wants to have a look at this, but Perry was dancing down her crease. The ball turned away from her outside edge. Keeper took it, knocked the bails off. She did get back, but did she get back in time? What's your instinct say, ADR?
My instinct says no, but the way that Perry is reacting is telling me that she thinks that she's in. There was a wonderful bit of spin there, managed to just turn it just enough past the outside edge, and brilliant take from Nawaz as the keeper and to take the stumps off.
And she's a long way down a pitch, is Perry. She's beginning to turn, and sliding her bat in. Glove, bills, ball. Oh, it's going to light up. Oh, yes, she's gone. She's gone. The bat is on the line. It's not behind the line. Nashra Sandhu has delivered a big wicket here for Pakistan. Sidra Nawaz with a terrific piece of glove work. And all of a sudden, Australia are now 55 for 3. 12.5 overs into this game. Thinking about signing up for a word processing subscription at this point. Elise Perry goes stumped for 5 off 11 deliveries. Sidra Nawaz with the stumping. Nashra Sandhu with the wicket. And Pakistani team, cock a hoop. They've got 3 wickets, 3 big wickets early doors. Just a little... I think the door's a bit open for Pakistan to try and go through Australia here, put a bit of pressure on.
100%. I mean, that was a wonderful bit of bowling. She gave it a little bit of flight, enticing Perry down the wicket, and yeah, Perry tried to do her best. I mean, as soon as the ball was past the bat, she was already trying to move back to try and get back in. But yeah, wonderful bit of bowling there and a lovely bit of keeping to take Australia to 55 for 3. So yeah, Pakistan with every chance in this game still.
Yeah, they're in with a chance here as Annabelle Sutherland makes her way out to the middle. They do bat very deep, this Australian team. I think any excitement has to stay very controlled for Pakistan here. They can't get carried away.
You just never know. But they've got there by bowling, sticking to the basics and keeping things really simple. And I think that's just something that they need to stick to throughout the whole game. Obviously, it's with 50 over game is how long can you hold your skill for, and they've done it brilliantly so far.
Yeah. Bit of a challenge here for Annabelle Sutherland. Ball turning a little bit. Hard to impose yourself at Colombo. We mentioned this before as Nashra Sandhu in for a final ball. Beats the outside edge again with a little bit of turn. And just for the moment, at least, it looks like Pakistan are on top at the moment in Colombo. Turn and bounce. Beautiful.
That was a lovely bit of bowling. I was just watching the seam come down as it was being flighted past. Beautiful seam, and yeah, just enough turn for Sutherland to miss the ball, which she'll be very grateful for. So yeah, no, things are getting very exciting for Pakistan here. If you're starting to see the ball start to turn and bounce.
Yeah, Australia, 55 for 3. That certainly wasn't in the script. It's probably taken a few people aback. If you're with us on the ABC, welcome to today's coverage. Hope you're enjoying it. Here's Shamim in once more as Mooney goes deep in a crease and punches the ball past extra cover down towards long off for a single. And for our listeners on the ABC, I'll just let you know, don't be too alarmed. Australia have never lost to Pakistan before in any form of women's cricket. So we'll wait and see what happens next.
Be interesting to see if they start with the 4 out to Sutherland or whether they manage to bring one up and, yeah, really squeeze Sutherland at the other end with Beth Mooney going along pretty steadily with 20 of 22.
All right, Shamim in once more to Sutherland, who comes down the track and bunts the ball back to the bowler, no run. An opportunity for Pakistan to just apply the squeeze here. Just to make life a little bit difficult for batters, make it difficult to score, try and induce that mistake, try and incur that panic. Shamim in once more. Driven nicely down to long on by Annabelle Sutherland for a single to get off the mark. 57 for 3 Australia.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen mid on up to Annabelle Sutherland there, just because against the off spinner it's such an easy shot, especially for the likes of her who plays so well down high up the ground. Yeah, it's just an easy rotation shot for her to get to the other end.
Shamim is in, strikes the batter on the pad. Half an appeal for LBW, was comfortably sliding down leg. So no, not much support for the bowler there, but another dot ball.
Yeah, a bit less spin here for the off spinner, whereas you can just see it just gripped a little bit and held against Perry there.
There's Shamim in once more. Another one that just hold its line a little bit. Mooney defends into the onside. Starting to get through these overs a bit now, Pakistan. They were 7 minutes behind on their over rate.
Oh, but you know, if you got the spinners. I was thinking that earlier when you're talking about all the spinners, what would happen if you had 5 spinners instead of any seamers whatsoever?
Shamim is in, driven hard past extra cover, down to that wideish set, long on for a single to complete another tidy over from Pakistan. Just 3 runs coming from it. Australia 58 for 3 after 14 overs. Just looking at the Australian dugout, Ash Gardner getting set to come in. She's got 100 in the previous game, so I don't think Australia will be panicking at all just yet, but maybe just a little bit uneasy with the start. Elisa Healy went for 20 off the bowling of Sadia Iqbal, caught by Diana Baig. Phoebe Litchfield caught and bowled by Fatima, and then a beautiful stumping from Sidra Nawaz off Nashra Sandhu to dismiss Elise Perry. Now Australia in a little bit of a spot of bother here, Alice.
Yeah, it's not exactly where they saw themselves being, but yeah, they've got so much depth in that batting order. I guess the likes of Gardner, McGrath, Wareham, King will be required to put in a performance today.
Here's Nashra Sandhu in, worked out towards mid-wicket. That'll just be a single to Mooney. And, Nashra Sandhu, who was built up quite heavily in the build-up to this World Cup for Pakistan.
Yeah, she bowled really well in that series versus South Africa.
Yeah, 6 foot, first career 6 foot, but hadn't made a huge impression on this World Cup until today. As the next ball's defended back to a no run. That's a huge wicket to take, isn't it? With Elise Perry stumped, beating the outside edge. You'll want to get the replay of that. Stick it on her social media, surely.
Definitely. I mean, it's a wonderful ball.
Sandhu in again. Boulder! There's another one for her social media. Nashra Sandhu goes right through Annabelle Sutherland. And Australia are in absolute disarray now. 59 for 4, 14.3 overs in. Pakistan on top in this game, completely subverting expectations. Lovely delivery that from Nashra Sandhu. Just held its line. And, she didn't know too much about that, Annabelle Sutherland. Australia 59 for 4. Well, this wasn't in the script.
This is getting exciting. I mean, there's a bit of a muted celebration from Sandhu there as though she expected to get that wicket. Obviously, a little less turn than the wicket versus Perry. Annabelle Sutherland probably playing for a little bit of the turn and leaving a little bit of a gap between bat and pad, and bowled. Walking back into the pavilion, not a very happy human.
No, not at all. Well, what a moment this is in the game for Pakistan. 59 for 4, a chance to take a bit of momentum. What do you do from here for Pakistan? Do you keep pressing? How do you keep pushing? Give us your thoughts, Alice Davidson-Richards, and then to take up commentary, it's going to be Sonia Twigg.
Yeah, I think you've got to not overthink these things too much. I think what they've done wonderfully is keep the line and length really tight and not give Australia too much to work with. I mean, they've done a little bit of rotating and strike, but not too much. So, yeah, I think it's keeping it the same as before.
You're a middle order batter.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, try my best.
If you're Ash Gardner coming into this, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I feel fine. I feel great. I will just be trying to break down the game as much as possible. Obviously, you got the left-handed bowler and you got the right-arm bowler. You got right-arm Shameen and you got Sandhu, the lefty. So you'd ideally want Mooney to be facing as much as the left-arm bowler and Gardner facing as much as Shameen, the right-arm offie. So yeah, those are the little things that I'll start to break down, and how can I make this game as easy as possible from here on in. And yeah, I'll be thinking quite small, literally ball by ball, and then yeah, the partnership will start to evolve and go from there.
And if you're Beth Mooney, you're thinking, can someone please stay with me, because she's going quite nicely.
Yeah, you're probably rolling your eyes a little bit when you see another person walking off the pitch, but yeah, I think with those two balls, you're there, you're playing for the spin, having seen how Elise Perry got out there with a beautiful flight from Nashra Sandhu there and a brilliant take from Sidra Nawaz. So yeah, I think it's been in part really great bowling, and yeah, Beth Mooney will be hoping that Ash Gardner will be staying there for quite a while.
And it must be difficult when you're facing spinners you probably haven't faced before. A lot of these Pakistan bowlers don't play the franchise cricket. A lot of the top players in the international game know each other so well because they travel around the world, and I'm sure you've played with and against so many of the Australians, South Africans, and probably some of the New Zealand and Indian players as well, but Pakistan might be a little bit of an unknown package.
Yeah, definitely. You play them less and you're not used to the height that it's being delivered at, the amount of height that they get in the ball, how much they spin it, the little nuances that they do, or what they tend to do if they've bowled. I don't know, if they manage to spin it, do they then follow it up with a faster one? You just tend to understand the rhythms of bowlers when you play them more and more. So yeah, there's a little bit of unknown, but again, these are really great cricket players, and they'd back themselves to face anyone.
As we just look a replay at all of the wickets, a couple of mistakes from Alyssa Healy and Phoebe Litchfield. Thank you to ADR, and Fran Jones will take over. So yes, as we just continue to look through the Australian wickets, and a couple of bowls, couple of wickets, they've all sort of been quite different as we run through them there.
Yeah, Australia look a little bit vulnerable, don't they, to spin? The Pakistani spinners have come on and they've really challenged the outside edge, and then we've seen there with the inside edge with Annabelle Sutherland as well. So, yeah, Australia in a bit of bother.
As Nashra continues, and that one's just watchfully defended by Gardner into the leg side. I mean, it's a difficult situation for Australia because I don't imagine it's one they thought they would be facing at the start of the day, as Nashra goes round the wicket to Gardner, who defends that one out towards point.
Yeah, they wouldn't have expected to be 4 down this early in the game. They do have depth, but they're going to have to play the spinners really well. We've seen that it is turning. The Pakistani bowlers are getting good flight as well.
As that one is pushed by Gardner up towards mid-off, and she will get off the mark with an easy single. Beth Mooney wants to come back for a second, but Ash Gardner was having absolutely none of it. At the end of the 15th over, Australia 60 for 4 with a run rate of just 4. It's been an interesting start from Australia. I think it's also hard with such a long game. You've really got to try and bat out these overs primarily. and then try and score runs. How much do you think at this point in a tournament net run rate comes into your mind?
I think net run rate should be in your mind from ball one of the tournament. I think it's something that we definitely got stumped by it as England when I played a few times. I remember the T20 World Cup in Australia, 2020. I just think you've got to have it in your mind because you never know when it could come down to the wire.
As Shamim over the wicket to Gardner, who goes for a big shot outside the off stump, misses it, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper. The bounce on that one seemed to take her a little bit by surprise.
Yeah, the spinners, the wicket's really doing a bit for them, isn't it? It's facilitating what they want.
Shamim over the wicket to Gardner, and that one pops up into the leg side, and that's another wicket. Shamim has her first. Gardner just pops that one straight into the hands of mid-wicket, and she has to go for one. Australia now definitely in trouble at 60 for 5. She looks like she can't quite believe she played that shot. It almost seems to stick in the pitch as she just played it straight into the hands of mid-wicket.
Yeah, another really soft dismissal there from the Australian batter. Just a nothing shot to mid-wicket. The ball has come on maybe a little bit slower than she would have imagined, but yeah, just popped it up to mid-wicket, 5 down.
And she looks very disappointed with herself, her chin strapped over her mouth in disappointment. Ash Gardner goes for 1 from 5. That will bring Talia McGrath to the crease, but Australia are now having in a rebuild position definitively here.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to have to rebuild. They're going to have to start looking at how they're playing spin. Talia McGrath is a very, very good player. She's definitely scored a lot of runs in the past, so her and Beth Mooney going to have to work together here to negate these Pakistani spinners.
Well, we've seen in the England game yesterday, you only really need one player to score runs if other people can hang around and support her. Maybe that's what Australia will start looking at doing and using. Seems odd to say use Tyler McGrath as a support role, but if Mooney's in and comfortable, then that's probably what should have to at least start off doing.
Yeah, I think as a batter, whether you're in the top order or middle order or lower order, you've always got to start your innings in a certain way.
Shamim over the wicket to McGrath, who plays that one straight back to the bowler.
In that you start with less risk and you gradually open up your game. I mean, not all batters are like that, but in general, that's how it works.
As Shamim will continue here to McGrath, who watchfully defends that one straight into the pitch. Big stride forward to try and negate the spin. I mean, these spinners, we're looking at some of the speeds here, sort of 44, 46 miles an hour. It will be a little bit slower than what Australia are typically used to. And Shamim continues, and that one's just defended again, straight back to the bowler by McGrath.
Yeah, having played in Australia, you tend to get a little bit more off the back foot that you can kind of just rock back and use the pace, and it's very different in the subcontinent.
Shamim, final ball of this over, and that one is again defended straight back to the bowler. It's hit her awkwardly on the thumb. She seems to be in some pain there, but she has a wicket maiden, 1 for 8 from her 4 overs. She's bowled exceptionally well today, causing all sorts of problems for the Australian team, who find themselves 60 for 5 after 16 overs. That one just looks a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it did look awkward, didn't it? Yeah,
Look at the replay there. She seemed to be pretty much struck on her thumb. She walks away holding it. I wonder if she thinks there's actually a problem here. She's getting it looked at. Well, looked at, I say looked at, it's by her teammate who's just sort of cupping it almost to give warmth and try and ease the pain. But
I'm not sure I'd trust any of my teammates with a medical issue.
It's hit her right on the end of that thumb, and concerningly for Pakistan, that's her bowling arm. Nashra will continue from the other end. She already has 2 for 9. That one's played straight out to cover for no run.
So yeah, cover's in the ring now, so that cuts off a single option for Australia, so they're going to have to look at a different option. It's interesting, we haven't seen any sweep shots, and is that a good option today?
Nashra in bowls, that one's tucked into the leg side, and it does beat the infield on that occasion. Just the one close in there, and Mooney will manage to get another single to bring McGrath on strike to Nashra.
Especially if the bowler misses their line down leg, feels like a a regulation sweep shot would be a great option just to get off strike. Potentially, if you hit it well, it's going to go for 4. We've just kind of seen the Australians looking to try and hit straight, and potentially if the ball's turning, do we want to hit with or against the spin?
Nashra will continue. We saw the one paddle from Elise Parry, but otherwise we haven't seen too many cross-batted shots, as that one is defended with a huge stride from Tali McGrath straight down the pitch. As we just look at how much turn there was a 10 degrees of turn for the Elise Parry dismissal. So you can almost understand why Annabelle Sutherland was playing for non-existent turn, as that one is pushed out through the covers by McGrath, who will get off the mark with a single.
Yeah, and you never know, the bowlers are very clever, mixing up whether it's turning or not. I heard Charlie Dean speaking yesterday about her variations. I mean, she's a finger spinner, but she still has the option to turn the ball or scramble seam it straight to hit the stump. So
Nashra over the wicket. That one skews off the inside edge of Beth Mooney's bat and just evades the stumps. She had no idea where that was going, trying to help it through the covers. It goes to fine leg. That was almost another one for Australia, and it might just be some breathing a sigh of relief, as that one can't have missed the stumps by very much.
No, another full shot from Beth Mooney.
But that one is more comfortably played by Beth Mooney, and that will bring a very welcome boundary as far as Australia are concerned. That's one of the dangers of having all your players up on the ring, is if it goes through them, there's no one to cut it off on the boundary. Beth Mooney moves to 27, Australia 66 now for 5.
Yeah, and arguably it's poor fielding by Pakistan. When your fielder's in the ring, you're going to have to work hard to stop those balls. Oh, actually, no. I take it back. It was a good shot. Really well placed from Beth Mooney.
It did sort of perfectly bisect the fielders at cover and extra, and you were taking shots at the Pakistan fielders there.
No, it was a very good shot. Good placement.
Tali McGrath will be on strike from Shamim's 5th over now. Over the wicket to the right-hander, who defends that one awkwardly, goes bat and then pad and then thumps back into the pitch. Just 44 miles an hour, that delivery from Shamim. It'll be a bit of a waiting game for Tali McGrath.
Yeah, it's really well bowled again. Pakistani bowlers taking pace right off and getting turn, hitting a good length.
Shamim in a cap, bowls. That one thuds into the pads of McGrath. There's a half appeal, but I think it was well outside the line.
Yeah, definitely. When you've got a team under pressure, you're going to be appealing for everything, but that was definitely going down leg.
They've got 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side, but none on the offside. Very tight ring. Clearly backing Shamim to bowl the right line and length, as that one is pushed out towards cover, who does field it. Diana there doing the fielding. No run.
I guess as well, you want to force the batter to try and hit against the turn through the offside.
Shamim bowls. That one's just clipped into the leg side, up towards long on, and that will be just a single Tali McGrath. But I think Australia will take all the runs they can get at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. When the seamers were on early on, it felt like it could be a good pitch to bat on, but since the spinners have come on and people have started to take pace off, it's looked quite difficult for the Australian batters.
I think the variable spin as well, I'll get your thoughts on that at the end of the over. If some sort of almost turn square and some go straight on, it's so difficult for batters to be able to adjust because they just don't know what's coming, as that one is played nicely by Mooney out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary for 2.
Yeah, definitely. And I would imagine it's skill as well. The bowlers are intending to mix it up and to put doubt in the batter's mind. So it's been real skillful approach so far from the Pakistani bowlers.
Shamim, final ball of her 5th over. She goes round the wicket to the left-handed Mooney, who watchfully defends that one straight into the pitch. After 18 overs, Australia 69 for 5. If you're Australia, if you're one of the batters out, what are you thinking about what you could or should have potentially done better?
I feel, from what I can see, it feels like the Australian batters have got stuck on the crease a little bit. It feels like they're not getting forward or they're not getting back. So as a result, they've popped a few up to mid-wicket. They've been bowled just kind of sitting on the crease. I think as a batter in this situation, it's obviously very easy sitting in this position watching, but you want to try and get to the pitch of the ball to get rid of the spin, and that's whether that's using your feet or sweeping or can you actually get away from the ball to give yourself space to hit off the back foot. So yeah, I just feel like they've got caught in the middle and as a result lost their wickets.
And Talia McGrath goes for a big drive, skews off the inside edge, fortunately for her, goes along the ground. I think every time they've tried to take it on is when they've looked most vulnerable.
Yeah, I feel like it's looked hesitant though.
McGrath punches that one off the back foot and it is straight to the fielder there at point.
It's also worth noting we don't know what a good score is at this ground, on this pitch. If it is turning, if it's difficult to get away, what do Australia want to aim for?
Nashra around the wicket to McGrath, who defends that one. I think also at this point they've probably just got to get their eye in, and even if they go a couple of overs or even 3 or 4 overs without scoring, we've got over half the overs left. They've got more than 30 to go at. As Nashra continues, and that one again is a big forward defensive from Talia McGrath. He's probably got one of the longest strides with a women's game.
Yeah, definitely. There's so much time left in this game. I guess the danger is you don't want to go into your shell, because that's when you do get caught in the crease, especially to spin. So these batters will want to stay positive and keep looking to score. But equally, they don't want to lose any more wickets, do they?
Nashra around to McGrath, who again just prods forward. She's got a lot of strapping on her right elbow there, McGrath. It's sort of like a black K-tape design. Must be supporting some niggle that I'm sure she'll say she's fine. And that is a big sweep shot from Talia McGrath. It will be fielded on the boundary. It does go a little bit in the air, but it's the first sign of intent we've seen from Talia McGrath, who moves on to 3 from 16, just the 1 from the over. Australia 70 for 5 after 19.
Yeah, I think it's a great option for Talia McGrath. That ball was just going down leg. And yeah, it was a little bit uppish, but it was intent and she hit it well. Either side of the fielder there, like, it's going for 4. So really good signs from Talia McGrath. I think that's a good option today.
Nashra Sen doing the most runs for Pakistan in ICC Women's Cricket World Cup with 19 from 16 innings. So she's clearly one of their big strike bowlers, which Pakistan will be looking for. I think it's interesting that they've chosen to play this on a pitch that is clearly very conducive to spin. And we can look at it, it looks very dry. Shamim will be into her 6th. McGrath comes down the wicket to a full toss, but only plays it up towards long on for a single. Maybe that's one she thought she might have been able to capitalise on a little bit more.
Yeah, potentially. I think on your point, I guess Australia would know what they're coming for, though. If you go to Sri Lanka, you know that you're going to face a ball that's turning. So they'll be disappointed with how they've played spin today.
Shamim will go around the wicket to Beth Mooney, who defends that one straight back to the bowler. Mooney, a highest scorer for Australia so far today with 29 from 33, and is the only one who's really gone on the attack.
Yeah, and she's gone really well. 29 of 33 is a good strike rate.
Shamim around the wicket to Mooney, who makes space for herself outside the off stump and plays that one towards the sweeper there at cover, but she gets another single. What she has done well is rotate the strike. She's looked to not overhit the ball, but just push it into gaps and keep this sort of the run rate from stalling completely. It's already dropped down to 3.69, which is a little bit low for the 50 over game, as McGrath plays almost an identical shot, tucks that one up towards long on for another single. Maybe that's for the next few overs, that's what they've just got to do, not try and go big, but just keep the run rate from stopping completely.
Yeah, definitely just choosing some low risk options. I think Beth Mooney there, great example of moving away from the ball so she can access space, give herself some room.
And round the wicket to right-handed round the wicket to left-handed Beth Mooney, who just plays that one straight back to the bowler. Seeing lots of shots of kids in the ground enjoying some refreshments. Seem to be a fair few school kids who've made their way to the Stadium in Colombo today. Shamim, final ball of her 6th over, and again Mooney backs away to try and carve out space outside the off stump, and is rewarded for a single up towards long off. 4 runs from that over. Australia 74 for 5 after 20.
Yeah, Mooney's playing really well here. It just looks quite simple, doesn't it? When the bowler pitches it up, she's driving it with the spin. When they miss their length slightly short, she's rocking back and rotating the strike. So she's going really well, and she'll hope that her partners can do the same.
If we look at the phases in the power play, Australia were 40 for 2, and then 11-20, 34 for 3, and so the run rate dropped from 4 to 3.4. So the run rate was never particularly high, but it was all those wickets falling between the overs 11 and 20 that will be more concerning to Australia.
Yeah, they built really good pressure, Pakistan. Even early on, a few got away, but they've bowled really, really well today.
Nashra over the wicket to Mooney, who tucks that one into the leg side for another single. She won't be too concerned that she's not scoring the big runs. She'll just be happy to keep the strike rotated. And as a bowler, obviously being forced to change your line with a left-hand, right-hand combination that Australia have so much of as well. Nash will go round the wicket to the right-hander and defends that one into the pitch. It's just something to think about, especially also for the bowlers, because they are very different heights. So they've always got to adjust their length, always got to adjust their line. It can be a little bit tricky for them. As Nashra goes for a little big one, and that one has been tossed up and caught. We've seen Talia McGrath do almost exactly what she watched her teammates do from the boundary. One tossed into the air, slower ball, 39 miles an hour from Nashra, just played straight to the fielder at cover. And, well, what do you make of that? Australia are really in trouble now.
Yeah, they are. Again, it's just hesitant, not over the ball. And it's a really good catch at extra cover there. I can't see who took it, but it was a really nice catch from Diana. But again, just not at the pitch of the ball, and it's just prodded to extra cover. Talia McGrath will be really disappointed. 5 of 20 as well. She just never got going, never got herself in trouble.
Definitely in trouble there, and Australia now 75 for 6 and really in need of a rebuilding job. Beth Mooney looks the only one who doesn't seem to be troubled by the Pakistan bowlers. Everyone else has made some quite costly mistakes. There have been a few very good deliveries, but a lot of ones that Australia will be looking at thinking we probably should have done better there, and that might be one of them. Georgia Wareham comes to the crease. She didn't play the first game against New Zealand. They went for Sophie Molyneux instead, who's been managed on her return. So this will be her first introduction to this World Cup. And I'm not sure she would have seen herself coming in this situation, but it's what she has to do now. She's got a best of 38, which I think Australia would definitely take in this situation. And as we look at that one again, just skews off the open face. McGrath her head was behind it. She was almost pushing at the ball, and a very good catch from Diana there.
Yeah, we've seen Wareham play a really good hitting role in T20 cricket, but she's going to have to do a good job for her team here.
Nashra in bowls. That one is pushed by Wareham out towards cover, and she looked a little bit off balance playing that one.
Yeah, she a little bit off balance, but she's given herself room to hit the ball, which I think is always a really good sign when the ball's turning. It's what you've got to do.
As that one's defended towards mid-on by Wareham. 41 miles an hour there from Nashra. The Australian fan in the stands with her head in hands, almost in disbelief at what they're watching unfold in Sri Lanka. But celebrations from Pakistan, who bowled exceptionally well today. Nashra in bowls, and that one is again defended by Wareham up towards Diana, who caught Talia McGrath. After 21 overs, Australia 75 for 6. A few more words from you, Fran, as I will switch places with Atif Nawaz, who I'm sure is delighted at what he's watching unfold here today.
Yeah, so Wareham now in. As I said, she's played a really good role for Australia in the last few years, hitting the ball hard at the end of T20 innings. This is a very different situation for her today. Needing her to bat for a little period of time, actually. There's still 29 overs left in the game, so she's going to have to adjust her role slightly.
Well, 75 for 6. That'll become 76 for 6 as Mooney drives firmly down to long off for a single. This would be seismic if it happened. I mean, Australia by far and away, 7 times world champions, defending world champions, favourites for this tournament. Pakistan can't buy a win, losing to Bangladesh in really dismissive fashion the first game, losing a slightly closer game to India, but still pretty convincingly. To be able to come back and beat the world champions, this would I don't think it's overstating it to say this would be the upset of the tournament by far. As this ball's chipped up back to the bowler, another catch, another wicket. Georgia Wareham goes. Australia 7 down now. 76 for 7. Goodness me, the Pakistani players are living a fairy tale right now. Wareham goes for naught. Shamim has a second wicket. Australia are all over the place in Colombo.
Yeah, and it's like deja vu, isn't it? Just prodding at the ball and not really getting to the pitch of it, and it's just looped up, and this time caught and bowled. Other times it's been to extra cover, it's been to mid-wicket, but again, another soft dismissal. It's only Beth Mooney that's looked like she's got a decent plan against spin in this team. Australia in disarray.
Yeah, they're really, really struggling. Australia. We said it's a difficult pitch to adjust on. It's very difficult to impose yourself on this wicket. The pace of it catches you off guard. Right now, it's really showing that Australia playing their first game on this pitch, and Pakistan have already played a couple.
Yeah, no, I guess as well, Australia are probably a bit cold, as in not metaphorically cold. It's obviously very hot. They've not played for 7 days. The game washed out the other day, so yeah, it's not an easy task for them coming in and having not played for 7 days, but they're a really good side, and you definitely have expected more coming in from their batters.
I just want to say hello to my friend Beck, who's listening on the ABC in Australia. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, Beck. As Shamim is in, another one chipped airily down the ground to long on. Not completely in control of that one was Garth, the new batter who's in, but she's off the mark first ball. Australia are in serious trouble here. It's never even been close between Australia and Pakistan. Just taking a look at that return catch again from Shamim, it really was a terrific tape, right at the fingertips.
Yeah, Pakistan have done really well in the field.
And Shamim in once more beats the outside edge as that ball turns sharply away from Beth Mooney into the waiting hands of Sidra Nawaz. Ball turning and bouncing and doing all sorts at the moment.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how the Australia spinners go on this. I'm sure they'll make the most of it as well, but they obviously bowl a little bit quicker, so it's going to be interesting.
Here's Shamim in once more. Another one that turns late, and Mooney watchfully plays it into the offside, no run. No. Yeah, this would be quite something. I mean, I've mentioned that it's never really been close between the two sides. I can give you a little bit more context in that. The most recent matches that Pakistan played against Australia, it was a 3-match rubber in 2023. And the results were an 8-wicket win for Australia, a 10-wicket win for Australia, and a 101-run win for Australia. So Shamim in once more, short and cut nicely, just wide of backward point. They'll get through for a single. 78 for 7 Australia after 22 overs, 7 wickets down and in real trouble, the defending champions. And that strife coming from an unlikely source, being Pakistan, who currently are bottom of the table in the World Cup. 2 matches, 2 losses, 1 to Bangladesh, 1 to India. I don't think most people were expecting this much of a competitive game here today, but it's more than competitive. I'd say Pakistan favourites.
At this moment in time, 100%. I think you never know until both teams are batting on it, because you don't know what a good score is yet. And also we know how good Australia's bowlers are. We know they've got world-class spinners as well. But Australia want to get up to a...
Here's Nashra in short and cut away nicely by Mooney out towards deep extra. They'll just take a single.
To a defendable score, because, yeah, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they really are. As Fran Wilson's going to take a little break. As Davidson Richards is going to come in alongside and watching what could be a historic game here.
Have you worked out your opening line to the book yet?
I've just preemptively written a paragraph or two. I just started. I don't know if you saw me from over my shoulder.
Yeah, just typing. Have you actually?
Yeah, I've actually written out a little paragraph to make a head start. I thought, don't want to jinx anything, but also don't want to be caught unprepared.
Absolutely fair. No, this is such an exciting game. Obviously, Australia currently 79-7.
Here's Nashra in again as that ball holds its line and just pushed into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, all the catches are coming in a little bit closer. Obviously, you've got Diana Beiger. She's tighter than a short extra. It's almost like a silly mid-off now. Obviously, with the pace of the ball and holding in the pitch.
Here's Nashra Sandhu in. Big appeal for LBW. This looks straight. It's another one. Nashra Sandhu has a 4th wicket. Goodness me, Kim Garth played completely down the wrong line, struck on the pad in front of middle stump. I think she's reviewed this. She may as well, because Australia have 2 reviews remaining, but that looked pretty straight. And if it stays with the on-field umpire's decision, Australia will be 79 for 8. What do you think? That looked pretty straight to me.
Yeah, Nashra Sandhu here has it on a string at the moment. I think my gut is that is absolutely plumb, unless she's got a little tickle on it, like a little inside edge. But my instinct says pretty plumb. I think Australia nervous waiting here.
Well, having a little look. Is there an inside edge on this? This is it, because the bat does pass quite close by the bat. Sorry, I beg your pardon. The ball passes quite close by the bat. It's close to the pads as well. It certainly struck the pad eventually, but is there a little tickle on there with the bat? We'll just wait and see. There's a spike on ultra edge. Now, is that the bat or the pad? It's pretty close to the bat.
I reckon she's got a little inside edge on that. I think that saved her there.
Right. So, Kim Garth survives. On-field umpire's decision is overturned. An excellent review from Australia. The score remains 79 for 7. Nashra Sandhu, though, bowling an incredible spell here. 3 for 18 from her 5.3 overs. Nearly so close to having a 4th wicket on that occasion. Talked about being Pakistan's most decorated bowler in one-day international cricket. Has a terrific record as well. Averaged just under 27.5 as next ball's worked into the onside defensively for no run. 105 wickets in one-day internationals. Best her 6-fer, which she took recently, which is her only 5-fer of her career. Also taken a couple of 4-fers.
Beth Mooney at the change of the wicket there, running off to the boundary to get some gloves and some tips from the...
The next ball's been played up a thick outside edge, passed towards backward point. This could be tight at the non-striker's end. Oh, a bit slow to respond. Was the backward point fielder. They get through for the single, 80 for 7.
Yeah, I think Beth Mooney was running to the boundary there just to get an idea of whether they're wanting her to push or whether they're wanting her to stay there for as long as possible. I mean, with wickets tumbling down around her, is she trying to push the run rate up a little bit and try and get as many runs as a shorter period as timing? Or is she trying to stay there for as long as possible?
There's Nashra Sandhu in. Turns sharply in towards Mooney, who defends back to the bowler. No run. Another excellent over from Nashra Sandhu. Just 2 runs coming from it. Australia 80 for 7 after 23 overs. And a reminder, Australia, the defending world champions, have never, ever lost a game of women's cricket to Pakistan before. So real history here for the taking if Pakistan can keep this going. 80 for 7 Australia, I think, has subverted everybody's wildest expectations of what we would expect to see here today. It's Nashra Sandhu, the star with the ball. And good returns all round, really. Nashra Sandhu, 3 for 19 from a 6 so far. Ramin Shamim, 7 overs, 2 for 18. Sadia Iqbal, 4 overs, 1 for 20. Fatima Sana, the other wicket taker. This could be quite something if Pakistan pull this off. They've already, as I say, exceeded expectations, but it happens. I've just been keeping an eye on social media as well. All of a sudden, there wasn't a lot of interest or attention around this game at the beginning, but now everybody's, oh, hang on, are we going to see something happen? The mighty Australia.
It is very exciting. I mean, it's not exactly what people expected first thing this morning, but it's a silly game as cricket. Anything can happen, and Australia currently 80 for 7.
There's a slip in place as Sadia is into Garth, and goes for a fullish delivery. Half an appeal for LBW from the bowler, but nobody else too keen. It'll be another dot ball.
Yeah, I think what Beth Mooney's done really well so far is played back really well, whereas I'm not sure the other Australian batters have been able to use the depth of their crease that well or being able to get out towards the ball.
Sadia's in, played slightly uppishly on the bounce to extra cover. There is no run now. The umpire's signalling something here. What's going on?
Just thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Not quite sure.
A lot of chit chatter.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The umpires are still having a chat. Not completely sure what's going on.
I don't know, she's holding the little micro thing at the side, so maybe she's chatting to somebody up towards in the stadium in the stands.
Well, Sadia Iqbal in for the third ball of the over to Garth, who punches this to point. There is no run. 3 dots in a row here from Sadia Iqbal, putting the new batter under pressure. And you're hearing a lot of noise now from Pakistan's fielders around the bat. Slip and Sidra Nawaz behind the stumps. As Iqbal is into Garth, full driven back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, Beth Mooney giving Kim Garth the thumbs up. Pretty happy that with Kim Garth's work so far. She's looked pretty relaxed against Sadia here. She moved really well, played forward and back.
Here's Iqbal in one small full, and bunted back to the bowler. And there is no run. 80 for 7. It would be an enormous upset if it happened. I thought Bangladesh were on the verge of an upset yesterday against England, and they really pushed them hard, but England obviously just held it at the end. But this would be significantly bigger than that, I think, if Pakistan could take down Australia. Here's Sadia Iqbal in. That ball's punched it to point again. With no run. Garth just a little bit stuck here. 5 dot balls in a row.
It happens. She's just got to keep soaking up this pressure, and the thing is just keep playing the ball that's coming down, not worrying that there's been 5 dot balls this over. She's got Beth Mooney.
This ball again is defended. That's a maiden over from Sadia Iqbal. Australia remain 80 for 7 after 24 overs. A chance for us again to say hello to our listeners on the ABC. Hope you're enjoying the coverage today. How are you feeling about things? Get in touch with us at BBC TMS on X, at BBC Cricket on Instagram. You'll work out all the rest of the handles, but do get in touch with us. Let us know how you're feeling. Do you think Australia will be able to get out of jail here? They might do. You wouldn't back them. You wouldn't want to bet against them, blowing away the Pakistan team with the bowling attack that they have, but it's, at the moment, all Pakistan with Australia 80 for 7. So close to it being 80 for 8 as well, if that on-field decision had been upheld. Here's Nashra Sandhu in. Short outside the off-stump, cut hard by Mooney out to deep extra. I'll take a single.
Yeah, giving Beth Mooney the easy single out there. Probably as a bowler, you're just going to throw it out a little bit wider, hoping that you get to bowl at the new batter at the other end. The right-handers here, in particular, found it really difficult against the spin against Nashra Sandhu, the left armour, because she is getting the variation spin. She has got it to grip. She has got it to turn.
As this ball is driven nicely by Garth down to long off for a single.
But she has got it just to slide on, so I don't think they're 100% certain on how much it is spinning or whether it's spinning and how to play that one. What I'd love is for mid-off to come up and make it even harder for the right-hander here.
Yeah. Get rid of that release single. Another short one outside off, cut hard by Mooney. Out to deep extra. Finding the singles with a little bit more ease in this over so far. Australia is going at a runnable off the first 3.
Oh no, they're flying now. Flying. Look at the runs flow.
Well,
if you're Australia, what total are you thinking that you can get up to defend?
150?
150.
Maybe 140 even. You'd back yourself, wouldn't you, if you were Australia? You wouldn't want to be in that situation, but from here, if you were able to double your score, get to 160, for example, 166, then you'd be pretty happy with that, I think, on this surface. As Nashra Sandhu in, again, gets the outside edge, trickles to backward point, there is no run. Again, for Pakistan, I mean, this is their strong suit, their bowling. So they'd also have to hold their nerve with the bat to get there. It's still a long way away. We're still in the first Lord of the Rings book. We haven't made it to Return of the King yet. As that ball's pushed into the covers, there is no run. I'm going to hand over to...
excellent series.
Thanks so much. The nerdy references will go away in one ball.
I'm here for all of the nerdy references.
All right, well, Sonia Twig, you know what you got to do when you come on in one ball.
Thumbs up from Sonia Twig. She's here for the nerdy references.
She's ready. Here we go. Fellowship of the Ring. Last ball driven to mid-on. There is no run. It's another tidy over from Nashra Sandhu. Her figures 7 overs, 3 for 22. Australia, 83 for 7 after 25 overs with Mooney on 37 on 45. Kim Garth on 3 off 15. What do you think, Alice Davidson Richards? What do you think would be a good score for Australia to try and defend from this position? Give us your thoughts, and then taking up commentary will be Sonia Twig.
Yeah, if you're Australia here, obviously you're in a less than ideal situation with 83 for 7, which is exciting for everyone else except for them. But yeah, you're just starting to break the game down a little bit, being like, can I get up to 100? Can I get up to 120? Can I get to 140? And yeah, I think anything for me upwards of 140, maybe even 120. I'm probably a little bit more on Australia's side than ITF there with what they can defend. But yeah, I think things start to get a bit more exciting when you're about 120, 140.
Sadia into her 6th over the wicket to Mooney, who pushes that one up towards mid-on. A little bit of pressure on the field. Mooney charges straight down the wicket. She fumbles, and there is no risk there. I have to say, I'm here for the Lord of the Rings references. I reread them in lockdown.
You reread them? I've never read them, although I'm a massive Lord of the Rings fan. So I got given all of the books for my birthday, and they're still currently on the shelf unmoved.
Audiobooks, as Mooney turns that one up towards long on, almost a carbon copy of the... Oh, that was a replay, sorry, of the last one.
Be why it's a carbon copy.
It would be, as Sadia just tinkers with her field a little bit.
They've now brought up mid-on, mid-off, which I absolutely love, making it incredibly hard for Kim Garth.
And that one is played to the fielder there on the ring at cover. There is no space for Garth at all on the offside, and with that fielder there at short mid-off, no width either. She can't really... She's going to be in two minds when she defends as well, which is going to be problematic. Round the wicket goes the left-handed Sadia to Kim Garth, who again pushes that one pretty much identically to the last one out towards cover.
Yeah, and they've literally just got the one fielder out, deep back square, deep square, just behind. Perfect.
You got
there
that.
in the end.
As that one is pushed by Garth again to that same fielder cover. She looks a little bit frustrated that she's not able to get these away, but I think she's just got to do a defending job.
Yeah, I think with the pace of the ball, actually getting the ball through the offside with them up is going to be incredibly hard unless you obviously naturally split the fielders. I think an option here is, as Fran said earlier, is thinking a bit squarer. So, but rather than hard sweeps.
As that one is defended by Garth again to that fielder at cover.
I think the actual paddle shot behind square on the leg side would be a really good shot. Obviously, you're not going to get four with it with the pace or lack of pace on the ball, but it'd be a good option. And
as that one goes straight down off the outside edge, that almost went straight into the hands of wicketkeeper Nawaz, who we've seen do excellently today, but just skewed down off the outside edge. Very soft hands from Kim Garth that probably saves her as we just look at a replay of that. Yeah, bounced just before slip.
Was it off her gloves or was it off the keeper's glove? I'm not entirely sure Kim got that.
Maybe not. Australia
Please,
84 for 7 after 26 overs. There. At what point, if you're Beth Mooney, do you start farming the strike?
Well, it's interesting. I was thinking that at the start of this last over. So she hit one to mid-on and then ran a quick single. And if you're doing that and you're thinking and you're running those runs, then you're clearly thinking that Kim Garth here can do a job and you can create a really solid partnership. So yeah, that seems to be where she's at.
Nashra over the wicket to Mooney, who does turn this one square and will have a nice boundary there through mid-wicket. It's been a long time since Australia last had a boundary. I think it was Beth Mooney who delivered that one as well, and that will just bring a little bit of a sigh of relief as they move up to 86. She picked up the length well. It was a little bit short, and she just helped it into that vacant space.
Yeah, it looks like Beth Mooney's still trying to be as positive as possible, which is a wonderful place to be in, especially if you're Kim Garth at the other end. It makes you feel a lot more relaxed.
As the next one is pushed out into the covers, but to a good stop, diving stop there by Fatima, who is just quite short there at cover. She's quite close in a more of an attacking position, but she gets down quickly to cut off that run chance. As Nashra goes over the wicket to the left-handed Mooney, who pushes that one out towards backward point. And again, they race through for a single. That will leave Garth with 3 balls to face from this over. Mooney looking very focused there at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, she's a very determined batter, that's for sure. So, yeah, you would bet on her to not go down without putting in a real fight here.
Nashua will probably change a few things to the right-handed Garth. Yeah, she goes round the wicket to the right-hander, as has been Pakistan's tactics all the way through. Go for the left arm. They've got a lot of left-handed seamers. They tend to go over the wicket to the left-hander, around the wicket to the right-hander. And I mean, it's brought them a lot of reward so far. Nashua got 3 for 27 from just 7.4 overs, as that one is defended by Garth up towards extra.
It is interesting that none of the Australian batters, obviously had a really nice sweep from Talia McGrath there, and Beth Mooney herself hasn't swept too much or used, a horizontal bat.
Nashua bowls, and that one's defended straight back to the bowler to finish the over. Australia 89 for 7 after 27.
But it is interesting that they haven't tried to use the pace of the ball and go behind the wicket and see if they can sneak in a couple of singles or even twos there, because there isn't anybody there and it's a massive gap. And then, yeah, that will help in turn move the fielders in front of the wicket, which then gives you a bit more space to play around with there. So, yeah, now got drinks and some messages coming out, might be giving some tips or ideas, or to be honest, it just looks like Beth Mooney's taking control of the situation and just doing all the talking.
And now she'll have a new pair of gloves to go with it.
Yeah, I think out in these conditions, probably need a new pair of gloves every 5 overs, I reckon.
She'll be a little bit more used to the heat, not the humidity.
Yeah, she's got that going in. Go for it, especially having grown up in Brisbane.
It's not quite the same humidity as the subcontinent, though, the sort of sapping heat that you get when the humidity creeps up and you sort of feel almost like you're drinking the air rather than being in it.
Yeah, and it really tests your concentration as well. It's just a different sort of draining heat, and yeah, I think Beth Mooney will be happily in her little zone and just trying to keep her concentration levels up.
Fatima will come back into the attack. She's got 1 from 12 from her 4 overs so far. In fact, it's only the seamer Diana who is yet to take a wicket of the Pakistan bowling attack. They've been shared out very well, all of them doing an impressive job here against Australia. As some birds fly overhead. Fatima over the wicket bowls, and that one is defended. Yeah, so an interesting decision to go back to the seamer.
I was just thinking that, because if I was an Australian batter now, I would be breathing a sigh of relief that I don't have to deal with the slow pace, the uncertainty of how much the ball's going to spin. At least you know roughly with the seamer roughly what you're going to get. So, yeah, you've got 4 out here, all the backward 4, so square, cover, fine, third, and yeah, for an Australian batter, I'd be breathing a sigh of relief.
Fatima will bowl to Beth Mooney. Left-hander. Right-hander goes over the wicket to Mooney. That one goes across her. She misses it. Thuds into the wicket-keeper's pads. And there is no run. Maybe they were thinking they'll just catch them off guard. They'll be expecting spin, change it up a bit, go for seam. But I agree with you. It's an interesting decision when we've seen so much turn from the spinners today and so much variable turn as well.
Yeah, sometimes you get a feel for it that the batters are getting used to the spinners, the flight of the ball, but Kim Garth's only 3 off 23. I don't really feel like she's quite got used to it yet, and Beth Mooney has been playing everything a lot easier than anybody else today.
Fatima over the wicket to Mooney, who plays that one up towards mid-off. Slightly slower seamer than Australians might be used to, but as we look at the dismissals side by side of Elise Parry and Annabelle Sutherland, there's not really much to suggest in the delivery that the ball is going to how much difference there's going to be in the spin.
Yeah, she's just a little bit low. When she's trying to spin the ball, she's actually just gone a little bit low with her arm, and whereas the ball against Sutherland, which does just go straight on, her arm's just a little bit higher.
Fatima continues. Mooney turns that one into the leg side, but straight to the fielder.
But as a batter, you're not really picking up. There's such a subtle difference between those variations that, yeah, as the arm's coming over, you're not going to pick that up too much as a batter.
There's nothing in sort of finger position or anything that you might be looking at?
Yeah, you will be. Some batters can see everything. So I remember Heather Knight is incredible at seeing what you're doing as a bowler, and she can just pick it up from the top of your run up. But yeah, that subtle change in height of the arm is incredibly hard to pick up.
Fatima bowls, and that one is tucked into the leg side. That will bring Mooney one. They come back for a second. They're pushing this one, and it's close. It was missed by the fielder, I think, who probably was standing in the wrong place. Fatima doing the work off her own bowling there. She sits on the turf asking questions. The umpire doesn't seem to even be thinking about sending this one upstairs, but they are asking the questions. Australia currently have 2 from that, and there's a little bit of an explanation going on between the umpire and some of the Pakistan players.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're discussing, to be honest. They want a replay. Okay, so yes, okay. So they want a replay. I think Kim Garth there was struggling a little bit. Beth Mooney is obviously rapid between the wickets and is always looking for a 2. So, yeah, it's Kim Garth at the other end. If you're not ready, then you're always going to be a little bit behind.
She was a little bit slow taking off from the first one. As we look at the replay, whether Pakistan got one or not, it looks like, well, it looks closer than it might have been. But she sort of mistimed her she took it well, but then was almost too far away from the wickets and ended up reaching towards the stumps quite slowly. Fatima in bowls, and that one's defended by Mooney into the offside. And she was almost struggling to reach the stumps. She only managed to just touch the off stump to light up the bails.
Yeah, she missed it the first time.
If she had hit it, it would have been very close, if not brought another wicket. But she went too far round and I had to sort of bring her hand back into the stumps.
Yeah, almost a little bit too eager to go fetch the ball rather than waiting for it at the stumps. But yeah, thankfully for Australia, she missed it first time, and Kim Garth is still out there with Beth Mooney.
Australia 91 for 7 after 28, just the 2 runs from that over. As we look at the replays again, yeah, she sort of turned round too far off balance and had to then turn and take it, but it did look closer.
I reckon she would have been out by a foot there.
What, had she taken it
Had
clean?
she taken it cleanly and taken a stump, I reckon she would have been out by about a foot.
That would have been the second run out for Australia. It's not often you see that.
It's a little bit criminal when, you know what I'm trying to say, when it's 91 for 7. Not going to try to say that again.
Well, but if you've got Beth Mooney making you run, it's going to be difficult to turn down as Sadia goes round the wicket to Kim Garth, who takes a big stride forward there, but doesn't get hold of it particularly. 3 from 24, Kim Garth. I wonder how she'll be thinking about playing this, whether she just plays a supporting role to Mooney. I guess that's what they've got to do, at least for the next few balls. Sadia bowls again, and again that one just turns past the outside edge of Garth, who looks frustrated, but she didn't really go forward or backward to that one and was a little bit caught on the crease.
Yeah, I think that's probably why she'll be berating herself after that one. I think she's moved well so far, and yeah, that was a little bit of a nothing shot, bit in between.
Sadia bowls that one's much straighter, and Garth jabs the bat down on a very full ball there, but again, no run to Australia. Runs have been really difficult to come by in this, with the ball turning so much and the lack of pace on these deliveries, forcing the batters to try and generate it themselves, as that one is tossed too wide from Sadia, and that will be called by the umpire. Australia have 1 more to their total, and they probably won't mind how they come at this point.
No, if you're Australia, you really don't mind how they come, and yeah, you'll take that wide. And yeah, I think she tried to bowl an arm ball there, you can see with the seam, and just got the line slightly wrong.
It was quite far outside the off stump on that occasion. Sadia goes again. That one is better. Forces Garth this time onto the back foot just to defend the ball to fine leg, who's almost between slip and fine leg. It's very close, but she's
Very
not quite
wide.
slip.
It's almost like a gully.
It is a sort of gully, but then she's also quite deep for a spinner.
A flying slip.
A flying slip.
A flying slip.
Yes. As we very packed still on that offside, really trying to cramp Kim Garth for space, as that one again, she jabs the bat down to a full ball and trickles into the offside. No chance of a run.
Yeah, I think if you're a batter against the left armour here, and she's spinning it a lot less than Nashra Sandhu here,
as she bowls again, and that one is skewed off the bat into the space on the offside. Garth will scarper through for a single off the final ball of the over, but I wonder if that's one Australia will be thinking maybe they shouldn't have taken at the end of the 29th over. Australia 93 for 7.
Yeah, I think they're just going to take any runs they can get. I think the way that Beth Mooney and Kim Garth are playing, they're taking the runs that are on offer. And yeah, I was just wondering there if they're trying to hit through the offside. Kim Garth clearly isn't looking anywhere, leg side or trying to paddle it. Can she create a little bit of room for herself? She's currently standing on offside, off stump, middle stump. Can she shift over to leg stump and create a little bit of room for her hands to actually get through the ball and access the offside a little bit more?
Well, it's a big moment for Kim Garth. She wouldn't have expected to be in this position, but it's a good opportunity for her to show what she can do with the bat. We know Australia bat so far down, but it's a chance to really build an innings that she might not get too often in 50-over cricket. And Fatima will continue into her 6th over. Come back to the seam, this time against Garth, who pushes that one into the offside, straight towards that fielder at cover, but she looked a lot more positive facing the seam than she has tentatively against the spin.
Yeah, I think she'll be a lot more comfortable against the seam here. But Kim Garth can bat. She helped Ash Garner the other day when Ash Garner got a century. Kim Garth was the other end and hit a handy 38. So yeah, she can definitely handle this situation, and I think she'll just be a lot more comfortable with the seam back on.
Fatima will continue, the right arm seamer to the right-handed Garth, who defends that one into leg side. It was a very straight delivery there, just played conservatively by Garth. With Mooney there at the other end, just watching and probably giving some instructions to her. She looks very intense there, doesn't she?
She's not even blinking. She's not giving anything away. She'll just be rattling through everything through her in her own mind, and how to play the situation, what run rate she wants to bat at it in a certain period, and how to get the scoreboard ticking.
We can see how hot it is. I'm looking at Mooney's rather red face there as that one is played out towards point by Garth. She won't get through for a single. Thought she might at one point, but goes back. I think one thing Australia cannot afford at this point, and we almost came close to it in the last over, as a run out.
Yeah, that is the last thing that you want at this stage. Almost giving Pakistan an extra wicket when Pakistan are already on top here. They bowled with such great control to get today and just kept the game so simple. It's been really wonderful to watch.
Fatima into her 4th ball of the 6th over. And Garth again comes forward, defends it, plays it straight to Diana there, doing a very good job. Sort of quite 5 or 10 yards inside the ring there at cover, which Garth has really struggled to find the gaps on the offside. Yeah,
and I'm going to say this as the biggest compliment ever. I think Fatima Sana here has been a really boring bowler, which is the biggest compliment that I can pay her, as in she's just bowling stump to stump and not giving Kim Garth anything. And it's really adding on the pressure with 4 of 33. She isn't going anywhere fast anytime soon. Very simple there. Simple analysis as that one is turned into the leg side by Garth, who will pick up a single to bring Mooney on strike for the final ball of the over. Yeah, sometimes cricket's, again, that's overcomplicated, and sometimes it can just be as simple as possible, which is what Fatima Sana's doing right now. So, she'll try and do exactly the same to Mooney here, keep Kim Garth on strike at the other end at the end of this over. As we get a shot there of the box of balls that they've clearly got at various different stages of the innings to bring out should it be needed, but I'm not sure we've seen a single 6 this innings. No, I reckon it'll be this ball. I'll start after this. Well, you've called it. I'll write a book. As Mooney carves that one out towards backward point, but it is well stopped. She did get hold of that one, and after 30 overs, Australia 94 for 7. A few more words from you, Eddie, as I'm going to switch places with Atif Nawaz. Yeah, Pakistan will be very happy at keeping Kim Garth here on strike. Obviously not going anywhere fast anytime soon. The current run rate is just over 3s, so Australia 94 for 7. Beth Mooney's probably hoping that she can pick up a couple of fours, and then Kim Garthill's probably hoping that she'll get one through and, yeah, start getting the ball rolling. So a real solid start in this period from overs 21 to 30. Got 20 for 2 at a run rate of 2 runs an over. So Pakistan way on top here.
They certainly are, and it would be criminal if they threw it away from her. wouldn't
Honestly,
it?
words are really hard sometimes.
I'm sorry. It just reminded me of like my 6th favorite Michael Jackson song, "Smooth Criminal." It's fantastic, great song.
Honestly, words are really difficult.
No, you're doing great. It's been great fun. What a day! What a day! What a game! 94 for 7, Australia, 30 overs in, and we'll have a change in the commentary box. Double change. ADR is going to make way for Fran Wilson. Fran's going to come in and watch Ramin Shamim. He's going to bowl her last 3 overs here to Garth, who turns her first ball to mid-wicket. There is no run. They just really got to press home here, Pakistan. If Australia are able to get to that 150 mark, 160 from here, they'll feel quite confident of their ability to defend that with the bowling attack that Australia have. Shamim in once more. Again, defended back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, definitely. I think, obviously, Australia are a bit on the ropes here, but they know that they can defend at a lower than par total. So every run is key for Pakistan.
How key will that run-out chance, that missed run-out chance be as well? Shamim in down the track comes Garth, trying to force the pace. Pays to mid-on, who fumbles and allows them to come through for an easy single. 95 for 7. There's one of the Australian players is gripping a rugby ball. Or is it an Aussie rules football?
I think that was a rugby ball. Georgia Voll, she used to play, actually.
Of course, yeah, Aussie rules.
League,
yeah.
I think.
Rugby league?
Yeah, she was rugby league.
Oh.
She was in my Birmingham Phoenix team this summer for the 100.
Did
So
you
I found out about her rugby background.
Did you bring the rugby ball out in warm-ups?
No, because Megan Schutt always had the Aussie rules ball, which, yeah, it's just not. I prefer rugby personally, but.
And just taking a look at some of the wickets to fall today. Diana Baig with a terrific catch at mid-wicket, and Phoebe Litchfield just skied one off Fatima Sana, who caught the ball off her own bowling. That was the 2nd wicket to fall. Double fist pump from her as well in the celebration. Then there was a beautiful stumping from Sidra Nawaz. It was Felice Perry. Really lovely delivery. Nashra Sandhu. And manages to go completely through the batter, Annabelle Sutherland, and then Ash Gardner was caught by Fatima Sana at mid-wicket. And then one just lifted up into the air by Talia McGrath to Diana Baig at extra cover off the bowling of Nashra Sandhu. And then Georgia Wareham caught and bowled. Yeah, they certainly are at the moment. Australia, as you say, have never lost to Pakistan in any form of women's cricket before. A 16-0 record in women's one-day internationals, and they are the defending world champions as well. But currently, they are 96 for 7 in Colombo and really struggling to find any fluency out in the middle. It would be a seismic result if Pakistan, who are coming off the back of 2 losses, one to Bangladesh, one to India, were able to beat the world champions. 96 for 7 after 30 overs. That was just a little update for our listeners on 5 Live. Back live with us, Shamim is into Mooney. Defends the ball back to the bowler. 3 runs off that 31st over of the innings. 97 for 7 Australia. Alice Davidson Richards has thrown up the T sign again. Going to get through the T's today. How many T's in a day? I don't know.
6.
I'm not a tea drinker. She said 6. So is that 6 is too many or 6 is too few?
That's a lot. I would have 3, I think.
It's a lot of caffeine, isn't it? A lot of caffeine. I feel grateful. My partner only makes me make a 1 a day. So, I think she has 1 at work.
Yeah.
But now Pakistan, they can fill their cups later on after they finish this innings. But they have to get across that finish line. And it's just halfway there when they do as well, because they'll still have a chase on their hands. It'll be a tough chase. 2 rather average batting performances from them so far in this tournament. But we did have Sidra Amin find some form against India, scoring 81 for 106 deliveries. Here's Diana Baig. into the attack again for a third over. Goes down the leg side. That's offline. Not taken by Sidra Nawaz, and it should go for 5 wides. No. Good stop in the deep.
Great fielding down there at fine leg. Can't see who it was, but brilliant diving stop. Pretty sure she stopped it.
Yeah, they might have another look at that just to confirm. The batter's made it back for 2 on top of the wide, so it'll probably be 3 runs. We'll take a look. It's Natalia Pervez who's out there, and so she makes the slide. They're having a look on the TV replay. So she's got her body behind it. She's kind of stopped it with her chin. Is any part of her body making contact with the advertising sponge? It's the back leg that I'm worried about. Is the ball sort of bouncing off her chest? She doesn't really know where it is, but she's thrown her body at it. Now, if that back leg isn't touching the sponge, I think she'll be okay.
Yeah, brilliant bit of fielding that. Every run counts. Every run is going to count in this game today. It's going to be a low-scoring thriller, I think.
Yeah, it's not wides either. It was judged to come off the bat, so that's 2 runs from that delivery. Diana Baig into Garth now. Short outside the off-stump. Nearly chops on. Does Garth. Gets an inside edge. Bounces just wide of the off-stump. Keeper collects no run.
Yeah, it's well bowled. A little bit of movement off the pitch, putting the Australian batters under a little bit of pressure.
Just taking a look at that first ball that I thought was wides was adjudged runs. It should have been leg buys. The ultra edge is revealed. Yeah, everyone's wrong. Here's Diana Baig into Garth, who drives straight to extra cover. No run. And, lovely encouragement from Sidra Nawaz behind the stumps, using her full name to encourage her. Well bowled, Diana Baig, she says, just in case there was another Diana in earshot. Georgia Wareham's dismissals we're just taking a look at. Tends to just sort of reach in front of herself, and on slow surfaces that can catch you off guard.
Yeah, that's 3 Australian batters who've got out very similar ways. Before that, I think pretty good deliveries.
It's Diana Baig into Garth again. Who plays one that keeps low to backward point, no run. Yeah, just feels like Beth Mooney, who's managed to always just sort of wait and just time her shots better. Just been waiting for it rather than reaching for the ball or trying to go after the ball. Just waited for the ball to come to her on these slower surfaces, and perhaps that's why she's been more successful.
Yeah, just having that contact point late under her eyes on the back foot is a really good way of playing spin.
It's Diana Baig again, driven nicely by Garth. Pass backward point, might go to the boundary. No, there is a deep extra, so it'll just be a single. As a coach, you'd approve of that, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. Like textbook playing spin. I think a lot of Australian batters, you would get away with it a bit more, pushing at the ball just on Australian wickets. I mean, these are very good players and they'll have played all around the world. But yeah, Beth Mooney is a class act against spin.
100 up for Australia as well. 100 for 7. 31.5 overs. So a lot slower than they will have anticipated. Diana Baig is in. And that ball's defended back to the bowler, no run. But with 18 overs to go and this partnership looking to sort of settle a little bit, there's an opportunity for Australia to just boost their total a little bit. On 100 for 7, 18 overs to go. Beth Mooney on 46 off 59, and Garth, who survived being given out LBW on field, had it overturned on review, an excellent review. She's on 10 on 43. So there is a chance for Australia to find another 50, 60, maybe even 70, 80 runs here off the last 18 overs and take the game away from Pakistan.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you can tell Pakistan know that as well. They know that every run is really important because they know how good Australia are with the ball, and also they have struggled a little bit with the bat. So I think if Australia can get around 150, I think they'll win the game.
Yeah, I think most would concur with that. I think there'll be people making a case for Australia already having enough at 100 for 7. With the bowling attack they have, Megan Shute, Alana King, maybe the best spinner in the game, and Kim Garth herself, Georgia Wareham, Talia McGrath. Lots of options with the ball. Elise Perry, of course, for Australia. So they won't be too concerned yet, but they might just have been caught a little bit off guard, maybe a little bit flustered by the situation. And 5 batters going for single-figure scores. Perry 5, Sutherland 1, Gardner 1, McGrath 5, Georgia Wareham 0. Telephone number, that 51150.
Yeah, I think the Australian batters just, it didn't look like they have have had clear plans against the spinners. Mooney has definitely looked like that, and she's 46 or 59. That's a decent score at a decent strike rate in any circumstances. So it's definitely possible. It's just looked like the Australian batters have been caught a little bit off guard with their plans against slower turning bowling.
Have you spent much time with Beth Mooney?
Not really, actually. I've played against her a lot, but I've never played in the same team as her. She scored a lot of runs against me, I know that.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, she scored runs against everybody, averaging 49 in women's one-day internationals, just shy of 3,000 runs, a high score of 138, 4 centuries in 79 innings, and 19 half-centuries to go with that as well. T20 cricket also, just remarkable average of 42.26, 2 T20 tons, a test ton as well. She's got a ton in every format of the game.
Yeah.
So a very special player for Australia, very quickly become one of their premier players. As a wicketkeeper batter, Victoria in Australia. Now, right now, she's holding this Australian innings together alongside Kim Garth. This has been fantastic from Pakistan, but it's one of those things where the better you perform, the higher expectations go. So, right, before this game, to be completely straightforward, nobody really gave Pakistan a chance of winning this game. I mean, they have a chance in the sense of two teams playing each other have a chance, but when you look at the records, the head-to-heads, the run-in coming into this game, I mean, maybe a 1%, 2% maybe. But now they've performed outstandingly. They've shown that they've sort of got used to these conditions a little bit. They've worked out how best to bowl in Colombo. And you'd like to think that they've picked up some pointers about batting on the surface as well. But the gulf in class between these two sides would make us think that Pakistan would never have a chance. But for me, they've already overachieved at this point, getting 7 Australian wickets. At one point, having them 79, was it 79 for 7? Yeah, at one point. Yeah, 76 for 7, I beg your pardon. So that, in and of itself, is a big achievement for this team.
Yeah, they can take real pride in the way that they've attacked this game and put the best team in the world under a lot of pressure. I guess the thing is, with all those records, I guess the only point is what could happen at some point, and why not today, as Alice has already said. So, yeah, Pakistan have done a great job today, but they will want to finish this innings off.
And some kids practicing a lofted cover drive or a pull shot or something like that in sync. It's a good way to do it. Synchronized driving. Never come across that one before. Now then, Shamim is going to bowl her 9th over after the drinks break into Kim Garth. It's short and pulled powerfully, but good half stop at mid-wicket. They're going to go through for a quick single anyway. The ball sort of ricocheted off towards mid-on, and they committed to the run, so they made it relatively straightforwardly. If I was being hypercritical of this Pakistan team, I'd say their ground fielding in the circle just been half a step behind.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad stop, though. I think she's done pretty well, but I agree. There's been a few mistakes.
That's me being hypercritical. Here's Shamim in. Sample's defended on the front foot by Beth Mooney. Back to the bowler, no run. Got some fans in the crowd as Fatima Sana. They've got a number and a name written out on the signs. Been some great signs this World Cup. There's Shamim in once more. That ball's turned just wide of a square leg for a single. Oh, they're going to come back for a second run again. Just gifting that second run, Pakistan. As I say, half a step behind in the field, letting those ones become twos that should never really be twos. The score moves to 103 for 7.
Yeah, I feel like the Pakistani fielders have to be off the rope in this instance. They have to be aggressive, stopping the two, because they're not going for sixes, so you've got to come off and try and cut the twos down.
There's Shamim in, as that ball's pushed with soft hands by Beth Mooney into the covers. And they'll run through for a single. Just rotating the strike with a little bit more ease now, Australia. 104 for 7. Mooney on to 49 off 62. Closing in on what would be another half-century for her, the 20th of a one-day international career. A 24th score above 50, as Andy Zaltzman prefers to say it, as this is full and dug out by Shamim. Back to the bowler, by Garth, I beg your pardon, off Shamim. Back to the bowler, no run. Score predictor, 143. That's dipped a long way. It was 160
Oh, was it?
just before the drinks break. It was 260 at the early stage of the innings. Shamim in once more. This is outside off, been punched to backward point, and there is no run. So, 33 overs bowled. Australia 104 for 7, with Mooney on 49 off 62, Garth on 11 off 46. This is comfortably the best partnership of the innings so far for Australia. It's given them some semblance of quite control, but just prevented a full-on out-and-out collapse here.
Yeah, and I think Garth has actually played really well. I know it's been slow, but you can see the plan she has. She's started to play the ball late in the same way that Mooney does. She's started to cover the spin. It's just real simple options, and it's looked like she's got a plan. So it's good signs for Australia at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. And they look to get back into this match. Diana Baig in for her 4th over. Starts with a short ball. Has been pulled away by Beth Mooney down to deep fine leg. She'll pick up a single that will take her to a half century. It's been an outstanding innings from Beth Mooney. Comfortably the best of the Australian batters. She's applauded by her teammates in the dugout. A handshake from Kim Garth as well. And just a token lift of the bat as she goes to a half century of 63 balls. It's been a really good innings and really sort of showed up her teammates a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a very Beth Mooney innings, hasn't it? It's just been low risk, but good strike rate, and it's just been repeatable.
There's Diana Baig into Garth now, short and wide outside the off stump. Garth looking for the cut shot. Ball goes underneath the bat through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, I guess what I mean by repeatable is that she's just done the same thing over and over again, done her basics really well, and that tends to be what the best players in the world do. And she's got such a solid game plan against seam and spin that if she just holds her mindset, which is also very good, she's going to score a lot of runs.
She's a popular player wherever she goes, as Beth Mooney. Here's Diana Baig into Kim Garth. That's wild delivery, wide down the leg side. Sidra Nawaz has done well to get a glove on that, because if she didn't, that was going to go down to the boundary for 4. In the end, it's cut off by Pervez. They'll get through for an extra run on top of the wide, so 2 runs there. Australia 107 for 7.
Yeah, Nawaz has done a really good job behind the stumps again. She's been great this tournament. Really good stumping to get Elise Perry out, and she's been really tidy, so she's done a really good job.
Immediate apology there as well from Diana Baig to the keeper. It's good to see. She knows she did wrong. And she comes to Mooney now. He drives quite pleasingly, beats the extra cover fielder. This might go to the boundary for 4, and it does. A lovely shot from Beth Mooney, got forward, drove it away to the boundary. She moves on to 54. Australia 111 for 7.
Lovely shot from Mooney. I guess this is the first time since the opening partnership that we felt a little bit of momentum swing back into the way of Australia. So a really good partnership building here. Probably should have been stopped in the ring, that drive through extra cover. But a lovely shot nonetheless.
Bagan again, driven. Out to mid-off. They'll come back for a second. They'll get it. 113 for 7.
Yeah, Beth Mooney's played really, really well. She looks like she's been playing on a different pitch to the rest of her teammates. 56 off 65. When the ball's been pitched up, she's driven really well through the offside. When the ball's been short, she's given herself room and whacked it, so she's played really well.
As Diana continues, and that one is again pushed into the offside for another single for Australia. I tell you what, Pakistan are going to have to be on it with the backing up if they keep launching these balls at the non-strikers, because I have to admit, I don't think I've seen Beth Mooney run out.
Yeah, I've seen her run people out.
Oh, I've seen her run people out. I'm not sure I've seen her get run out.
Yeah, she's definitely... she does barbecue a few people, actually. I'm looking at Al, see if she's seen it. Beth Mooney.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got her out in the 100. Or got the other person out.
Diana in bowls, that one's turned leg side. So there's a big shout for another stumping, but the umpire looks pretty unmoved. Kim Garth's back foot when the wicketkeeper ran away celebrating was definitely planted, but it's whether she dragged it. They're going to have a look at this. Australia 114 for 7. Can't really afford to lose another one just as they were starting to build some sort of partnership. And no, Garth was, well, she took a stride forward and lifted. And I wonder if there is anything behind. She looks like she's overbalanced onto her front foot. The question will be if any part of that foot is behind the line. It doesn't look like there is from the angles that we're seeing on the screen. There's another brilliant bit of wicket keeping from Nawaz there behind the stump. She was absolutely convinced. And Garth might well have to go here for a lengthy period at the crease where she only managed to score 11 from 47, and it has been given out. Australia 115 for 8. Garth looks frustrated with herself, just overbalanced onto the front foot there, and just as they were starting to build a partnership, Pakistan have found another way to break through.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Kim Garth and Australia. I feel like they did just have the momentum going their way, so for Pakistan to make a breakthrough at that moment will be really disappointing. I'm sure Beth Mooney is absolutely fuming because they were building something really good, and I think it was heading past 150, but now they've got to start again, build another partnership on a tricky wicket to get in on.
And off a wide as well. It's not what you want as a batter.
No, and yeah, it's a shame. She played really well. It looked like she built a good game plan and was looking to do the right things, even though it was slow, but it was what her team needed.
As we just look at the replay, it went down the leg side. Garth was almost watching it as she overbalanced. She didn't quite need to be there.
Yeah.
She could just have stayed a little bit more upright, but she just leant onto that front foot, didn't quite keep the back one planted behind the line, and a brilliant take behind the stumps. Lovely bit of glove work to transfer the ball and just take it back into the stumps. Garth has to go. And that's two brilliant stumpings we've seen to dismiss Elise Perry and now Garth. And Pakistan just turning the screws here as we start thinking about which total Australia might look to target. But Alana King is definitely useful with the bat and significantly better than you might expect coming in at number 10. As Diana will have one more ball from her fourth over. That was her first wicket. So now all the Pakistan bowlers have got in amongst the wickets. But only two to the seamers, and that one is wide outside the off stump and has been called it.
Oh, I think that was harsh. Oh, a batter as well.
Well, I think it was... There was a debate whether it was in that sort of painted blue line that they tend to use. It looked like it might just be on it, but I think partly because Alana King didn't move towards it at all, makes it look wider than it is on occasion. And one more ball from this over. Wicketkeeper standing back to the seamer, and that one is another wide, and that one is definitively wide, fired far down the leg side. Alana King hasn't had to move, and she's already added 2 runs to Australia's total.
Yeah, maybe tiring a little bit here, Diana.
I think potentially a case of overcorrection. Sometimes if you fire one too wide down the offside, you try and bowl a bit too straight, and it can drift a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I've got no idea because I don't bowl, but I'd imagine that sounds like something that would happen.
And over the wicket to Alana King, who plays that one into the offside to the fielder at point. Thinks about one, but is sent back. That's 129 dot balls from the innings after the end of the 34th over. Australia 117 for 8. Have you never bowled?
Oh, I have bowled. I actually, growing up, I was a spin bowler. I was picked and things as a bowler, but my batting kind of took over. So, yeah, I'm not sad about that though. I'm quite like being a batter.
Did you grow up in the era where sort of every age group had about 6 seamers and no spinners?
No, I was an off spinner.
So you were one of the very few spinners?
Yeah. I actually started as a leg spinner, and then for some reason I turned to off spin. What an error that was. Oh well. Can't do anything about it now.
When did you last bowl in a match?
Oh God, a long time ago.
Shamim will bowl her last over of this innings. She's bowled really nicely so far, got 2 wickets for 25. Beth Mooney just plays that one on the front foot into the offside defensively, and there is no run.
It's actually unbelievable that Beth Mooney's on 57 or 67. She's batted so well today.
Shamim goes right-handed. Shamim goes around the wicket to Mooney, who pushes that one out towards the sweeper there on the offside. Australia try and race through for a 2, and they have got it on that occasion. But Alana King is going to have to be on her toes here with Mooney, who might just be thinking about trying to take control of the strike now. I wonder if that's why she was trying to get back for 2 quite so quickly.
Yeah, maybe. I do think it's a massive part of her game. Beth Mooney is hitting space and coming back for 2. So Alana King's going to have to get her skates on.
Shamim bowls, that one's pushed into the offside, and they'll run through for a single. No chance of a run out, just a very dead bat on that into space, and they race through. It's probably one that you wouldn't take in the first 10 overs, but after that you're going to definitely look to take. As we look through Shamim's 2 wickets so far, both caught and bowled, interestingly.
Yeah, well, we've just seen a lot of the Australian batters playing out in front of their pad and not really getting used to the slower spinners, slower off the pitch, kind of just prodding it to the fielders in the ring or the bowler.
And a chance for Alana King to have a look at the wicket that she's going to be bowling on later. Over the wicket to the right-handed King, who prods forward and defends that straight back to the bowler. She looks a little bit nervous out there. It's not a situation you want to be coming into, but she'll probably be relishing the chance to bowl on this very spin-friendly wicket later on. She'll want to have a few more runs to defend before that, as Shamim in again, and that one's turned into the leg side for King for an easy single. She is looking squarer. I think that's what you were saying earlier, that the batters were sort of looking in their very sort of channels, and they weren't looking to just turn the ball round for easy singles or just to try and access different parts and force the field to move a little bit.
Yeah, I guess when the ball's a little bit slower off the pitch and through the air, it's a lot harder to get to the pitch of the ball and have a true strike.
As Shamim's in, and that's defended straight back to the bowler by Mooney on 60 off 70.
Whereas if you can just wait on it a little bit and kind of take the pace off it and manipulate the ball into pockets square of the wicket, I think that's a really good option.
4 runs from the over. Australia 121 for 8 after 35. It's definitely not easy to score runs out there.
No, it's not, but Mooney has. I do just think the Australian players haven't adapted their game plans. Beth Mooney's played brilliantly, and you'd expect her to. But I do think Pakistan have played really, really well.
She's almost got half the runs. She's got 60, and Australia have got 121 for 8.
Yeah,
so.
and she hasn't looked in trouble either. She's been really clinical. She's going at a good rate. I think she's played really well.
Well, more seam from Diana to Alana King, who shovels that one off the back foot into the leg side and straight to the fielder. So I wonder, it's an interesting decision to go back to the seam. I know we saw it we've seen it used to success, and obviously the wide stumping as well, but it has been what the Australian batters have looked more comfortable facing.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I guess ADR said sometimes you want to mix things up if people get the pace of the wicket.
And over the wicket to King, who stands tall and plays that down straight into the ground. And one thing we haven't mentioned as we watch replays is Pakistan have been very good in the field. They've been taking all their catches and they've looked really sharp with stumpings and run-outs, and they've always looked to go on the attack and haven't really let too much go through them. You can sometimes see that from teams who, I think it's fair to say, play a lot less cricket than others. I can't remember the last time England women toured Pakistan, if ever, as that one is pushed by King up towards mid-off.
We played against Pakistan in Kuala Lumpur in 2019, I think. Not sure there's been a tour since that.
But not in Pakistan.
Oh, no, not in... No, yeah.
And there's actually some shots from around the ground of spectators enjoying their cricket. And Diana will continue, and that one is a little bit wide. Alana King goes to punch it through point, but doesn't beat the fielder, and it's another dot ball, which are just starting to add up a little bit now for Australia, but I think their main concern at the moment is going to be to try and bat out these overs and get as many runs as they can. I mean, it's a tough ask to bat out almost 15 overs from this point, but they will always back themselves to do it. I think that's one thing you can say about Australia. They are not short of confidence and also belief, and that one's wide and outside the off stump, and Alana King does beat the infield on that occasion and will get through for a single, so it'll be Mooney to face the final ball of this over.
Yeah, I think as long as Mooney's there, they can definitely bat the 50. She's obviously the key wicket in this instance, but she needs some support from her team.
That's what she hasn't been getting so far. I think you mentioned it just before I came on, it does look like she is playing a completely different game to the rest of them. Diana with ball in hand for the final ball of her 5th over. Over the wicket to Mooney, who turns that one into leg side and will pick up a single. And crucially, to keep the strike, we'll have a change in the commentary box. Thank you, Fran. And we'll be joined by ADR, who, well, we were having a nice little chat off air, but what do you make of what's gone on since we've been away and the nice stumping that brought another wicket?
Yeah, obviously for Pakistan, it's incredibly exciting. Oz here in a slightly tricky spot, 123 for 8. But yeah, Alana King, someone that can also bat. Australia have incredible depth and incredible skill in their lineup. So yeah, Mooney will be hoping to keeping things ticking along, and Alana King will also play her part.
And Mooney will have to face Nashra, who's got 3 for 27 from her 8 so far, who will replace Shamim from this end. It's going to be an interesting run chase, because Australia will not back down or think that they've lost it, especially now that they've crept over the 120 mark that we were saying a little bit earlier was a sort of minimum defendable total. I still think Pakistan are the favourites, as Mooney helps that one into the leg side. They think about, well, the fielder goes for a big shy at the non-striker's end and misses. And had that hit, it might have been close. There was a cry of catch, but I don't think it was close to being caught. We'll take another look at it there. No, well into the ground. But it was close to being run out, the non-strikers. If that was a direct hit, it could have been interesting. The next ball is just watchfully defended by Mooney.
Yeah, Diana Bowes has been incredibly dynamic and has brought us such an intensity to this Pakistan fielding. It's been incredible to watch. And yeah, I think she's really brought a great energy to the team.
Nashra bowls again. Mooney steps away to try and carve out any space that she can and plays that one up towards long off for a single.
It's interesting that Nashra Sandhu here is bowling the final. Well, I presume that they're not just going to leave one over, so I presume that she's going to bowl her final 2 overs here. Obviously, she's bowled wonderfully, 3 for 28 so far off at 8.3. But yeah, it's quite an attacking move, which I do enjoy. Obviously, you only need 2 more wickets to get Australia all out, and yeah, we'll be looking for those wickets.
Absolutely, and she's taken 3 of them so far, but the wickets have been shared around. It's not all been one player. She'll go for a different angle to Alana King, who edges that one, but will pick up a single because there was no fielder there at slip. Nashra has hand on a capped head, which is an interesting choice for a spinner, but
it's almost like she's wishing that she's bracing herself for not having a slip in there. She's just shaking her head, going, why didn't I put the slip in?
Big stride from Alana King, catches the outside edge, but I mean, it's quite a safe shot if there is no slip.
Yeah, it's an incredibly safe shot. The perfectly placed edge is one of the best shots in the book.
As that one is shorter and played by Mooney out into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, I have a theory that if you could practice that, especially towards the end of the innings, a perfectly placed edge where you're just wanting like an extra 4 runs or something, and you know the batter or the tail ender just snicks one and it goes for 4. I think if you could somehow put that into your repertoire, you'd be a very happy human.
I will tell you a story about that shot at the end of this over. Nashra with 1 ball left, just a bit of change for King, with square leg going out towards the boundary. Not all the way there, but out towards that boundary rope. 3 runs from the over so far. They've now brought the slip into King, who plays that one past the slip, and 2 where the fielder had been, and will pick up 2 more runs. So good play from Alana King there, just playing the ball wider and a much thicker outside edge that skews past the right hand of slip. At the end of the 37th over, Australia 128 for 8.
It really is a skill.
My first 4 in adult cricket was an edge where there was no slip. And my second four was exactly the same shot, the ball later.
It does not matter how you get them. And if you're a batter and you edge 1 for 4 and you run past the bowler as you're running to the other end, you just say, oh, I'm so sorry. Or you just stay perfectly placed and wind them up.
I think I was about 12 playing a men's game and
edged it, no slip, edged second one, no slip. Then they put a slip in and I had to do something different. All I'm hearing is that you're 8 off 2.
I was 8 off 2.
Exactly,
I think
that's
it's the best strike rate I think I've ever had in my life.
Don't need the middle of the bat.
I did not grow up being a batter. I think it's partly when you play adult cricket so young, you don't develop that as much.
No, actual batters, they use all of the bat.
As we'll have another over from the seam of Fatima, and that one is played nicely by Mooney round the corner to fine leg. She'll just pick up a single for it, but she's definitely looked to manipulate the ball around different areas of the field in a way that we haven't seen from some of the others, but it's taken a lot out of her. She calls for a drink after this over, and you can see some of the sweat dropping off the back of her helmet. You can tell how hot and challenging it is out there, and that's for a player as fit as Beth Mooney, who scored a memorable 90 in the Ashes against England, almost all in singles and twos. So she's definitely capable of spearheading this, even if the boundaries are not free-flowing.
Oh, yeah, she's such a fierce competitor. She's incredibly resilient, and, yeah, she's happy to do the hard work, and it's almost as though the greater the challenge, the more that she digs in.
As Fatima's in bowled, and that's pushed by Alana King up towards mid-off. They will run through for a quick single. It skews off the stumps and they come back for a second. Well, that's the danger of being so attacking in the field. They get the direct hit, no chance of a run out. And that was good running from Australia, managing to turn that they might not have done earlier. But Mooney decisively calls for the run. They go for the stumps, hit, but Alana King is almost level with them, and then they turn and come back for a second.
Yeah, I think that's been brilliant running from Australia there. They've obviously got wonderful intent and real positive attitude to this. And, yeah, it just means that they're slowly adding to this total, creeping up to 131 now.
Fatima over the wicket, bowls. King stands tall and plays that straight to cover.
I mean, that's a lovely looking shot for naught.
I was going to say, those are the ones that you find so frustrating no matter what level of cricket that you're playing, when you middle one and it goes straight to the fielder and you think, oh, I almost deserve a run for the shot that I've played.
I know, and then the danger is when batters think they deserve a run and start running. But yeah, Beth Mooney, her partner, Alana King's partner at the other end, also enjoying that shot. It was a lovely cover drive. Just unfortunately hit the fielder.
Came straight out the middle, stood tall. Well, we were talking about edges going for runs. She's got more for her edges than she has for that particular one. As Fatima's in bowled, and that one is defended by King into the offside.
Yeah, why use the middle of the bat when you can use the edge and get more runs?
Well, I'll tell you what, the one I always like to see is those marks on the sort of back edge of the bat when someone's come for a shot and got it wrong. I've seen that occasionally.
You need to get a bit of the, what is it, nail varnish remover that you can use to get off all the scuffs off your bat so you can keep it nice and pretty.
Is that what you do to show that you've just hit in the middle? You just take the scuffs off the edges and leave the ones in the middle. I wish. As Fatima comes over the wicket to King, who pushes that one into a gap on the offside, and then will get through for another single. This pair have run well so far. Australia 132 for 8.
Yeah, no, I wish that I used just the middle of the bat, but no, I just tend to leave my bat. It's like, it starts the season is how it'll end the season, so yeah, I'll just keep it the same. Beth Mooney working hard here, taking her gloves off between each ball just to try and get a bit of air to the gloves, dry the hands up a little bit so she can still grip the bat.
It's going to be difficult out there. She's been there for a long time and she hasn't really got any in boundaries, so she's done a lot of running and marshalling, and it'll be taking its toll on her.
If there's anyone that can do it, it'll be in this team, it'll be Beth Mooney. She'll be happy doing the hard yards.
Fatima, final ball of this over. That again is just defended really watchfully by Mooney into a gap on the offside and races through for a single. I think Alana King was taking a bit of issue there with the throw that she felt was almost aimed at her, at the non-strikers. No chance for run out. but she's having some words there.
Yeah, and also because she was in the ring and then the Pakistan fielder threw it into the ground right next to where Alana King was. Obviously not at her fairly surface, it was straight at the stumps, but yeah, if you're in the ring and you're throwing it into the ground from that shorter distance, the umpires tend to have a little bit of an issue with it. But yeah, drinks have been brought out for these two batters here, give them a little bit of respite.
See Megan Shute just doing some warm-ups as she prepares to...
She knows her job, and she
does.
knows it's going to be run as hard as she can and help Beth Mooney as much as possible.
Which is probably not what you want as an opening bowler, knowing that you're going to have to go out there and try and match Beth Mooney in a sprinting contest.
Yeah, I think, but she's only had to come in for this last little bit. I think it's your job at the end of the day. You're there to get the job done, and I don't think Megan Shute will mind it one way or the other. But yeah, I think Beth Mooney's here has done a wonderful job, and Sandhu's here bowling her last over.
Yes, Nashra here with her final over. She's been one of the pick of the Pakistan bowlers so far, given hardly anything away. Score predictors saying 156. I think Australia might take that at the moment. Nashra 3 for 32 from 9. It's interesting that they've decided to bowl her out here, clearly trying to find one more breakthrough. And Mooney turns that one straight to fine leg on the ring there.
Yeah, if you're Pakistan, you're not thinking about bowling the whole 50 here. You're thinking about getting those 2 wickets. And yeah, I think that as the Pakistan, you're wanting those 2 wickets, so you're going to bring on the person that's looked most threatening so far, and that's been Nashra Sandhu.
Nashra Sandhu over the wicket to the left-handed Beth Mooney, who plays that one out into the offside and will pick up a single. It's interesting that she's continues to trust her partners here to do a job. Sometimes, or in teams maybe without the batting depth that Australia have, you see one batter really try and marshal the strike, but she's definitely showed a lot of faith in her teammates and given them the trust that they can do a job at the other end.
Yeah, it's a really difficult line to toe sometimes, because I think sometimes when you're trying to farm the strike, that can create more problems than it's worth when you're actually just playing a normal game and being able to trust your partner at the other end.
Sandy left-handed around the wicket to Alana King, who plays that into the offside where it's fielded.
Yeah, because obviously Beth Mooney is the number 4 batter here and Alana King is number 10. Like, you obviously want Beth Mooney to have most of the strike, but if you're ending up turning down those singles, that will change how she's.
As Alana King just sort of lets one hit the bat. She didn't really play a shot. She just put the bat in the way there, and it skews towards where that gully fielder is.
Yeah, if Beth Mooney starts to turn down those singles, and it changes the way that she's moving and the way she's looking to play the ball, which...
Big stride defensive shot from Alana King, gets right to the pitch of that and just plays it straight back to the bowler, who smiles at that.
Yeah, at which point you get more dots and then end up feeling out of rhythm and then potentially causes a few more risks.
Pressure in bowls. Alana King goes for the big one outside the off stump. There's cries of catch it. It goes into the air, but not to any fielder, and there's a big dive, and that's a boundary. Not sure the last time we've had a boundary. Atif Nawaz is shaking his head at that. It will be welcome as far as Australia are concerned. They moved to 138 for 8. It's not how Nashra Sandhu would have wanted to end, but there was a chance created if we get a replay of it. Ooh, Alana King skews it wide. It was actually quite a long way away from any fielder, but she has picked up a boundary for it.
Yeah, she just threw her hands at that one and just chanced her arm, and I don't think there's any harm in doing that at this stage of the game. I mean, Alana King's there to obviously help out Beth Mooney, but obviously take the ball on when it's there for the taking. So, yeah, it's a bit shorter, a bit wider, and she just chanced her arm and got the reward for it.
I think you really have to know your field if you're going to throw your hands at that. The last thing you want is to throw your hands at that and play it straight into someone, especially if you're in this situation. But there was no one there, and actually that shot, the sort of wide throw your hands at it, can be quite rewarding in this game when gaps on the offside are quite difficult to come by.
Some people make a career out of it, and that's okay.
It will be the seam of Fatima going around the wicket to Mooney, who plays that one into the offside, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think the positive thing for Alana King there was that she made a decision. She actually committed to it and gave her everything to that ball, whereas some of the wickets previously it had been where batters have been really tentative and kind of done nothing sort of shots, which is when it's been popped up to the fielders in front of the bat, and a couple of the caught on bowls have been from not actually fully committing.
Yeah, we've seen a lot just sort of pushing at deliveries rather than trying to actually score any runs. Fatima in bowl, that one's gone wide and it will be called. So she'll have to bowl that one again. Again, she's been a little bit wayward, sometimes pushing them a little bit too wide, but it also, well, we saw Diana get a stumping off a wide one as well, so I'm not sure she'll mind too much.
No, and I think it's one of those things where if you're a bowling coach, you tend to fluff it up by saying it's a positive wide. For TMS here, clearly is just trying to bowl as tight as she can, give absolutely no width whatsoever, and bowl stump to stump. So yeah, with that, sometimes you do end up getting a little bit too straight and end up bowling a couple of leg side wides.
Beth Mooney plays that one, punches that into the offside where it's fielded again by Diana, who's been so good in that sort of cover, extra cover, but at an attacking fielding position there. There's hardly been anything that's gone through her, and she's picked up some crucial catches as well. Yeah,
she's been an absolute live wire in the field today. I think she's led the fielding team from the front, and yeah, it's really set the tone for the Pakistan team of how they fielded throughout this game. So yeah, it's backing up the bowlers and making the game a lot easier for them.
Timmer with ball in hand into her 8th over here. And she goes around the wicket to Mooney, who pushes that one again up towards mid-off. I think with that offside field so stacked, there's hardly any space on offer. And if there's no width from the bowlers, it's really difficult to try and get any run.
Yeah, Beth Mooney will be trying to figure out this puzzle of how she moves, whether she goes a little bit deeper, whether she changes her guard and goes more towards an off-stump guard to straighten the field up, or if she actually goes the other way and goes towards leg stump to then free up the offside. So yeah, it'll be a puzzle that Beth Mooney is trying to work out.
And for Fatima, I guess the puzzle is just to try and keep things as they have been. And that one's defended straight back to the bowler, who smiles.
Yeah, she did the classic fake fast bowler move where you go to throw the ball at the stumps where the batter is, and yeah, no, she's just laughing it all off.
Beth Mooney taking a moment to take a helmet off and try and get a little bit of a breather. It's been hard work out there. We've seen it sort of creep up to around 31 degrees, very stacked on the offside with point extra cover, mid-off all tight, and then the cover from a deep cover on the leg side, mid-on and mid-wicket in the ring, and a fielder at deep square just doing as well as the two behind the bat. So not too much space on offer if they can pierce the gap, but it's difficult when we've seen so much slow spin, not been a lot of space either. It's been very tight bowling from Pakistan. Australia haven't really had any width or freebies, full tosses and the like to go at. Fatima with the final ball of this, and that one is turned around the corner for Beth Mooney, who will pick up a single for it. So she'll keep the strike. One more ball to come because of the wide earlier on. Australia 140 for 8. Fatima with the final ball of her 8th over. Just a little bit of a pause. It looked like she was having a little bit of a drink, or someone was, but
yeah, it looked like somebody was. I mean, yeah, the Pakistan fielders have done really well. They've obviously fielded for the 40 overs in the heat out there where it's looked incredibly humid. So yeah, both teams here working incredibly hard.
Fatima will go over the wicket to the right-handed King, who defends that one into the offside. There's a big cry of no from Beth Mooney, and after 40 overs, Australia 140 for 8. A few more words from you, Edia, as I'm going to swap with Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, it's been a real solid partnership here with Beth Mooney and Alana King. Started to get a lot Australia taking over up to a target that they would be happy to defend. Obviously, we were thinking whether you get up to 120, they're now 140 for 8. So yeah, they'll be really pleased with their work, and they'll be trying to now get towards, obviously the first milestone would be 150 and then 160, and then yeah, see what they can end up on.
Yeah, absolutely. I was slightly distracted by that Backstreet Boys dance remix in the background. Never heard I Want It That Way with a dance beat before. Yeah, it's been good. It's been very, very impressive. From that last 10 overs is the first time in this game really that Australia have taken a sequence of the game. 46 for 1 in the last 10 overs. largely off the back of Beth Mooney's terrific, having some support from Kim Garth and now from Alana King. But Beth Mooney has been a woman apart today, 67 not out of 84 deliveries so far. Australia with 10 overs to go, 140 for 8. As Diana Baig is going to come in for her 6th over now. And she bowls full, driven straight back past her. Mid-on with a diving effort. It doesn't succeed, and that will go to the long-off boundary for 4. Diana Baig looks back, a little bit crestfallen. Maybe Yemen could have done a bit better, but it's another boundary for Australia, 144 for 8. With each of these boundaries, each of these runs, the further up that score goes, the more it sort of undermines Pakistan's performance in the first half of the game. 76 for 7 they had them at one stage.
Yeah, and when you're in that position, you've got to think as small as possible, literally ball by ball, and that was a beautiful shot from Beth Mooney there, one of those textbook on drives.
Diana Baig into Mooney, short outside the off stump, punched off the back foot out towards deep extra cover. Again, proactively thinking about the second, but this time the throw prevents the second. And now Diana Baig will have a crack at Alana King.
Yeah, when you've got Australia 7 down, you can probably be forgiven for thinking that you've done quite well and that maybe the next few wickets will just tumble, but that's actually when the last thing that you should be doing in those moments, and you've really got to turn the screws and yeah, try and take those last 3 wickets.
They've nearly managed to double it from that point at the moment, from 76 for 7 to 145 for 8. This is a slower ball, short, and King was looking for a big pull shot, missed as the ball went through to the keeper. No run.
I don't mind that sort of option. I think, you know, with Alana King that she's going to try and take it on. And she's not going to be someone that will try and hit it down into the ground. It will probably go up into the air. So I think it's a wonderful bit of variation there, and I don't mind it as an option.
It'll be interesting to see if she tries it again, Diana Baig here.
I'm not so sure. The keeper has just come up, so
Yeah.
it would be bold.
Double bluff.
Yeah.
Here's Diana in full, as expected, and driven down towards deep third. I'll sprint that first one. That's all they'll get. Just a 1. So Mooney back on strike, scoring with a little bit more freedom now. Australia 146 for 8.
Yeah.
Did some commentary with Alana King this summer. She joined us on some of our broadcasts on the 100 this season, and she told me about her batting and how that's a big thing for her. She'd almost be more pleased if she could nail a reverse sweep than if she could take a 5 I was like, really, reverse sweep? She's like, that's what I want to do.
That's what she wants to do.
I want to nail a reverse sweep. Maybe not off Diana Baig, but
I don't know.
there might be an option there at some stage. Here's Diana Baig in. Full swinging delivery, driven nicely, but straight to cover by Beth Mooney. There is no run.
I wonder if she'll get the reverse sweep out today. And then she'll just watch the highlights of that rather than her bowling display later.
And she'll still have a job to do for Australia later on, because even if Australia do push up to 160, 170, or beyond even, they'll have to bowl well to defend it. You'd back them to, obviously, but they've got to do that bit right. There's Diana Baig into Beth Mooney again. Beats the outside edge this time. Well taken by Sidra Nawaz, standing up to the stumps. 65 miles an hour, and she rings her wrists to Sidra Nawaz. That one came quite quickly into the hands, I think, into the gloves, but a good ball from Diana to finish that over. 146 for 8, Australia, after 41 overs.
Yeah, lovely bit of keeping there. She's had a wonderful day, and yeah, Australia are creeping towards a total. I say creeping because they're going at a run rate of 3.56, but yeah, Alana King is doing a wonderful job here alongside Beth Mooney, and they would be hoping that they can get up to at least the 160 target. And Pakistan here just, again, need to keep doing what they've been doing before, keeping things nice and simple rather than searching for these wickets.
Yeah, it's the hunt for the last 2 here for Pakistan. They just want to put this one to bed, put this innings to bed, move on to their batting. For Sidra Amin on the boundary earlier, getting some chat from one of her teammates in a bib, and probably thinking about the innings she'll have to play later if Pakistan want to get close here. A lot will rely on Sidra Amin for sure. Here's Sadia Iqbal now, in for her 8th over. Still got 3 to bowl. Possibly bowl out here. 1 for 23, her figures so far. And Alana King is on strike. It's a short and wide outside the off stump, cut hard but straight to extra cover. There is no run. King just looks away, frustrated.
Little eye roll.
Yeah.
We've all been there. We've all been there where you've absolutely nailed it, but straight at fielder, it's incredibly frustrating.
Here's Sadia Iqbal again. This time, King goes deep in her crease and defends very, very late back to the bowler. There is no run.
But she's moving really well. She's getting all the way out towards the ball. She's using the depth of the crease when the ball's bowled a little bit shorter. And yeah, no, she's moving really well at the moment.
And here's Iqbal in once more, a bit shorter. Push to cover this time. Again, no run. 3 dots in a row from Sadia. Do you think some of the intel's been passed on from the top order and the middle order to the lower order, that the ball is holding up, just wait for it, wait on it, move to it, be more proactive? A few notes being shared for sure about how to negotiate conditions out in the middle in Colombo. There's another one, keeps a bit low, defended back to the bowler, no run.
Oh, 100%. The batters that will be coming on will be communicating how it's coming off the pitch, how it's playing, what they felt like was working for them. Obviously, the Australian batters have really struggled to get in, so yeah, they'll be fielding that back and having those conversations on the side.
Here's Iqbal, flighted delivery, defended again on the front foot by King, and there is no run.
And also, if you're on the side waiting, you'll either go to one of your mates or whoever you prefer to chat to. Some people prefer some coaches, some people prefer the person next to them, and have a conversation with about how they're going to play.
So Sadia Iqbal in once again. Another flighted delivery, very straight and defended without too much fuss by Alana King. That's a maiden over from Sadia Iqbal. 42 overs gone. Australia 146 for 8 with another 8 overs to play. As the sun begins to set in Colombo, it's a beautiful orange sky and some hues of purple going across it. Orange sun in the background as well, very picturesque in the sky above Colombo. Really lovely evening, and looks like we're going to get an interesting game of cricket here. First half is anything to go by.
Have you written your second paragraph yet? Have you just
No, I'm just on the one.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just on the one. I don't want to jinx it either for anybody. I don't really believe in jinxes personally, but
No.
I don't want to.
It's jinxing or backing.
Yeah, well, there you go.
There you go.
There you go. Here's Diana Baig in for her 7th over on a leg stump line, flicked away by Beth Mooney down to fine leg, and that'll just be a single. I think that sort of works for Pakistan to get Mooney off strike.
Yeah.
Get King to face most of it. I wanted to ask you actually, ADR. So you've batted sort of middle order, lower middle order.
Yep.
How helpful is it when batters come off and give you intel? Like, are you able to implement that straight away? How much of it do you take on board when someone says, hey, you want to be careful, you want to move around the crease, you want to get forward, blah, 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 blah?
Yeah, it really depends on what they're saying. If they're
If they say blah, 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 blah.
If they're saying blah, 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 or if they're coming off and saying that is hard.
Here's Diana Baig into King, full, driven firmly out towards deep extra cover. Should pick up a single, and they do.
Yeah, I'd actually probably prefer blah, 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 blah than it being, it's really hard work. No, I find it incredibly useful. I just like to know what's kind of going on out there, what's worked for them. Has it worked coming out? Have they found it easier to come out to the seam bowlers? Have they found it easier to like sit a little bit deeper in their crease? And yeah, and then I won't take too much information because personally, the less I think or the less I use my brain, the better. So yeah, take a little bit of information and then go into my happy little space.
Nice. We'll get you to describe that happy space in a second. As Diana is in full, Mooney drives down to long on. They'll be looking for a second run here. Oh, misfield from Nashra Sandhu makes the second one easy. Good pressure from the batters. They're running the hard for the second run, putting the fielder under pressure. And with that too, Australia bring up the 150. It looked like they wouldn't get there at one point, but they've got there 150 for 8 after 42.3 overs.
Yeah, they are creeping up to this total, and yeah, the Pakistan fielders, it's obviously been 42.5 overs in the field, will start to be feeling it again themselves as well. So it's
Diana Baig in, and flick to mid-wicket, no run.
This is when you got to focus just as much on doing the little things over and over again, and Beth Mooney and Alana King here will be pushing for every single run that they can possibly get.
Happy place.
Happy place.
What's it look like?
Probably with some ice cream.
Ice cream. What flavour?
There's this place in London that just does like this dark chocolate sea salt one.
Dark chocolate sea salt?
Yeah, and then they sometimes have like...
This is full from Diana, driven nicely past mid-off. That should go to the boundary for 4. It does. Classy shot that from Beth Mooney. Got to the pitch of the ball, drove it all the way along the ground and placed it to perfection. There's a lone Australian fan in the crowd applauding that. 154 for 8 after 42.5.
Beautiful shot there from Beth Mooney there, just splitting the fielders, and yeah, the ability to keep holding a shape after running countless singles and twos to keep this Australia in this game has been unbelievable. So beautiful shot from Beth Mooney there.
Yeah, she's pretty much single-handedly held this Australian innings together today. Beth Mooney has Diana in another full ball, which Mooney drives down to long on for a single. She's on to 80 now of 93 deliveries. Beth Mooney has Australia 155 for 8 after 43 overs. We'll have a little change in the commentary box. We'll let Alice Davidson Richards have a little internet search of places nearby that do dark chocolate and sea salt ice cream. And Fran Wilson's going to come back in alongside, and it feels a little bit like Australia have got themselves out of jail here, Fran. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we'll never know. Well, we will know, but we won't know until Pakistan have batted. But we did think anything around 150 plus was going to make it difficult run chase. Yeah.
And Australia currently in third position in the points table of the World Cup. If they win, they'll go top of the table. They will have played one additional game than any other team other than Pakistan. Pakistan will stay rooted to the bottom of the table with 0 points if Australia are to go on to win this game. Sadia Iqbal has the ball in her hand for the 9th over. So the call to prayer goes off in the background. 155 for 8. 43 overs bowled. Sadia Iqbal into Beth Mooney, who drives firmly down towards long off. Will pick up a signal. She's on to 81. And possibly at the back of her mind now, thinking about 3 figures of her own.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 20 more runs to get to 3 figures. It would be a very, very important 100 for Beth Mooney. And it's been hard work. She's had to run hard, hit pockets, work with the tail as well.
And Sadia Iqbal into King, who turns this ball into the onside. There is no run. There's tougher games to come. Well, theoretically tougher games to come for Australia. This Sunday on Ayman, Fatima and my birthday. Australia versus India. We'll be live on 5 Sports Extra as well as the next ball's punched to backward point. There is no one. You can join us for all the games of this World Cup on the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Sounds, on the ABC and the ICC app as well. So thank you for joining us wherever you're joining us from. Here's Sadia Iqbal into King, who pushes the ball with soft hands in front of cover, and they run through for a quick single. Such an excellent bit of cricket that from Alana King.
Yeah, definitely, and it's something we would have liked to have seen earlier on as well, just being able to take the pace off the ball and run quickly through to rotate the strike. I'm sure Mooney's enjoying batting with King, who is rotating the strike well.
Partnership worth 42 now from 59 balls. Very, very productive for Australia. It's Sadia Iqbal from wide of the crease, bowls one that spins sharply in towards Mooney. He just fends it off into the offside in the end. There is no run.
Yeah, it's really well bowled. Sadia Iqbal has been pretty impressive today. Although she's only taken the 1 wicket, she's been very economical. She's got turn. She's got a higher release point than the other Pakistani spinners.
And she comes again. Another flighted delivery. This time Mooney waits on it well, plays it just wide of Diana Baig at cover and manages to get through for a quick single to keep the strike. 3 runs off that over. Australia 158 for 8 after 44 overs, with Alana King on 15 of 31 deliveries. Beth Mooney 82 of 96, eyeing up what would be a 5th women's one-day international century. The sky is really something right now above the Premadasa Stadium. It's gorgeous orange sky. We were talking about Lord of the Rings earlier. It's sort of Lord of the Rings-esque, isn't it, a little bit?
Not really.
Oh, it's orange.
Do you know what? I haven't watched Lord of the Rings in a long time. Which bit?
Like Sauron's, the Eye of Sauron.
Yeah.
Like it's got all that orange and...
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I need to watch that again. It's quite a long watch, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to rewatch. But I quite like Sonia was saying earlier. I wouldn't mind giving the books a reread. Actually, it's a good read. at school, and then
I've never read them.
Oh yeah, it takes a lot of investment, but they
Yeah.
are the kind of books that just take over your life a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. I'll read half an hour before I go to bed, and then before you know it's 3 in the morning. I'm
Wow,
still
maybe
reading.
I should try it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful fantasy world. Other books are available, I should say, as we're on the BBC. Other fantasy epics are available. Here's Sadia, I beg your pardon, here's Diana Baig in, play and a miss outside the off stump from Beth Mooney. That ball just shapes away a little bit. Sidra Nawaz still standing up to the seamers.
She's
Manages to collect.
She's been brilliant, hasn't she? I know she's had a good tournament with the gloves. But today she's been really tidy. It's not an easy take, that, and she's almost hitting her in the head, and she's taking it and then taking the stumps.
Yeah, just taking it, and the momentum of the ball sort of lifts her off the ground as well. She's quite
small, isn't she? It's almost as if having lost all the wickets, it's made the game more simple for Australia. Like, whereas early on, maybe they didn't know what a good total was going to be.
There's Diana Baig in. Beth Mooney flicks this ball off her pads nicely, beats the mid-wicket fielder inside the circle. Fielder at deep backward square leg has to run round, and it allows the batters to pick up another 2. Australia 160 for 8 now. And with each run, they look more and more... It feels less likely that we'll get an upset. Although at the start of the day, if you told us that Pakistan would be chasing, I don't know, 190 to win the game, you might think, oh, okay.
Yeah, definitely. And well, you never know. You never know. I think, though, if...
It's only because we've seen 76 for 7.
Yeah.
Because we've seen that. Now the expectations go wild. Here's Diana Baig in. Full, flicked away nicely again by Mooney, down towards fine leg. Might be looking for a second. No, this time they settle just for 1. 161 for 8. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? How expectations can change over the course of a game. Before this game, I think a lot of Pakistan fans were probably just hoping for a competitive performance, maybe just an improvement on the performance against India, which in itself was an improvement on the performance against Bangladesh. Now they want a win against Australia, the world champions. How entitled one can become very quickly. How expectations can morph in a matter of overs. Alana King on strike. Diana in, beautifully driven, but straight to cover, and there is no run.
Another nice shot there from Alana King. Driven to extra cover. She's hitting it nicely, actually, and she's built a really good partnership here with Beth Mooney.
Yeah, she really takes her batting seriously, as I was saying. Loves that reverse. She wants to nail a reverse sweep in an international game.
Yeah, the only time I've played against her batting... Oh, no,
She certainly has. She's rescued Australia from a very precarious position. At one point, they were 76 for 7, but a couple of good partnerships alongside Beth Mooney have helped raise the total to 161 for 8, and there's still 5.1 overs to go. So it would still be a huge upset. Pakistan not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, but Australia have come back strongly and built up a competitive total. There's my update for 5 Live as we continue with commentary short and wide, hammered out towards deep extra cover by Alana King. Picks up a single to finish the 45th over. 162 for 8. 45 overs have been gone in this innings. Now then, Fran Wilson, tell us what happened. I want 2 things from you before I hand over to Sonia Twig. I want you to tell us how you think Pakistan should approach these last 5 overs. Sorry, how Australia should approach these last 5 overs. And I want you to give me an exact score prediction. And I'm going to leave you with mine, which is 179.
Okay, perfect. Well, I think that Australia should keep going as they are for a little bit longer. King, if she can just keep rotating the strike, and then Mooney making the most of that strike and scoring boundaries where she can. And then for the last couple, try and go big and access those pockets from both ends. And my exact score prediction is... I thought you left us hanging there.
Well, I didn't want to...
As Alana King turns 1, opens the face on 1 and guides it towards third man for a single. The game was happening and I was in thought. I think 184. I was going to say, you just completely stopped talking about...
You've gone 184. Atif Nawaz has gone 179. ADR, do we get to have one from you, even if you're off air, as that one's played into the cover region for no run by Beth Mooney? ADR's gone big with 191. I'm going to go 187.
The score
predictor agrees with Fran as that one thunders into Mooney's pads. The finger's gone up. Mooney is probably not, has to review it. I think she already has done. She's on 85 off 100. Sadia bowling was convinced, but there wasn't a huge appeal from the rest of the fielders. It wasn't a sort of team conviction. The finger went up pretty much straight away. We get another look at this. The bowler seems to have almost hurt herself in that, whatever went on in that exchange.
My gut instinct was it looked pretty close. It looks like it's hit her on the front pad.
It did hit her on the front pad. You can see one of the stumps. It's hit her above the knee roll on the front pad. She's taken a reasonable stride forward. I have a feeling this is going to be umpire's call.
Top of the stumps, I reckon, Bales.
We will go. You can hear in your ears some of the sounds from the third umpire. We're going to go to ball tracking. There's a clear gap between bat and ball. And that one has turned back a long way, pitched outside off, and has gone on to miss the stump. So Beth Mooney has been handed a crucial reprieve. It was turning far too much, and Pakistan thought they had made the crucial breakthrough, but will now have all that work to do again.
Yeah, I guess it's a theme of the day. It's been turning a lot, hasn't it? So that has not changed, and it was turning and missing the stumps down leg. So it's well bowled from Sadia Iqbal, but not out.
And there are questions now. Sadia Iqbal received some treatment to her leg and looked to be hobbling slightly just after that. While that review was taking place, was a sort of medical trainer on the field. And I wonder if that's going to have taken its toll a little bit here, but she will continue going over the wicket to Mooney, who plays that one, pops off her bat, but goes behind towards third, but not in any danger of being caught, and she'll pick up a single for that one.
Again, really well bowled from Sadia Iqbal. Beth Mooney doesn't quite know how to play her, and it's another dot ball.
I wonder if that came off the pad, but there was no sign. Mooney plays that one into the offside, finds the gap, and that time she will get through for a single. But a little bit of discomfort there from Mooney. We haven't really seen that at all in her innings so far, but a couple did just forced her to change her plan as we look at this bright red almost sunset over Colombo. It's very pretty.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Beth Mooney's been pretty clinical today. I think there's the first couple of false shots we've seen.
Sadia Iqbal into the final ball of her over. That one's driven by Alana King. She's found the gap there between cover and extra and will pick up a boundary. She's looked to go on the front foot when she can, and has found some of the gaps. King moves on to 21 from 36. Australia 168 for 8 after 46, so just 4 overs remaining.
Yeah, Alana King's batted really well here. She's batted with Mooney. She's scored 21 off 36, which is a really important contribution in a low-scoring game. She's driven when it's been full, and she's played the ball nice and late when it's been a good length. So really nicely played from Alana King.
I wonder if there are any concerns for Australia that it seems to be getting easier to bat on as the innings has gone on. It does seem like the batters are struggling less now than they were a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if it's just because they've adjusted their game plans. I don't know. We'll see when Pakistan bat, see how difficult it is.
Diana into her 9th. The right arm seamer to Mooney, who moves all the way over to access the leg side and ends up turning that behind square for a 4.
I guess the only potential thing is obviously it's gotten dark, and has the dew come down and made it come on a little bit nicer? Is it not holding in the pitch as much? That could be a reason why it's got a bit easier to bat on. Or
Mooney moves into the 90s, and just to bring you a brief update from Sadia Iqbal, who's receiving a lot of treatment on what looks like her calf there, so I'm not sure she's going to be fit enough to bowl any more overs here, as that one is played lovely by Beth Mooney, who just carves out the spaces through backward point and has back-to-back boundaries for what feels like the first time in the game.
Yeah, they're gaining a bit of momentum now. These are all really valuable runs, and Beth Mooney has, again, just played really late on that ball and guided it down behind point, between third and point, and it's a lovely shot for 4 runs.
And a little bit of a scrambled seam there from the bowler we saw as it came out her hand, but I wonder if now, because Mooney's looking so comfortable, moves on to 94 from 105, only 38% of her runs in boundary, so it's been a big effort from her, as that one is pushed straight to the fielder there on the ring at third, and that will not bring a run, although she was advancing down the track and looking for every run she can get here. But I wonder if they're just thinking we have to readjust slightly. They would have probably thought they were well on their way to bowling Australia out for what would have been a very chaseable total. Now that's crept up. At one point we were thinking Australia might just scrape sort of 130. We're now looking at sort of 180 odd. Do you think that will play on the minds of the Pakistani players?
Yeah, definitely. It's
Diana around the wicket to Mooney. That one is tucked into the leg side, beats the fielder in the ring, and they'll come back for a second. It's just been stopped on the boundary. They might think about a third, and they've got through for it. That was great running from Australia. Beth Mooney breathing heavily after that, but it was a strong effort to get through for 3.
Yeah, I think it's pretty demoralising as a bowling unit, fielding unit, when you feel like you've got the team on the ropes and you can't quite follow through and get them out. So it will be demoralising, but nonetheless, it's a gettable score, and I think Pakistan will be happy going into that batting innings that they can chase it down.
I mean, Atif, who's the Pakistan expert, has been telling us that they're a much stronger bowling side than batting side. I mean, we saw England struggle to chase, 179 yesterday. That wasn't comfortable for them at all. I don't think it'll be made straightforward, as that one is played straight into the ground defensively by Alana King, and Diana does the fielding off her own bowling. I think it'll be difficult. I think we've got a much more even game than maybe we were expecting when all those wickets fell earlier on. But it will be it's still an ask for Australia to try and bat out these overs. It's not been the most straightforward for them either.
Yeah, I think with Pakistan, it's going to...
Diana over the wicket to King, who takes the bottom hand off the bat in playing that, but manages to get through for us. She'll race back for a second out there towards sort of backward point. Third there, races away to the boundary.
Yeah, I think with Pakistan chasing this, they want to build partnerships. They want to make sure they're getting the ball in the outfield, hitting space. I think they'll come into difficulty if they're trying to force power. Making sure they're trying to hit pockets and run hard, I think, will be key with this run chase.
Yeah, an expensive over in the course of this match so far, that last one. Mooney moves on to 97. Alana King is the second highest run scorer of Australia with 23 from 38. It's been a strong effort from this pair, who've by far been the most impressive at the crease in terms of building partnerships. The King-Mooney partnership's into 66 from 82. And it's something that Australia was struggling to do earlier on at one point. Just to remind everyone, they were 76 for 7, so it's been a big recovery spearheaded by Beth Mooney here, and Fatima will bowl her 9th, with Australia 181 for 8 after 47. So Atif Nawaz's prediction is already gone. Yours is coming up pretty soon, and that one is pushed by Mooney into the offside. Will beat the diving Diana there at extra, and they'll get through for a single. Would you like a revised prediction?
That's cheating, isn't it? Sorry, I can't see the score.
It's 181, so you've got 3 runs to play with in 3 overs. After the last over was quite expensive.
198.
Go 198. Yeah, the last over went for 13, which I'm not sure we've seen at all so far.
I wasn't accounting for that in my prediction.
As Fatima will continue this time, right-handed Alana King to face, and she turns that one into the leg side, where it goes towards the sweeper, and again they'll pick up another single. I'm not sure anyone had that, and back-to-back boundaries, 13 runs. That sort of ruined a few of our predictions, I think. But it's been a determined run chase from Australia. So often we can see when the wickets start to fall, there's just no recovery from teams, but this has been a very good effort from Beth Mooney.
Yeah, it's quite normal for Australia to do this. I feel like when they're on the ropes, they've got a lot of depth, everyone can bat, and that's what other teams will want to aspire to do.
Fatima continues to go around the wicket to Mooney, who again pushes this one up towards long on and will pick up a single. And it seems like Pakistan have gone for a much more defensive field, not sort of trying to take the wickets and keep the pressure. They're almost trying to keep the runs down to a minimum. As we can see the sweat pouring off Beth Mooney's helmet as she goes to play that shot. I think it's well, she's not someone who often looks like she's struggling, but she seems to be struggling a little bit out in this heat.
Sri Lanka is I personally believe that one of the hardest places to play. Like, it's so humid, so hot, so sweaty. Like, it looks like people have like jumped into a swimming pool, like when they've been batting. Or
as Fatima bowls over the wicket, and Alana King turns this one up towards mid-off with her race through for a single. There's a shot at the stumps, but not close to troubling Australia. Yeah, Beth Mooney's shirt really starting to cling to her here.
Yeah. It's really commendable effort. And it's not as if there's been loads of boundaries either, so 9 fours. So there's been a lot of running.
And a lot of running she's done on other people's batting as well.
Yeah.
But, I mean, she scored over half of Australia's runs. This is a very commendable effort from Beth Mooney, who is just 1 run away from a century. Fatima runs in, bowls, and that one is turned up towards mid-on, and that will bring Beth Mooney's century. I'm not sure she'll have many that she's had to work quite as hard for, but a commendable effort from the Australian batter, who has dug her side out of a real trouble patch here. She has 100 off 110. She's made batting look so easy compared to anyone else, and what an innings, Fran.
Yeah, unbelievable innings. It hasn't been boring, but in the same way that Al described the bowlers, it's just been boring in the sense that she knows her strengths. She's played the ball late. She's rotated the strike. She's got it into the space, and it's been a really boring innings, but a very, very successful one. When I say boring, I don't mean to watch, but she's just chosen those simple options. It's been amazing to watch, actually.
And you can see the effort it's taken out of her. Alana King pushes that one up towards mid-off or extra, and they race through for another single. There's frustration creeping in from the Pakistan fielders that they weren't able to cut out the singles here, but I think it's just a case of good running. It's 6 runs from the over. Australia up to 187 for 8 after 48. And yeah, Beth Mooney's innings has really sort of changed the game completely.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very Beth Mooney innings as well. She's very, very good at taking the game by the scruff of the neck when they're in trouble. She's almost unflappable and very, very difficult to get out, but she continues to score quickly as well. So it's been a really impressive effort from her today.
Have you ever been her teammate?
No, she's one person I've never played with, and I think I've played with a lot of people in my time. But I've never played with Mooney. I've played against her a lot, which has been hard work because she's very consistent. Scores a lot of runs.
And obviously she's capable of doing so many roles. We see her open in the T20 stuff, and this she's more of a middle order player, and she doesn't really seem to have that many faults to her game. As Diana will bowl this one, that one is banged in short. Alana King goes for the big pull shot, misses it. It thuds into the hands of Nawaz, who's decided to stand up, but I'm not sure she was quite expecting that one.
No, I mean, she's had a good game. Nawaz behind the stumps. It's been very, very tidy. So we're just watching Beth Mooney hitting her 4s to get to 100.
Only 9 of them. That is a tremendous effort of fitness and determination to keep coming back for all of those. Alana King goes for the big swipe over mid-wicket, and she has I think that's Australia's first six. Has that gone all the way to the boundary? It has. The umpire puts up 2 hands. I think that might be their first 6 of the innings.
Yeah, it definitely was. A very good shot. Milana King, she's played really well here with Beth Mooney. Right in her arc. She loves the ball just up around that area around her hip. She can get her hands right through it and hit it through mid-wicket. I've seen her play that a few times.
It's an interesting decision to go short to Alana King. Obviously, you mentioned how she likes that shot, but the change-up is an interesting one. And Alana King goes big again and will have another boundary. So this decision to go short is not paying off. That's a 6 and a 4, so 10 from 2 balls. King races on to 36 from 44, and she's probably thinking batting in this match hasn't been quite this easy, other than this slightly bizarre short ball plan from Pakistan.
Yeah, I don't know if she's trying. I think she's just missing her length and think she's trying to go into the wicket. And she's just missing short. So she's just not executing her bowling plan at the moment. And it's just right into Alana King's arc. It's exactly where she wants the ball to hit it through to the leg side.
Diana over the wicket to King. That one is fuller and straighter, and Alana King just plays that one out towards point, or the gap between point and cover, and will pick up a single. A little bit of a respite there for Pakistan, who are probably thinking that they'd let this match get away with them. What was your prediction, ADR, who's just come back in? She said 191. Well, Australia have surpassed all of our predictions already. And we're on to Fran's second now.
I can't even remember what I said, to be honest.
I think you said 198. And Diana will continue. This has, again, been an expensive over. Just a couple have crept in. I wonder if a sort of lapse of concentration from Pakistan as that one goes around the wicket. Mooney carves that one out towards the sweeper there on the offside. And we'll have just the 1 run. Australia move on to 199 for 8.
Yep, almost at the 200 mark now. I think this is a good score. It's hard to know, having not seen both teams play on the wicket, but it's definitely a good score, especially knowing Australia's bowling attack and also Pakistan's batting woes in recent times. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, the run rate, which has been in the 3s, is now up to 4 and over. Alana King goes big, trying to push this on. She'll only pick up a single. It falls short of the fielder there at mid-wicket. But it's another expensive over, 13 runs from it. That brings up the 200 for Australia. Up with 8 wickets down, 49 overs gone, just the 1 more to come. King on 38. Mooney, who has scored over half of her side's runs, on 101.
Yeah, I guess this is a really good example of if you can stay in the game as long as you can as a batter or as a batting side, you can really go big in the last few overs. And they've given themselves the best chance in order to do that. And over the last few overs, can't remember how many runs they've scored, but they've scored a lot of runs in the last few overs.
Yeah, it's been a case of really accelerating, maybe as Pakistan sort of just have come off the boil a little bit. I wonder if the heat's starting to take its toll. And Fatima will bowl the final over of this innings. Alana King goes for the big swat over mid-wicket, and she's got hold of it again. That's a big 6. Hasn't just dropped over the rope, that's gone well over it, and that will so the delight. We haven't seen many smiles in that Australian bench so far today, but that definitely brought a few claps and cheers. And again, just in case, that was right in the slot from Fatima, just slightly missed length from these Pakistan seamers. And I wonder if it's the extra pace on the ball, but that has gone 72 metres.
Yeah, again, that's Alana King's strength, anywhere from in front of square through to cow. She's got a really good swing through there. So if you drop short, or in that case go a little bit too full, she's gonna whack it over the ropes, or at least try to.
Well, for Alana King, they've got 3 out there on the leg side. They've got long on, deep mid wicket, and the sweeper, bringing Fine up into the ring to have an extra bit of protection. But as Fatima's in bowls, and Alana King goes for the big swipe. That one has gone. I think that might have gone for another 6. She celebrates with Beth Mooney. It has gone all the way, and she's brought up her 50 off 48. I mean, it feels like she's only just come in, but she's raced away to this one. Australia now really taking control and trying to push this on. Strike rate up over 100. And I think the Pakistan bowlers might just be either tiring or completely missing their lengths, or thrown by this onslaught from King. But it's she's certainly enjoying this.
Yeah, she's just given herself the best chance. That she didn't race away at the start. She just got herself in, and now she's making the most of it.
Fatima in bowls again, another one into the pitch. That one is edged, thudded into the gloves and out again from Nawaz, who has made almost no error at all today, but that was a big missed opportunity for Pakistan to wrap this up early, or at least stem this flow of runs. It was another short delivery. Alana King goes for the big swat. It looked like it edged into the gloves and out again.
Well, I think that would have been a really difficult chance if she'd got that. I mean, it's short. It's quite a big nick. It's up around her head, but it looks like a sore one as well off the thumb.
Yeah, I think it'll be one you probably put the ice on when you get back into the dressing room. It was hit hard into her hand there for Nawaz, who will be wearing that. We've seen a few hit thumbs and a little bit of injuries from in the Pakistan side, or at least a few bumps and bruises along the way in this match, as they just make it's not really a fielding change, it's more a change of personnel in the field.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know if is it a stronger fielder going out to deep mid-wicket potentially?
As Diana goes out to deep mid-wicket there for Fatima's fourth ball of the final over. Another short ball. Mooney goes big. That one is gone, and it's gone for 4. So the fielding change hasn't reaped the rewards for Pakistan. Australia really turning the screws here. 1 bounce, 4 for Mooney, who moves on to 105 and is probably just relieved she doesn't have to do any more running.
Yeah, Fatima just missed. She did try to go short there. She's missed short, and Beth Mooney has picked up the length, and we saw that fielding change, sending Diana out there, but no use. It's missed her by about 2 metres. Beth Mooney's executed it brilliantly.
A lovely shot there from Beth Mooney. It isn't interesting that they've stuck with this short ball ploy, even when it hasn't worked. In fact, the partnership is now up to 100, which was almost inconceivable earlier on. A slower ball from Fatima, and Mooney steps away and carves that one in the gap on the offside and has another boundary. Wonderful batting this from Mooney and Australia. King motoring on as well. The Australian move up to 221.
Yeah, I guess it's difficult because the batters are playing well as well. So yes, Pakistan have not executed their plans how they would want to, but I think they've got to give credit to the Australian batters as well, because they've put them under a lot of pressure, and if they've missed, there's not been much margin either in this last 5 overs.
Mooney to face the final ball of this Australian innings. Fatima continues round the wicket short. Mooney plays that one out and is caught. Don't think that'll matter much to Australia. Mooney will not be unbeaten. She's out for 109. Australia will finish the innings on 221 for 8. And credit to her, she looks a little bit annoyed to have missed out on that.
Yeah, definitely. It's a brilliant innings nonetheless. Shame she's not carrying her bat for a red inker, but yeah, she's been the backbone of this innings, and she's played really, really well. She's shown people how to bat on a wicket that's turning. Rightfully raising her bat. But also Alana King, what an unbelievable innings from her. She was patient at the start, got herself off strike, and then she went big in the last 5 overs. So I guess this is why Australia are world champions. They're able to come back when their backs are against the wall and get themselves up to a decent score.
And if there was any doubt how much effort, I think Mooney's just been given a cold towel to put around her shoulders as she heads back to the dressing room, probably for some much welcome aircon, and to maybe even take a shower and try and cool down.
Yeah, doing drinks in the subcontinent is like literally a full-time job, isn't it? Like there's all sorts you have to get right. The cold towels, the ice towels, electrolytes, different electrolytes with tabs. So yeah, big job, especially when someone like Beth Mooney scored 100.
Well, I'm just going to get a few more thoughts from you, Fran, about the impact of that Mooney innings, and actually, what were you expecting when Australia sort of slid to that? They were 7 down for not very many, but somehow they managed to produce a remarkable recovery, as I swap places with Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, I think you always, in those instances, you kind of root for the underdog a little bit. You want Pakistan to kind of put their foot on the throw and get Australia out for a lower total. But credit to Australia, they've built an innings really, really well. They've shown why they're world champions. I think Pakistan should still be really proud of how they've gone about that. I think they've obviously leaked a few runs in that last 10 overs, but they really had Australia on the ropes there.
They certainly did, and what a recovery from Australia. It was 77 for 6. Running through that scorecard very quickly, Alisa Healy, 20 of 23 for her. Phoebe Litchfield, 10 off 22. And Elise Perry also went very early, 5 off 11 for her before she was stumped in spectacular fashion by Sidra Nawaz. Annabelle Sutherland, 1. Ashley Gardner, 1. Talia McGrath, 5. Georgia Wareham, 0. And Kim Garth, 11. And then came Alana King, 51 not out of 49 deliveries in the end, a half century, coming off 48 deliveries. And Beth Mooney, the star of the show, her 5th women's one-day international century, 109 of 114 deliveries. It really was a stunning knock that really took the game away from Pakistan, as Australia finished on 221 for 9. The bowling figures for Pakistan, they looked a lot better until the last 10 overs, I can tell you that. Diana Baig, 1 for 74 from her 10, very expensive at the death. Fatima Sana, 2 for 49 at the 10 from her 10 as well. Sadia Iqbal, 1 for 32 from her 10 overs. She bowled very, very well. Nashra Sandhu, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 37 from her 10 overs. And Ramin Shamim also taking 2 for 29. Very impressive. But Pakistan's spinners collectively, seamers, maybe gave it away a little bit towards the end. So Pakistan's target will be 222. It's not impossible. It's a game. It's a game on. Let's see what happens in about 20 minutes or so. But for now, let's talk about yesterday. Now, England just about saw off Bangladesh as Heather Knight and Charlie Dean put on a partnership of 79 to get England over the line. We can join Henry Moran, 2017 World Cup winner Alex Hartley, and TMS commentator Daniel Norcross for reaction from Guwahati.
Players wait with 1 to win. Dean on strike. She comes down the wicket, slaps it through the offside. It's going to run away for 4. And that is the victory by 4 wickets for England against Bangladesh in a really, really tight encounter. Heather Knight will take all the plaudits with an unbeaten 79. But Charlie Dean, just as importantly with her, alongside her bowling as well, of course, picking up a couple of wickets. She finishes on 27.
So England 2 from 2 at the start of their World Cup campaign. The first win against South Africa was dominant and authoritative. The win against Bangladesh was anything but. Chasing a target of 179, England found themselves in all sorts of bother. At 103 for 6, it looked as though Bangladesh could do what felt almost unthinkable and cause one of the great Cricket World Cup upsets. But in the end, England's former captain Heather Knight with 79 not out alongside Charlie Dean on 27 not out, a partnership worth 79, getting England home with a little under 4 overs to spare. It was compelling cricket here in Guwahati. In the end, England getting the win by 4 wickets. They've made it 2 from 2. Oof. Low scoring maybe, thrilling most definitely. World Cup winner Alex Hartley was watching on, as has been Daniel Norcross. And goodness me, Alex, England did it the hard way today, as much as it was all so easy in that first game.
Yeah, well, they did do it the hard way, but I guess what they've shown today, which we didn't necessarily see in January, was that grit and that determination and that fight and the willingness to take the game as deep as possible. We were talking earlier about the time when they bowled Australia out for 180 and then themselves were 160 all out. They had that middle order collapse and then didn't manage to get themselves over the line. But today, chasing 180, they lost wickets throughout. They had a middle order collapse, but Dean and Knight towards the end were absolutely exceptional with a brilliant partnership of 79.
Right, let's get some reaction immediately with Heather Knight.
Heather, a bit of a wobble in the middle order there and tricky surface, but pleasing innings for you to get England over the line.
Oh, look, in World Cup, it's all about getting the 2 points, isn't it? Yeah, I think we'll learn a lot from the experience. It was really tough conditions out there. I think Bangladesh bowled brilliantly. We knew they have a really good bowling attack, and I think they had a really good game plan against us. Obviously, try and back the full 50, get as many as they could on that wicket, and then trust their bowlers to try and take wickets. But yeah, it was one of those where it was particularly tricky because it wasn't sort of consistent spin. Obviously, we were spinning a lot, but it wasn't all the time. The odd one was skid, and that's what makes it really tricky as a batter. So yeah, I'm just really pleased that I was able to do that, obviously under a huge amount of pressure as well, knowing that I was key to try and shape that innings and just trying to get a few partnerships together. I thought a little one with Alice was really good, and then obviously that big one with Charlie. Really pleased that we were able to sort of soak up that pressure and yeah, just find a way to get over the line, really. That's what World Cups are about, and yeah, we managed to do that today.
And talk us through your game plan against the spin. I know you said it was inconsistent. How did you kind of navigate that or nullify that? Was it a case of settling in and then using your feet a bit more once you felt a bit more comfortable?
Yeah, I struggled to get my rhythm early, to be honest. Yeah, obviously haven't had a huge amount of time in the middle, obviously in real games with the injury and things like that. So yeah, just finding my feet. I know playing spin is a real strength of mine, and I've got different options based on the conditions and the bowlers that we're in. So I think for me it was about being really precise on what ball I was going to attack and what I was going to defend. Had to trust my defence at certain times because they did bowl well. But I felt like when I did get in that rhythm, particularly in the middle and the back end of my innings, I just was really precise with my footwork, really clear game plan, trying to sweep on line, use my feet to certain bowlers if they gave me that option, and sort of hit hard down the ground. But yeah, it was one of those where it was quite slow turns at times as well, so you had to be really precise and struggled to get too many balls through the offside. And yeah, it was just about sort of soaking up that pressure a little bit, not getting too frustrated, and yeah, just finding a way to get through that and put the pressure back on when I had the opportunity.
And for you, that's your first ODI since January. How have the last few months been for you in terms of preparation for this World Cup? And did that add a little bit more satisfaction to that to you for that innings?
Yeah, certainly. Like, I've obviously worked pretty hard to be here and to get back on the pitch. And yes, it's no doubt I've been undercooked in terms of the cricket that I've been able to play, and I've had a lot of time in the pool, which doesn't really cut it in terms of the fitness stuff. But yeah, I feel really good actually. I've managed to, my body's held up pretty well. I'm sure there'll be a bit of stiffness tomorrow after sort of fielding 50 overs for the first time and obviously having a bit of time out there in quite humid conditions. But yeah, I feel good, and obviously, yeah, hugely satisfied that I was able to do that. Sort of when I was out there, I wanted to really make it count, because obviously it's been a tough couple of months, obviously on the sidelines and trying to get back from that injury. So yeah, I really enjoyed that middle bit, and really enjoyed being able to shake the hands and win the match.
And a couple of chances for you early on in that innings rode your luck a little bit, but part and parcel of the game and moving on and absorbing that?
Yeah, well, that's DRS. I obviously didn't hit it, so I was pretty sure I wasn't out there, and my method to the in-swing bowler who bowled brilliantly was just to try and get outside the line and use my feet. So I felt like I was quite far down the wicket, so that wasn't going to be out as well. So yeah, pretty thankful that DRS is the case. And yeah, obviously the catch, like I thought it was out on first look, but obviously that got overturned. And yeah, I probably felt like I deserved a little bit of luck after obviously the luck that I've had this year. So yeah, just tried to ride it and make the most of it. And sometimes it's your day, and you've got to try and make it count and try and win the game for the team, which I did.
And lots of different group stage venues in this World Cup, onto Colombo next, and then indoor. Have you been watching the other games and trying to, maybe figure out what to expect there? Because it's obviously very spinner friendly here for these first two.
Yeah, bits and bobs. I think you kind of watch a little bit, but also try and switch off as well, because it can get quite full on if you watch every game. But that's the beauty of the World Cup. You get to go to so many different venues, and you have to find a way to adapt to the different conditions you do get. So we've talked a lot, particularly as a batting group, how we're going to go about that. And I've played at Colombo and VSAG before, so I know those conditions a little bit. So yeah, it would just be about trying to find a method on the day, trying to find what works. But that's the good thing about an ODI World Cup. It's so long, you play so many different teams, and you play in so many different conditions. And yeah, India can vary quite a lot. So yeah, looking forward to the challenge of the next place, and looking forward to a little bit more freedom, hopefully in Colombo.
Well, that's Heather Knight, player of the match, after her 79 from 111 balls unbeaten, helped England get over the line to chase down a target of 179 against Bangladesh. And yeah, sensational game of cricket, and it's worth just going through exactly how it played out as well, because there were times during the Bangladesh innings where it felt very slow going indeed. England winning the toss, bowling first, and Sophie Ecclestone's 3 for 24, the pick of the figures. 2 wickets apiece as well for Lindsay Smith, Charlie Dean and Alice Capsey. Lauren Bell striking with 1. Shabana Mostri, first half century for her in ODI cricket, but it was Rebecca Khan at the back end of the innings. Vital runs, 43 not out of 27, 178 at the halfway stage, though. You thought England are going to chase this down with relative ease, not a bit of it, as we saw that hooping in swing from Marufa Akhtar causing all sorts of problems, getting the wickets of Beaumont and Jones, both LBW. Siva Brunt played nicely for 32 from 41. Dunkley and Emma Lamb scoring just 1 run between them. Dunkley without scoring, Lamb just the 1. And that innings from Alice Capsey that was mentioned in there as well. Useful runs, 20 off 34. However, the partnership between Dean and Knight is what got England home. Knight 79, Dean 27, an unbroken stand of 79 from 100 balls. And in the end, England could breathe a sigh of relief. Daniel, it was one of those games where you thought, it's probably England's, but for a while in there, it really did get nervy.
Well, it was England's throughout Bangladesh's innings, and we thought England's spinners had bowled pretty well, actually. At the back end, they lost it a touch because came off them, Rabia Khan came after them and hit 43 out of the last sort of 48 runs scored. It was a fabulously enterprising innings, but you still thought 178, all that's really done is delayed the inevitable. But there's a couple of early wickets from Marufa Akhtar, who was very impressive. She nearly had Heather Knight out a few times. She was given out LBW and managed to overturn that one. She was given out, caught behind a little bit more contentiously and managed to overturn that one. I think the third umpire decided there was no proof that the ball had hit batted. It hit pad first. Had it then touched the bat, the third umpire decided she couldn't tell if it had or not. Then there was the catch that wasn't. And then, as Heather said, it was trial by spin. And what the Bangladeshis did, which was so terrific, was they took the pace off so much. It was 41 miles an hour, 42 miles an hour. Look, England will be pleased that they got over the line. But if you are Sri Lanka and Pakistan, who are their 2 next opponents, in Colombo, you're looking at that and you're thinking, well, the pitch in Colombo's got a little bit in it for the spinners. It's not a come onto the bat easily pitch like, say, we've seen in indoor. They'll pack their side with spinners, and they'll know that if you bowl accurately and slowly on a pitch with a bit of grab in it, England's batters did not look comfortable. And like, there's a lot of papering over some cracks, you might say, in that partnership between Dean and Knight. Knight was very, very lucky to be there, and if she hadn't been, I'm not sure that I would have seen Dean, Ecclestone, Smith and Bell get England over the line. And if that had happened, then England would have been on the end of the most astounding upset in World Cup history after pulling off probably the most complete victory. This is the team that we're dealing with in England.
Alex, this problem with spin is one that we've spoken about a lot. I mean, it's mainly been in T20 cricket, really, but it is a theme that has unquestionably been a recurring one.
Yeah, of course, and it's something that England are working on. It's something that they know that they need to work on. But if you're opposition, or any opposition, you know that you've got to bowl as much spin as possible, or as much spin as the surface will allow. If you've got a flat track, you're not going to not play somebody like a Lauren Filer because you think a leg spinner might bowl well to England. You've got to play the circumstances, in the right way. But yeah, England do need to get better at facing spin. But having said that, that was the most turn we've had out of the surface in this World Cup. It was a surface that was incredibly tough to bat on. Heather Knight said that herself. And death by spin, it kind of worked for Bangladesh. But the one thing that England showed is they didn't fall in a heap like they have done previously.
I mean, to give you an idea of the level of spin there, we had a stat that they weren't hitting the stumps as frequently as they were against South Africa. A lot of the reason for that, actually, was it was turning too much. And Charlie Dean bowled a number of balls that started outside off, spun down the leg side.
Right, let's join the post-match presentation. The 2 captains. First of all, Sultana Bandi alongside Nasser Hussain.
It was an incredible game, definitely. How my girls actually fought till the last ball, it was incredible.
178 at the halfway mark. What did you make of your batting performance?
See, we lost early wicket, but Subhana and Shubhta wants to build a partnership there. But I think throughout the innings, Shuana wants us to be there in the one side, but no one actually support her. Till the last end, I think Rabea played really well in the last few overs. A good cameo from her. But still, I think this sort of wicket were short of 20 to 30 runs.
Rabia batting at number 9 and batting so well, not out 43. Should she have been higher up the order?
Maybe we'll think about it later. But how she played today, it was incredible and it is very inspiring.
We saw you in the dugout, lots of messages going out towards the batters. What was your message? What were you not happy or wanted them to do better?
See, I wanted them to play till the last ball because if you could use all the balls, maybe we can get 10 to 12 runs more. It will be more effective from now. We have what happening in the next innings, definitely. So, and they are very young and sometimes they couldn't make their decision. So we wanted to give them some knowledge that they can capitalize.
You have an absolute gem with that new ball with Marufa. Firstly, how is she? And she is a wonderful bowler to captain.
She needs some time to recover, but she'll be fine for the next game, definitely. And I know the start, what we wanted, Maruf actually gave us that. And on that momentum, we got so many wickets. But after 6 wickets down, we made so many mistakes over there. Couldn't bowl in the right areas and giving us also so many loose deliveries.
Anything you could have done at all with that last partnership to break it?
See, we wanted to bowl in the right areas. I think Faima did really well, but if we get some support from Rabia and Nahida especially, because they are our main bowlers, maybe we do have some chance.
Well, bad luck, but you played some seriously good cricket. Well done. Good luck with your next game.
Thank you so much.
If I can now have a word with the winning England captain, Nat Sciver-Brunt. Nat, that was a close one. What were your thoughts on that whole game?
Yeah, I think we did what we needed to do to get over the line. I think before the tournament, we spoke as a group that not everything's going to be easy all the time. It's going to look a little bit gritty, and we'll need some resilience certainly in our skills and in the way we go about things. So yeah, we did what we had to do to get over the line. It could have looked a bit better, but yeah, we're really happy to be on the winning side.
And to bowl them out for 178, were you happy with that? Those 4 spinners bowl really well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it felt pretty early on, felt that seam was a little bit easier to hit. So yeah, the overs that Alice Capsey bowled, obviously we've got 3 frontline spinners, but yeah, Alice to come and bowl some important overs as well. I thought it was really valuable, and yeah, we were really happy to keep them to that score.
One thing with the balance of that side, it gives you the extra batter, but what do you do at the death? They got quite a few valuable runs at the death. Do you have a spinner at the death, and do you know who your spinning death bowler is?
Yeah, we're pretty lucky that we've got Lindsay and Sophie who could definitely bowl at the death. Yeah, maybe something for me to think about, obviously, with the lights coming on towards the end of the innings, probably makes that wicket a little bit more zippy. So maybe bringing Lauren Bell back next time. But yeah, in hindsight, maybe we could do that, do something certainly different.
And the run chase, do you sit back and think, oh, we made hard work of that? Or do you think in the past we have succumbed to pressure? It's nice to come through that pressure situation.
Yeah, I guess talking about the balance of the side, that's the great thing that we have. Charlie coming in at that number. Yeah, obviously the last wicket partnership was very crucial for us. And I think that the calmness that they both showed in obviously quite a high pressure situation was brilliant. So, yeah, I think we would have liked to have done it a few less wickets down, but yeah, I suppose that's the way it went in the end.
Great to have Heather back. She showed all her class and her skill.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, almost walking off a couple of times as well. So to be able for her to be able to switch on and obviously, I guess, read the game really well and know what she needed to do for the team. Yeah, she is brilliant to have her back.
Well played. Colombo next for you. Good luck over there.
Thank you.
I think enormous credit has to go to Bangladesh for their efforts, and brilliant to hear from their captain, Sultana Jyoti, as well. Didn't score a run today, but I have to say I love the attitude there of the frustration she felt. Too many scoring options. There was no sense of, didn't we do well to compete? There was, we could have done an awful lot better there.
Yeah, personally, I think it's still a win for Bangladesh, having taken the game as deep as they did and have done what they did today. But teams will never get better if your captain just goes, well done, girls, that was brilliant. You've got to look to get better. And there were aspects of that game where they could get better. They've had so many batters not score runs. They lost wickets throughout the middle. Had had they not had the batters towards the back end score the amount of runs that they did, then England would have been chasing 230. It would have been a totally different game.
I'm not surprised she's a bit irritated, actually, because she was on the team was on the verge of history there at 103 for 6 and at 78 for 5. She knew that they were really, really competing, and a couple of things sort of have come to her mind. I mean, she was very diplomatic about what was irking her with her batters, and she was making the sign, turnover strike, get singles in the middle order. If it hadn't been for that 43 from Rabia, it would have been 145 that they were getting, and it was frankly, it was a bit limp at that point. And Ritu Moni was really, how many balls was it? 36 for her 5. It was something like that. And I think she was frustrated by that. I think in her interview there, you saw that she thought another 20 runs. And if we'd managed to just break that partnership, then they could have been there. And it's been a bit of a theme of this World Cup. If you think about how Sri Lanka played in the first game here against India, they lost by 50-odd runs. But if they'd caught Amanjot Kaur, they could have been set 235, not 270. That was a massive mistake dropping Amanjot. It was a pretty easy catch. And then they just needed a little bit more. They needed Atapatu to last another 5 or 6 overs. They could have got there. So what you're seeing is that these sides that we've talked about as the unfancied ones, we've kind of written all 3 of them off, Pakistan, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, as contenders for the top 4, but they are competitive. And so it's quite right that their skippers should be a little bit irked, because they can see where they need to get to. And Al's absolutely right. You're not going to get any better without really, reaching for the stars. You can't just go, oh, well, we're happy
Isn't
to
it
have
good
lost
to
by...
be here?
Yeah, but I think one of the other things that really came across in that partnership with Charlie Dean, and something that Nat Silverbump was talking about there, that situation was made for Charlie Dean. When we've seen her bat well, it's been when you don't need to score runs quickly, but you do need to be clever. She's got really good game smarts, and needing 3 and a bit and over and hanging in with Heather Knight, it reminded me a little bit of that famous knock at Lords, where, they didn't need to go at 6, 7 and over. The problem England have after number 7 is when they're trying to set a good target. So if they lose their 6th wicket, they're on 230. Do they have the firepower? Is Charlie Dean a number 8 that can get them up to 300? Well, today, that wasn't the issue. Charlie Dean's a really competitive, really pugnacious cricketer, and she was basically the perfect person for that role. She didn't try and play any outlandish shots. She didn't swing for the hills at any point. What did she? I mean, she got 27 or 56, but the last ball was a 4. She was 23 or 55, and that didn't bother her at all. It was a perfect innings for the circumstances.
Which game has taught us more about this England side, Alex? The one which saw them romp to victory over South Africa, or the one that saw them labouring against Bangladesh?
I think this one, to be honest with you. I think you look back at this game and you go, finally, they've shown a bit of... I don't know what to call it, but a bit of character, a bit of grit, a bit of determination, In the past, we've seen them fall in a heap, and I think Siva Brunt was saying that in a interview with Nas. Then it's just like, okay, we've got over the line, we've found a way to win. It's a World Cup, and you have to find ways to win. And yes, that last wicket, that last partnership was key. However, it doesn't matter, because that last partnership was key. They've still done it. They've still got over the line.
I think we've also discovered that they've got long-standing problems with a certain type of bowling that hasn't gone away. And this may not be an issue later down the line. They've got 2 big games coming up against Sri Lanka and Pakistan. No one should take it for granted that they're going to get over the line in those games. We've got an improved Sri Lanka. Pakistan, you have to say, look, the weakest of the sides that have been on show so far. But if they can win those 2 games, it'll be totally different gravy when they go to indoor. Those pitches are very different, and then it's going to be playing a bit more into their strengths to see whether their top order can slug it out against India and Australia's top order. So look, in these kind of circumstances, on these kind of pitches, I think that those long-standing problems are still there, and I don't see them going away.
Dunkley 0, Lamb 1. Middle order runs hard to come by today. Can we read anything into that, or just... Yeah.
No, Emma Lamb's been the leading run scorer in the English domestic cricket, and she's played 5 less games than everybody else. And she's batting in a place where she's not used to. She's normally opening the batting, but she's batted in the middle for England in the warm-up game, scored an 80, scored a 70. Absolutely not. I think, it happens. It's the problems against playing spin that come to mind. However, Emma Lamb is one of the strongest normally against playing spin. She was trying to take the game on, going down the ground, trying to find a boundary, getting caught on the inner ring. I think that's one of the dismissals where Charlotte Edwards would look back and go, is it your strength, yes or no? If it is, then fine. If it's not, play it along the floor.
For Dunkley, it was a great example today of who gets lucky and who doesn't. She was given out LBW to a ball that was just clipping the stumps, and off you go.
Yeah.
Heather Knight, well, I mean,
3 lives.
Three lives still there, makes 79 as the hero. So I'm afraid those are the margins. That's cricket, and lots of people will look at the scorecard, or they will do that thing that fans do and go, well, you've got naught, so you failed.
He must be rubbish.
But, he must be rubbish. But, Heather Knight could easily have got whatever it was when her first life was. I think she had 8 or something at the time, and we would be talking about something very different today.
In terms of England's spin attack, we know that they're very effective. We know that the likes of Sophie Eccleston, Lindsay Smith, Charlie Dean are going to have a great time of it. Lauren Bell got another opportunity today at top of the order. There was some decent deliveries. A little bit was erratic at times, but overall England's performance in the field.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think Lauren Bell was a little bit of licorice also. She didn't really pitch a ball in the same place two or three times in a row. I think she was a little bit everywhere, to be completely honest with you. I think she's bowled better. I think she's had a better time of it in the summer. Maybe she's feeling that extra bit of pressure of being the only seamer in the attack. Who knows? Maybe something's not quite clicking for her. Maybe the ball's swinging more than she thought it would. But it doesn't strike me as a problem necessarily for England. I think they've got a really good bowling attack. When you look at the fact that you've got Eccleston, Smith and Dean, it's probably the best spin attack in this World Cup. Maybe Australia are up there as well.
Yeah, we'll find out if Australia are up there, Alex. That's the team chatting about England's performance yesterday against Bangladesh. A really, really thrilling win for England. It got much closer than I think most people anticipated. And I wonder if that will be the case today. Australia finishing on 221 for 9 from their 50 overs. At one point, 76 for 7. But recovered very strongly, largely off the back of a stunning century for Beth Mooney, 109 of 114 deliveries, and Alana King with a real firecracker of an innings at the death, 51 off 49 deliveries from her, 3 massive sixes in the penultimate overs. Really, really strong performances from the Australians towards the end, and great show of character to come back from that position. Pakistan, well, for them, it'll be a case of what might have been. They were thinking at 76 for 7 that they could have Australia for a below par total, but they've managed to, well, they've let Australia off the hook here a little bit. This is the challenge that they'll now need to overcome, the mental challenge of overcoming what might have been. 76 for 7 was a position where they could have pushed themselves into the ascendancy, but they have to put that behind them now. If they would have been offered the total at the start of the day, 221, they would have bitten off a hand for it. 221 at the start of the day, they would have thought, yes, absolutely. It's just the not knowing that would have helped in that case. Now they know. They had Australia. They had them on the ropes. They had them on the rocks. 76 for 7, but they let them get away. Could they still come back in this game? Could they win this? And if to do it, they're going to have to put in a spectacular bowling and batting performance, I beg your pardon. They put in a good bowling performance for about 35 overs, I'm going to say. Alice Davidson-Richards, England international, alongside me as we're ready for action in the second innings. Pakistan's openers have made their way out. Sadaf Shams on strike, awaiting the first ball from Kim Garth, who's running in. 222 needed from 50 overs. First ball turned away nicely by Sadaf Shams down to fine leg for a single to get herself and this chase off and running. 1 for no loss after 1 ball. How do you put it behind you, Alice? I mean, you've been there, like, you know, where you just let the opposition just get away and you know you had them on the ropes. How do you put that at the back of your mind and go into your happy place?
My happy place. Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating when you're the bowling side and you feel like you're on top of the game, and then you let them get a few too many or a few more than they should have got. So yeah, you just try and get away for a moment, have a little chit chat, have a bit of food, have a drink, and yeah, calm down.
Garth in again. This is short outside the off stump, left alone by Muniba, through to the keeper, no run.
I guess it also helps that the batters haven't had that much to do with any of the bowling. Obviously, the bowlers are the ones that bowled, but yeah, it's easy to park and you have to put it behind you pretty quickly. I mean, they have to chase 222 here, and that just becomes your focus immediately.
We feel like it's an above par total from Australia on the surface. That's proven tricky to bat on. Garth into Muniba, who flashes at one outside the off stump, misses as the ball goes past her top edge through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, as we said at the start of the day, it's a lovely looking pitch. Obviously held a little bit of spin there for Sandhu as well, who got 3 for, and yeah, I think it will be a difficult chase. I don't see why they can't do it. Obviously, Muniba Ali has scored plenty of runs the last few years for Pakistan, and a lot of their hopes be lying on her shoulders.
And in comes Garth again as Muniba defends this ball into the offside. Nice bit of shape early doors from Kim Garth. And Muniba Ali, you're talking about being one of Pakistan's big hopes. Absolutely. She's got a century in this format of the game. She's got 2 centuries in T20 international cricket as well.
That's not too shabby.
No.
It's impressive that it's that way round rather than ODI 2 and T20 1.
Yeah. They do play more T20 cricket, I suppose, Pakistan, than they do ODI cricket. Maybe that sort of showed a little bit in that bowling performance as Garth is in short, guided nicely by Muniba, but straight to backward point, no run. Kept things quite tidy in this over as Kim Garth. Recently, though, her form has been a bit variable. The century, her most recent T20 international century was in August against Ireland in Dublin. That was exactly 100, and then scored 76 in a one-day international against South Africa, but since then struggled to put together anything of substance as Muniba, a talented left-hander. I'll be looking for a big start from her, Pakistan. Garth in. Muniba guides this ball nicely. Can't beat backward point. And so there will be no run. Muniba yet to get off the mark. 5 dots played by her. Pakistan 1 for no loss after 1 over, chasing a target of 222. Reminder, Pakistan have lost both their games coming into this one. And for a moment, they were right in with a shout here. 76 for 7. It's a really tough one. I feel like this might be one of those psychologically scarring moments for Pakistani women's cricket where they always look back. I know that for the men's team, there are many moments like that where they look back and think, oh, that was the moment.
A what-if moment.
A what-if moment. Yeah, Australia recovered really, really well in the end. They were 76 for 6 at one stage, finished on 221 for 9, which we think is pretty much an above par total. Pakistan have faced 1 over in the reply so far. They're 1 for no loss after that 1 over, with a long way to go to make this chase happen. Little update for our listeners on 5 Live. Back with live commentary. Sadaf Shams just pushed Megan Schutt's first ball into the offside. No run. It's a very high quality of bowling to contend with as well. Oh, the umpire scribbling something in a notebook. Karen Klass, the umpire.
Top of off.
Yeah.
Just scribble down top of off.
Yes, Megan Schutt into Sadaf. It's a wild delivery down the leg side, well taken by Mooney, and wide to the score for Pakistan. We'll take them any way they come. There's a few sort of smiles in the dressing room, but also a few in the dugout, a few looks of disappointment amongst the Pakistani players. You sort of understand that. It was that ending, those big hits from Alana King. Each one must have felt like a dagger in the heart after the performance they put in.
Oh, 100%. I thought she batted beautifully. Her and Beth Mooney.
As Megan Schutt in full, driven nicely by Sadaf, but straight to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, I thought they played the situation beautifully. Obviously, Alana King was coming in, obviously not in an ideal situation, but yeah, I thought they both played it beautifully and bided their time and then waited for the moment where the seamers came back on and they could really pounce, and I thought they took the opportunities really well. I mean, Alana King is a wonderful striker of the ball.
She is. Megan Schutt in, edged and past the keeper for 4. Well, Sadaf Shams gets a genuine edge off that delivery from Megan Schutt. It was a tough chance because it wrong-footed Beth Mooney a little bit behind the stumps, just went wide of her, and has gone to the boundary for 4.
yeah, you don't mind how they come as a batter. So the batter would be saying perfectly placed edge there. She doesn't mind how they come. So that's 4 in the book, no matter what. I think it's quite hard when you've got an in-swing bowler. You're constantly thinking that it's going to go down, and then to be wrong-footed the other way. Megan Shoot.
As Shoot is in this time, play and a miss as the ball goes through to Elisa Healy behind the stumps, and there's no run.
Yeah, Megan Shoot there with her hand on her head, not believing what's just happened. But yeah, I think it would have been a very good catch had Alyssa Healy managed to get her hand to it.
Yeah, tough chance for sure. Alyssa Healy behind the stumps as wicket-keeper.
I mean, the more we're seeing it, the more it looks like a perfectly placed edged.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Shoot in again. This is wide outside the off stump, left alone by Southern. Through to the keeper, no run. That boundary might just ease the nerves a little bit, even though it was a sort of nervy boundary. It sort of might ease, just getting that first boundary away. Always think there's 3 stages as a batter to getting in, which is the first one. First one you block, first one you score off, and your first boundary.
Fair, and every innings.
Oh yeah.
You go through all of those every single innings.
Well, I certainly do.
In that order.
Well, I try. As the next ball's driven nicely to mid-on, there's no run. That's the end of the second over. Pakistan 6 for no loss after 2 overs. Yeah, when I'm out there, I always think to myself, okay,
you block the first one, score off the second, and then score 4 off the third.
Well, those are my 3 stages, so it might not happen. But sometimes
the run comes after 10 balls, and then the boundary comes after 34 balls.
Yeah, well, sometimes they don't come at all. So yeah, but I always feel more comfortable. So when I'm out in the middle, I'm thinking my comfort levels increase with each of those steps, and then you might sort of take that on first 6, for example, or and then you start looking at the numbers that you're accumulating to the first 10.
I'm trying to find a flaw in it, but I'm pretty on board with you, to be fair. I think, yeah, as a batter.
As Garth, as Maniba turns this ball away out towards the vacant square leg region. There might have been a second run there. No. Fielder from the deep. Megan Shoot picks up, so just a single. Maniba off the mark.
Yeah, I think the big one is just getting yourself down to the other end or getting a few runs on the scoreboard, not really minding how they come. And yeah, I think that's part of the way of feeling comfortable, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer. You feel like you're moving quite well, but you just keep on hitting the fielders. So when you eventually get that first run, whether it's in a 1, 2, 3 or 4, take a deep breath and you relax a little bit more.
Slips in place as Kim Garth into Southern Shumps. It's a good length outside the off stump. Southern punches it nicely to backward point on the bounce, no run. There's an evening call to prayer. I think for the time of day, that'll be the last one for the day. 5 call to prayers a day. And this one should be the last one we hear on the broadcast. 7 for no loss after 2.2 overs. A hot and humid night in Colombo. An intriguing match awaits. It's Garth into Southern Shumps down the leg side. That's going to be a wide as well. She's lost her radar again. I can see Alia Riaz in the dugout with the gloves on her head. She's not playing today. She's been dropped today, Alia Riaz. Somebody put gloves on her head.
Do you reckon that's like a superstitious thing of being like...
I thought it was a punishment.
Is it?
Because she's dropped today, right? So I figured like the next batter in would just rest their gloves on, like some kind of fraternity, like a pledge punishment,
No, but you're 12th, you have to have the gloves on the head.
Maybe something for the Superchargers next year.
Yeah.
As the next ball beats the outside edge. What a delivery from Kim Garth. Just hit a length and just took off a little bit. And so the Shumps didn't know too much about that as it goes through to the keeper, no run. 8 for no loss after 2.3 overs.
Yeah, Kim Garth here is getting a little bit of movement. I think with the wide, she was trying to search a little bit for that perfect ball as a bowler. When you're at the top of your mark, you're like, it's fine, I'll just pitch it on leg and it'll hit top of off. And that's the one that just tends to keep going down the leg side. So, yeah, I think she's got a little bit of movement here and is starting to find the real good areas.
There's Garth in full. Another attempted drive. Inside edge through to the keeper, is it? Umpire is unmoved. There was a big celebration from Elisa Healy behind the stumps. She thinks that the edge was taken. I think they've reviewed it. Well, it went sort of between the bat and the pad, so it might have taken a little tickle on its way through. Didn't seem immediately apparent. What's your instinct, ADR?
I'm going off Healy's reaction here. Obviously, the ball, I think, actually just straightened up a little bit, and it would have been an under edge. Healy looked incredibly keen, and as the replay showed, it's incredibly close to the bat, so it would be interesting to see if there was a little sniff on it.
Well, TV umpire Lauren Agenbag is having a look at the moment, just at the camera, so the ball is very close to the bat. We'll wait for Ultra Edge to confirm, but I think Sidra Amin might just be warming up now, anticipating having to come in.
I think so. I know it's the wicket keeper's job to normally pretend as though nothing's happened and kind of create the drama and the theatre around this. But yeah, she looked incredibly convinced, if we're going off Alyssa Healy's reaction here. I mean, Kim Garth didn't seem to be neither up nor down with that one.
We're just waiting for the Ultra Edge to build up. Everybody's nervously waiting, none more so than Sadaf Shams, who was brought back into this side in place of Umayma Sahil in the previous game against India for Pakistan. But she's had a very lean run of her own. Sadaf Shams, Pakistan with a real opener problem at the moment. Sadaf coming into this game with a last few scores being all in single figures, 6-2, 2-3 and 2.
It is consistent.
She's a better player than that. We've seen glimpses of her in her performances against England when they toured a few years ago. Played some lovely little cameos, did Sadaf Shams, but never been able to take that on. Now we're waiting. This Ultra Edge is taking an absolute age.
Taking an absolute edge.
There we go. Now we have Ultra Edge, and there it is. Little edge on the inside of the bat. It's a spike on the Ultra Edge. Sadaf Shams is going to have to go. She's disappointed. Got one boundary to her name, but that's all she's going to have to her name. Unfortunately for her, she walks off. A big wicket early doors for Kim Garth as Australia look to make some inroads.
Yeah, not the start that Pakistan would have wanted. Kim Garth being really consistent since she started, getting a little bit of a way swing. I think that one straightened up a little bit and got the inside edge. She didn't look too thrilled, but her Aussie teammates definitely did look happy for her there. So, yeah, Pakistan wanting to get up to the good start to chase down a total of 222 and haven't quite got there with the start of 8 for 1 after 2.4.
Indeed, Sadaf Shams goes for 5 off 10 and brings out to the middle Pakistan's, you'd say, best batter, really, Sidra Amin. Scored a terrific innings against India in a losing cause just a couple of days ago in Colombo. Very, very accomplished batter coming into this tournament with a lot of runs as well. A 6th one-day international 100 against South Africa. She scored 6 one-day international 100s. All of Pakistan's other batters put together have scored 4. So I think fair to call her Pakistan's best batter. 81 against India.
So she scored 6 and the rest of Pakistan scored 4.
Correct. In WODI cricket. Garth now with a slip still in place into Sidra Amin, who defends the first ball into the offside, and there's no run. She got a first baller, a golden duck against Bangladesh. Beautiful delivery from Marufa Akhtar in that first game. Just shaped into her, the in-swinger, and just caught her deep in a crease. Bowled, came back strongly against India. She got a first ball away. I see she's one way through her step of 3. One step through the 3 steps that I mentioned. So
yeah.
There you go.
First one tick.
There you go.
Now get yourself to the other end.
That's it. Here's Garth into Sidra Amin, who turns that ball away nicely out towards square leg. That's step 2 of 3 done.
Step 2.
As Pakistan moved to, well, there's a direct hit at the non-strikers. The batter was home, but just a reminder to stay on top of things. Australian field is still appealing. They want to maybe have another look at that. I don't know. Umpire says no need to do that. She was bat was grounded. So 4 runs and the wicket coming off that Garth over. 9 for 1 after 3 overs. As we take another look, throw came in from the deep, and she just had to get her skates on a little bit. Sidra Amin at the non-strikers end. She was coasting. The throw kept her honest.
Yeah, that's when you get caught out as a batter as you're strolling down to the other end, because you don't think the ball's going to come to your end. You always think it's probably most likely going to go to the keeper's end. So, yeah, thankfully for her and the Pakistan team, she had a look over her shoulder and saw that the ball was coming to her end.
Yeah.
So she's going to get 4 first ball if we're going to go through your steps here.
Well, just at any point.
At any point, yeah.
And then she's comfortable. She'll be more relaxed.
But it would be more pleasing for us if she went 1, 2, 3
in consecutive balls. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I'll just let her know. Unagi.
Is shoot in, pulled away nicely by Sidra. I mean, it is running away towards the boundary. It might get there. She might do these steps in 1, 2, 3. She does. It's a boundary for Sidra Amin. First ball blocked, second ball single, third ball 4. It's an easy game. Sidra Amin on to 5 off 3. Pakistan 13 for 1 after 3.1 overs.
She was listening to us. Just a little bit short from Megan Shoot there, and she pounced on the ball there, and Amin managed to get 4 runs for that with 2 Aussie fielders chasing that hard and not being able to put the dive in.
It's short outside the off stump as Sidra Amin just sort of mistimes a pull shot into the offside, no run. Yeah, they were both sort of in each other's way, really, because if there was just one of them there, you'd have some room to dive, maybe. But you're both sort of going to clash with each other.
It is a worry when you're both chasing after the ball. Normally, however many metres in front of the ball, you're normally shouting at each other, trying to guess which one of the two of you is going to go for the dive.
As Megan Shoot into Amin again, short and pulled away powerfully in front of square this time. What a shot from Sidra Amin. It was short, it sat up a little bit, and she put her hands through that. A shot of great conviction. She's on to 9 off 5. Pakistan 17 for 1 after 3.3 overs.
Yeah, a shot of real authority there. She's taking the game on there, and she's brilliant shot. It shows how well that she's seeing it when she's hit that so far in front of square. A real shot of conviction, and Megan Shoot isn't happy with the length that she's bowling. She wants to push it a little bit further forward.
They shoot in again, hooping in swinger, which is again driven off a thick inside edge out towards the square leg boundary. I think they're going to come back for 2 again. They do. Good running by this Pakistani pair out in the middle. Sidra Amin, she's raced on to 11 off 6 balls. Pakistan 19 for 1. All of a sudden, despite the fall of that first wicket, it looks like a tidy-ish stop.
Yeah, it looks like a wonderful start, and I think that's a really important thing to remember when you're batting, is that things can change pretty quickly.
It's Megan Shoot in once more. Another swinging delivery defended by Amin to mid-off, no run. I'm going to exchange places with... oh, I think I am anyway.
No, you're going to stay with me for a little bit. You didn't want to swap out.
I was going to give you like a rogue thought before I left.
Oh, yeah, really? You still can, just in a wee bit.
I want to do it when I leave, though.
So that you don't have to bear the consequences of leaving me, with the weird thought.
Let's see how we go. As Shoot is in, and that ball's defended down the ground, and there is no run. Expensive over from Australia. It's a perspective. 10 runs coming from it. Pakistan 19 for 1 after 4 overs. It's one of those games where it's very hard to read, really, in a way, because already a bunch of unexpected things have happened. You know, Australia 7 down for 76, and you get the first time ever. I mean, by the way, Alana King, today, I didn't mention this before, thank you Hypercourse for alerting me to this, the lowest batting position to score a 50 in a women's one-day international ever. So batting at number 10, got a 50 in a one-day international, the lowest ever position to do so in the format.
I mean, you got to give it to her. She batted wonderfully, and she took the game on when it was there.
Here's Kim Garth into Maniba Ali. This is short and wide, and she had a little reach for that. Maniba didn't get anywhere near it. The umpire with a belated signal of wide. Score moves on to 20 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, she took her time, and then towards the end, when the ball was in her slot, so whether that was short or nice and full, then yeah, she backed herself to clear the ropes, and she did that wonderfully. I think the Australian bowlers here are showing like they haven't played a game for the last 7 days, just a little bit rusty with their wides either side of the wicket here.
There's Garth into Maniba, who defends back down to the ground for no run. Yeah, their second game against Sri Lanka in Colombo was washed out. Not a ball bowled in that game, so the points were shared. And that came after the big win against New Zealand in their opening game for Australia. Defending champions, most successful team in the history of this competition, 7 times world champions.
Can they make it an 8th?
Can they make it an 8th? Well, can they get through this game first?
I know. You've got booked, right?
I've not moved past that first paragraph yet. Here's Garth into Maniba, who pulls this ball away out towards square leg, not with the best of timing for a single. It's not a very long paragraph. You want to read it?
Can you read it to me?
No. I want you to read it.
Take me 10 years.
No, it's one tiny paragraph. Go on.
Shall I read it every day? The biggest upset in cricket history. It felt like every other day. As I walked into the commentary box alongside my colleagues for the day, it was going to just be another day of cricket commentary. Another day in the Women's World Cup. Another one-sided match, probably. Never mind the 16-0 scoreline in WOTIs. Australia had never lost to Pakistan in any game of the women's cricket before.
We'll break off from that as its next ball turned away by Sidra Amin down to fine leg for a single.
Had being the operative word as I pulled on my headset.
I
didn't
get further than headset. Not yet. Not yet. What do you think?
You probably need somebody else doing the audiobook.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably not gonna tap you up for that gig. Probably.
No, it's absolutely fine.
But that's very useful for me to hear about.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Reading is really quite hard sometimes.
Nailed it, mate. Nailed it. Intonation, everything.
Yeah, got to enunciate your words.
Here's Garth. Running in towards Maniba Ali. Who again works this ball just in front of square on the leg side. They get through for a quick single. They've run well so far of Pakistan. 23 for 1 of 4.4 overs. Going along nicely.
Yeah, I don't think Australia will be too worried at the moment. I think they're just bowling a little bit shorter than they would have liked. They would have... All that Pakistan runs are coming square of the wicket. What they would have preferred is to see them, if they are going to hit them, a bit further higher up the ground. So, yeah, I think Australia just bowling a little bit short at the moment and would like to bring the stumps back into play.
Garth into Amin down the leg side again. Another wide. It's like he said, looking maybe a little bit rusty. Australian bowlers are testing conditions. Elisa Healy behind the stumps, already working up a sweat. Actually breathing quite heavily as well, just noticed that. Interesting, just the one fielder outside the circle at the moment for Australia.
It is pretty
down at fine
bold.
leg. Yeah. Down at fine leg. 5 runs off this over so far, including the 2 wides. Garth makes her way into Sidra Amin, who defends this ball to mid-on. There is no run. I don't think we'll see too much short stuff against Sidra Amin after that sort of
authoritative pull.
It was authoritative, wasn't it, really? The kind of shot which makes you think, okay.
It's pretty dismissive.
I'm going to close off that. This bit of the pitch is not for me.
Yeah. This when as a bowler, you just literally see them line it up and you see them about to hit it and you're already turning back and you're follow through. Don't want to see it. Don't want to see how far in front of the square they're hitting it either and how easy they make the shot look.
Here's Kim Garth now for the final ball, theoretically, of the 5th over. She comes, and that one's just defended into the offside by Sidra Amin. No run, so 5 overs gone in Pakistan's reply to Australia. They're chasing a target of 222. Currently, 24 for 1 after 5 overs. I'm going to make way for Sonia Twigg in just a second. I'll leave you with this thought. Megan Shute is about to bowl a 3rd over.
Yeah.
For me, there's a bit of a resemblance to Alison Mitchell. I'll leave you with that. Think about that. Sonia Twigg is going to join you in a second.
That is an interesting thought in the fact that they're both brunette. Is that it? That they're both brunette? Does Alison Mitchell have a nose ring? And whatever the piercing is at the top of your ear, I don't know what it's called. Do you know what it's called, Sonia?
Helix, I've got one.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, no. Does Alison Mitchell have either of those?
I don't think Alison Mitchell has one.
No. Alison Mitchell coming into bowl. 6th over for Australia.
Tell you what, I got mine when I was about 16, you know, the moment when you can finally get piercings without parents' permission, and then sort of forgot about it for the last decade. As Megan Shute runs in, and that's just defended watchfully by Maniba into the offside.
Yeah, a little bit more control there from Megan Shute. She'll be, I think the last couple of balls in that last over, she looked like she was starting to find her length, and yeah, Australia will be hoping that she will start to bring that consistency, which I assume is why she's been brought in ahead of Darcy Brown the other game.
Well, Darcy Brown was a little bit expensive against New Zealand, as that one is just, again, defended into the offside. She, I think it was the extra pace that the New Zealand batters sort of took a liking to. They didn't try and have to generate anything. And she was by far the most expensive on that day. So I wonder if they've just decided to go for control. Also worth mentioning that Kim Garth didn't play in that one either. So it was an interesting double change. Sophie Molyneux, the other bowler to make way, as that one is powered up towards mid-off and has been caught. Australia is celebrating. Annabelle Sutherland, well, she took it very, very calmly. It was sort of pushed up towards mid-off. She takes a forward diving catch
She's being congratulated, and I wonder if there's an umpire review or something here, because they don't seem to look as happy as they should be. There's just a pause. Muniba is unmoved at the crease. Pakistan currently still 24 for 1. The umpires have reviewed this catch by Annabelle Sutherland. We saw one go down yesterday, and that looks like the ball might just have grounded on the way through into her hands. I tell you what, it's almost identical to the catch that was eventually overturned against Heather Knight yesterday, although that one was more difficult to see on the replays. They're showing some very pixelated images. I'm not sure how the third umpire is meant to judge it on what we're seeing at the moment, but I do wonder if that has just dropped short of Annabelle Sutherland as we zoom in on the fingers that might not just have got underneath the ball before it was grounded. It's going to be a difficult decision for the third umpire either way. What's your instinct, ADR?
I'm probably a little bit too honest in these moments.
And she's been given out. Muniba will have to go for 3 from 12. The one yesterday that looked slightly less controversial, Heather Knight was handed a reprieve, but on this occasion, Muniba Ali Siddiqui has to go for 3 from 12. Pakistan start their run chase in a bit of bother here, 24 for 2, after 5.3 overs. Well, what do you make of that?
Yeah, as I was saying, I tend to be quite honest about these things, and Annabelle Sutherland immediately said that as a wicket, and I think as a fielder you tend to know whether you've caught it or not, and yeah, I think she just about got her fingers underneath it, and I think it's so hard when you slow those catches down that any little movement can look like the ball's actually being grounded, but to me it looked like she actually managed to get her fingers underneath the ball, and yeah, Pakistan 24 for 2 and looking in a spot of bother.
Yes, well, Megan Shute has her first wicket. It was almost a carbon copy of how we saw some of the Australians get out, just sort of pushing the ball straight into the fielder's hands. We see Australia have a lot more depth than Pakistan do, and it will be the turn of Sidra Nawaz, who kept expertly during the first innings. See what she can do here. She averages just 9.83 in ODI cricket, coming in at number 4. Megan Shute runs in over the wicket. It's a big in-swinger and put away comfortably by Sidra Nawaz, who has played a textbook cover drive to the boundary to get off the mark.
Yeah, what a beautiful shot. She's made that look so easy. Just come straight in, first ball, lovely booming cover drive for 4.
Almost bad mentioning her average after that. Yeah, just waited on it perfectly and played it really nicely.
No, it's a beautiful shot, and she'll be feeling a lot calmer after that one, and the Pakistan bench will be feeling calmer too.
In another push into the covers, does find the gap. They'll just take a single this time. So Sidra Nawaz already onto 5 off 2.
No, wonderful start, and I wonder if it's a tactic with Alyssa Healy coming up to the stumps here and leaving that gap at cover in order to get them driving a little bit more. Maybe it's a feel thing for Megan Shute to actually bowl a little bit fuller, but yeah, it's been a wonderful start by Sidra Nawaz.
And Megan Shute, with the final ball of her third over, just turned into the leg side for a defensive shot. Pakistan in their run chase, 29 for 2, having sort of led Australia well. It was brilliant batting from Australia, who recovered from 7 wickets down, under 100 to make 222. And Fran, what have you made of this so far?
Yeah, it's been promising in parts, but unfortunately, as we know with cricket, a couple of mistakes and you're back in the shed. So I'd say Australia are on top, but there's been some really nice signs from Pakistan as well.
Absolutely, and Pakistan have a lot more time in this. They can afford to take their time to get their eye in, get settled in. There's no rush.
No, definitely, and we saw that with the Australian innings. They kind of obviously wobbled at the start, but they dug in and then gave themselves a chance back end of the innings, which I think Pakistan needs to do the same.
Kim Garth into her 4th again. Another one drifts in to Sidra Nawaz, who defends that one confidently for no run.
They will need someone to go big here today, though. Whether that's Amin or whoever, that someone needs to go big and see their team home.
Well, Beth Mooney doing the cheering in the field. She put in a hell of an effort with the bat, making over 100 runs as Australia set 221. And that again is glanced off the open face, almost through the gap by Sidra Nawaz, but she won't quite get it through on that occasion. And another dot ball.
The other thing to note, I guess, as well, is the power play against the seamers potentially could be the easiest time to bat. Taking away the back five, I think pace on the ball early could really help these Pakistan bowlers. They can just use the pace to beat the ring, whereas when the field goes out, the spinners come on, it's much harder to score freely.
Garth over the wicket, and that one is edged behind by Sidra Nawaz. Garth has a wicket. Pakistan, well, the finger must have gone up there. There's a big celebration from Australia. Sidra Nawaz is walking off looking a little bit frustrated. As we just take a look at the replay, just seemed to perfectly catch the outside edge, just drifted away, yeah. Outside edge, straight into that hands of Alyssa Healy. And Australia have a crucial third wicket. Pakistan are now up against it. It was going to be a tough ask as soon as the runs crept up over sort of 150, but they started positively, and now 2 wickets in 2 overs has put them firmly on the back foot.
Yeah, it's beautifully bowled by Kim Garth. Just that perfect length, a little bit of away movement, and it's just taken the outside edge of the bat. And been really impressed with Garth in the last few years. She's developed the ability to really set up batters. She can move the ball in and away, which is really, really difficult as a batter. So that's a beautifully well bowled.
And she has been really economical as well. 2 wickets already for 9 from 3.3. And it is Natalia who will come in at number 5. And already Pakistan just need to weather this storm a little bit. We saw Sidra Nawaz play really nicely, but she just couldn't deal with the little bit of extra movement. So Natalia Parvez already probably wouldn't have wanted to be there quite this early on, but she's got a chance to show what she can do against some of the best bowlers as Garth bowls, and that's watchfully defended by Natalia on her first ball.
Yeah, far from ideal start here from Pakistan. They would have wanted to get off to a good start. They would have backed themselves to at least get close to this total, but Australia are bowling really well, as we just watched Kim Garth bowl that last delivery, which was a perfect seam bowler's delivery, swinging away from the bat, catching the outside edge.
So difficult if you've got Megan Shute bowling it into you and Garth taking it away as well for the batters to adjust as Garth comes in again, and that's pushed wide by Natalia, and they race through for a single. It's sort of hit slip and skewed off, or hit one of the extensive slip cordon, skewed away for a run. Pakistan move on to 30 for 3.
Yeah, I guess that might be the reason they've packed that field and haven't got that extra fielder out. So they've got, I think they've got a third in the ring, a backward point. So it really blocks off that rotation option for the Pakistan bowlers through that region. Oh, I think it's a gully, actually.
Garth bowls, and Amin just watches that through to Alyssa Healy at the end of the 7th over. Pakistan 30 for 3, and already doing a little bit more rebuilding than they would have liked at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. They wouldn't have wanted to lose. Sorry, stating the obvious. They wouldn't have wanted to lose these 3 wickets. Yeah, just going back to that field placement, obviously they've packed the ring behind square on the offside, and that's such an important area for batters in order just to rotate the strike. Rotating the strike means that you can then keep up with the scoring rate and also capitalise when bowlers miss their lines and lengths. So I really like that game plan from Australia. I think it's a really smart option.
Yes, absolutely. And, well, we've seen in the Australia innings that you only really need one player to go big as long as they have the support. So the question will be if anyone can do that for Pakistan, as Megan Shute is into her 4th. Another one skews off the outside edge, but straight into the ground from Natalia. And there's chuckles as Georgia Wareham does a good bit of fielding there.
Yeah, really well fielded. Georgia Wareham, she's a good fielder, as are most of these Australian players. It's definitely something that set them apart from the rest of the world. We saw some really good signs for Pakistan's fielding, actually, as well. So some good standards out here today.
Megan Shoot continues, and that's nicely driven by Natalia, but straight to Talia McGrath there at mid-off. What do you think makes the Australians so good in the field? You've played with a few and you've played against them enough times.
I think, well, it's really topical actually, because I'm really interested into why certain teams are better at fielding. I think the fact Australia can train outside all year round, I think that's massive for fielding.
As that one is carved away by Natalia, but just to a fielder on the edge of the ring there at point.
So I think, as in our country, in England, we're inside a lot, so coaches have to think a little bit differently as to how we can field outside, because we can't do much outside. So whether that's getting to 4G pitches or thinking differently about our sessions.
As Megan Shoot over the wicket, slightly slower ball, and it's been edged by Natalia and straight into the safe hands of Beth Mooney there at first slip. Pakistan lose another wicket, and that was clearly a trap that had been planted. Megan Shoot 2 for 20, and Natalia goes for just 1 and looks pretty frustrated with herself.
Yeah, that looked like catching practice, actually. Looked like she was just doing little slip practice warm-ups. Really well bowled, but it's just guided to first slip. It's almost intentional, but it's a great catch at slip. Well bowled by Megan Shoot. And Pakistan 4 down.
Yeah, slightly slower delivery. She sort of rolled her fingers on it a touch, but yeah, just as you said, it almost did look like slip practice, just perfectly into the hands of Beth Mooney. You can't stay away from the action in this game. Pakistan 30 for 4. But I want to go back to what you're saying about the fielding team and what makes them so good. So you think part of the fact that we have to be constantly adapting our training to fit in sort of indoor halls that obviously aren't the same as what you get outside?
Yeah, and I'm not talking about top level, because top level we've access to so many facilities, but in our age group teams, can we think differently about the way we field, about the facilities we use, about how we practice fielding? But I also do think that Australia have got a huge amount of depth within their domestic setup, which we are definitely getting there with in England. Like, we're getting much more competitive. But as a result, they can choose between players based on fielding, whereas in other countries, not just us, you're choosing your best skill set instead of in terms of bowling or batting.
Megan Shoot to the new batter, and again it beats the outside edge of Eamon's bat. Doesn't quite catch it this time, but another beautiful delivery from Megan Shoot.
Yeah, really well bowled. And it's a good catch as well, isn't it? Yeah, I also think I've been really impressed with England's fielding this World Cup. I know they've had their critics, but it's definitely not a skill level thing. We see those girls fielding so well week in, week out, especially in the 100.
And that one struck a new batter, Eamon, on the pad. There was a big call of not out from the umpire there. Megan Shoot goes over to have a word with Alyssa Healy as the DRS timer ticks down. Alyssa Healy's taking no chances. She's decided to go for it, and I guess why not when you're in this position? The umpire calls for a review. She was struck on the pad. No question about bat being involved. The question is probably more around the trajectory of the ball, with Shoot bowling big in swingers.
Yeah, she always struggles to get LBWs because of the angle that she delivers the ball. She almost bowls off-cutters every ball, and it hoops in. Might be missing leg.
You can see 1.5 stumps on the replay when the batter is playing this shot. Just to double check from the ultra edge that there's no bat involved. And there is a clear line as it goes through onto the pad, so there'll be a way. I think Alyssa Healy's walking back. I'm not sure she's convinced, having seen the replay, but she's sent this upstairs.
Yeah, I think this is going down leg.
Well, that was my first instinct. I was surprised they went for it, but I guess they thought, why not? You know, if there's a chance that it's even umpire's call, you keep the review. As we watch this ball tracking, and it is It is umpire's call, so it will stick with the original decision. Australia won't mind sending that one upstairs. It's also probably given them a chance to have a good look for any future decisions that come up. So Megan Shute finishes her fourth with a wicket maiden at Pakistan 30 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, Megan Shute, again, has had such a lengthy career. She's taken so many wickets and played so many games for Australia, which is no mean feat, as I've just been saying. How much depth they have in their country in terms of bowlers for someone like Shute to be a consistent member of that team for over 10 years is an unbelievable achievement.
She stands fourth on the list of most wickets for Australia in ODIs, which is no mean feat either, as the first ball in the next over is turned around the corner by Amin, but she won't pick up a single. Goes straight to the fielder on the ring. Kim Garth into her fifth. Yeah, so fourth most wickets behind Catherine Fitzpatrick, Elise Perry, current head coach Lisa Schleicher, and then it's Megan Shute with 142.
Catherine Fitzpatrick's one of those that I wish I could see bowl, but
as Garth runs in bowls, and that one's carved into the gap between point and cover, but Australia managed to scarper through, almost scampering across the turf there to make the stop was Elise Perry.
Yeah, for I guess people who don't know, Catherine Fitzpatrick was very, very fast bowler, late 90s, early 2000s. And it's just that era where there was no video footage of female cricketers, so you just don't know what it looked like, but I would have loved to have watched her bowl.
It's a shame that, isn't it? You know, you've got all these footage of men's players going back the decades, but you don't quite have the same in the women's game as Garth continues. And that one is heaved into the leg side, goes behind backward square to the sweeper for a single.
Yeah, definitely. It's actually quite sad, isn't it? There's all these legends of the game. You just kind of have to imagine what it was like.
Absolutely. I think it's because you can watch even, admittedly, it's grainy, but you get footage of sort of Lillian Thompson from the 70s and even a women's player from the late 90s you can't find any footage of.
Yeah.
Do you reckon do they think she was the quickest?
Well, legend has it that she was.
Garth over the wicket bowls, and she's cleaned her up. Eamon is the new batter who's come in. She's gone for a big heave to Kim Garth. I'm not sure it was quite there to be hit, and the ball crashes into middle stump. Pakistan almost floundering now at 31 for 5. Eamon goes for a duck.
Yeah, it's disappointing. It was quite full. I feel like if she'd held her shape, she could have driven that ball along the floor, but she's gone for an almighty hack, across hoik, one of the two, across the line, and very much not needed. But that's what happens when you're under pressure, and Pakistan are certainly under pressure at 31 for 5.
Well, I was speaking to, I can't remember if it was you or ADR earlier, about how you can sometimes look to the moon and end up missing the ball, and I think this was one of those occasions. She didn't have her eyes on the ball, wasn't set properly, and where she was trying to hit it, goes for a huge heave into the leg side, and the ball just hits middle halfway up.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that's what happened. There's just a lack of belief within this batting lineup, and I think what belief gives you is that focus to be able to pick up on the right balls to, well, just sort of bat. That was a full half volley that she could have driven down the ground, but that focus wasn't there for that ball.
Oh, Fatima did a good job with the ball, but now she's being asked to do what would be a remarkable job, Fatima Khan, with the bat. Right-hander. She has made 90 in this format as Garth bowls, and that's watchfully defended by Fatima with a good sign of technique there.
Yeah, well played from Fatima. Also well bowled by Garth. She's hit a really good length. She bowls a hard length, actually, Kim Garth, which makes her really dangerous when it's swinging as well.
Yeah, we saw one of the delivery that just caught the edge earlier, the extra sort of away swing that she gets, just almost causing that delivery, as that one is just turned into the leg side, and Pakistan will get through for a single to move on to 32 for 5. At the end of that over, 2 runs and a wicket. So after 9, Pakistan are 32 for 5, Amin on 13, Fatima on 1. And I'm going to get a few more thoughts from you, Fran, as I do a little bit of a rejig and swap places with Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, so this time in this time in the Australians' batting innings, we were getting a bit excited for Pakistan, but on the flip side now, they're now 5 down for 32, and 221 seems a long, long way off.
It does. I think I can put that draft of that book away now, finally.
Sounded so good as well.
Do you think so?
I really liked it, yeah.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind. We'll save it if there's another big upset in the tournament. We'll just rejig some of the words. Right, Megan Shute in for a 5th over. Fatima gets forward, defends to mid-on, no run. Just watching that shot from Eamon Fatima, it was just such an ugly hoik across the line, and it's so disappointing because she's come in. It's her second one-day international, her first real crack at an innings World Cup debut, Australia. You don't want that, do you?
No, I guess that's when those kind of things can tend to happen, when...
The next ball takes a thick outside edge just in front of point, and they'll get through for a single. 33 for 5.
Yeah, when your mind's not quite focused, you're a bit distracted by the pressure surrounding the game, surrounding your situation in the team. That's when you can make errors like that. I've certainly done that in my career. But it is frustrating because I feel like every other day of the week she could have driven that.
Next ball, outside edge, past the gully fielder, running away towards the deep third boundary, and it will get there. It's 4 runs for Sidra Amin. Most convincing shot in the world, but Pakistan will take runs any which way they come at the moment. 37 for 5 after 9.3 overs.
Yeah, she just played that. She's got the outside edge, but she's played it with soft hands, which gives you the best chance. And yeah, you're going to take it, aren't you? 4 runs.
Yeah. Just been tough going. Sidra Amin at the non-striker's end, watching her teammates play some atrocious shots. Sidra Nawaz a little bit unlucky to be given out, I thought. The shoot is in. Length outside off, push to backward point, no run. Because there was a similar decision, well, similar moment in the game yesterday when Bangladesh played against England, and Heather Knight was caught out in a very almost identical fashion, where the TV umpire decided that there wasn't enough conclusive evidence, so they decided to give her not out. Whereas on this occasion, there was not enough conclusive evidence to overturn the catch. So it's maybe lacking a bit of consistency, the umpires, as the next ball keeps a little bit low, defended back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, it's a tough job, isn't it, umpiring, but you do want to see a little bit of consistency, and I haven't actually seen the one from yesterday.
Almost identical. Almost identical it was, and I mean, Heather had started walking at that point.
Yeah.
And the umpire said, no, we're going to have another look at this. And the TV umpire was sort of dumbfounded everybody at the time. It was given not out. The shoot is in full, driven uppishly and just short of mid-off. Sidra Amin nearly threw a shot. That's the end of the 10th over. 10 overs gone in this innings. Pakistan already have lost half their batting lineup. 37 for 5, chasing a target of 222. Australia looking very, very comfortable now, and really have the game by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, they certainly do. Yes, that's the mark of a good side, isn't it, when you're up against it? And do you know what? It's sometimes not the worst thing for a team to get challenged early in the tournament. And I would say the same about England yesterday. I think it's a good thing. It means your lower order has to stand up. People get time in the middle. You overcome challenge. It gives you belief. And yeah, I think it's been a really good performance from Australia so far.
Here's Kim Garth into Fatima, who flicks this ball nicely down towards fine leg for a single. 38 for 5 after 10.1 overs. No. That first 10 overs, the damage very much done by Garth. And Shute, 3 wickets for Garth so far. 3 for 13 from her 5.1 overs. Megan Shute with the other 2 wickets. There's Garth turning at the top of a run. 6th consecutive over for her. As Amin turns that to mid-wicket for no run. Can't be easy bowling 6 on the bounce in these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I can't imagine it's easy. We saw Beth Mooney working really hard to bat through the innings. But what a find Kim Garth has been for Australian cricket. I mean, she's obviously was born in Ireland, lived there most of her life, and pursued her professional cricket career in Australia, having started out at Perth Scorchers, I think.
Yeah.
She's been there for, I want to say, best part of 8 years.
Yeah, she's been around a long time now, Kim Garth. As in she comes to Sidra Amin, who turns this ball to a square leg. There is no run. Born in Dublin. I mean, it's got to be a kick in the teeth if you're an Ireland cricket fan and thinking she could have been one of ours.
Yeah, I guess she was driven and she wanted to get to the top, and there's only so far she could have got if she'd stayed in Ireland, just because of the semi-professional nature of their team. So she's gone over to Australia and pursued wanting to be the best and one of the best in the world.
Yeah, started with the Sydney Sixers in 2016 in the WBBLs. The next ball's played into the onside defensively, no run.
Oh, Sydney Sixers. Did she go? Am I just imagining the fact she's been at Perth?
No, she was at Perth Scorchers the 2019-2020 season.
Ah, okay.
And then the Melbourne Stars since then. So since 2020 to the present, she's been with the Melbourne Stars.
Oh, wow, okay.
Kim Garth, 3 different teams in the WBBL. And she's played in the Women's Premier League in India as well for the Gujarat Giants and the Royal Challengers Bangalore. Here's Garth in short, pulled uppishly by Amin, and on the bounce, oh, lovely bit of fielding in the deep from Megan Shute. The ball bounced next to her. It was destined to go over the boundary, but she just stuck out her hand and managed to grab it. What would have been 4 has become 1. That's a really special piece of fielding out there. 39 for 5.
Yeah, really good bit of judgment here from Megan Shute. The ball was just kind of plugged in the ground, and she's put one hand out. Is that her left hand as well?
Yeah.
Left hand. And stopped the ball from going for 4. Really good stop.
Garth in, driven on the inside, and there's no run. 39 for 5, the score after 11 overs. Really sorry-looking scorecard for Pakistan. Australia reasserting themselves in this game after a difficult sort of first 30 overs of the game. Really, really difficult for Australia. And since then, they've just pulled it back. Now standing partnership for the 9th wicket. 106 runs between Beth Mooney and Alana King. It's completely changed the game. Pakistan have really struggled against the bowling of Australia early doors here as well. Sadaf Shams caught by Healy, the bowling of Garth. Muniba Ali caught by Annabelle Sutherland, of the bowling of Megan Shute. Sidra Nawaz caught by Elisa Healy behind off Garth as well, and Natalia Pervez caught by Mooney, the bowling of Shute. Ayman Fatima bowled, third ball. A bronze duck for her from Kim Garth. And now things could get harder. We saw it with the Pakistan innings, with the spinners making things difficult. The seamers have already made life difficult for the Pakistani batters. Here comes Alana King replacing Megan Shute. This 5-over spell comes to an end, and she'll be bowling to Sidra Amin with a slip in place. Sweep shot attempted, leading edge, trickles past first slip, down towards third, in the edge of the circle. We'll get through for a single as Ash Gardner fields. And the umpire signalling gloves for some reason. I'm not sure that's necessary, but okay. 40 for 5 off 11.1. Maybe she was asking the batter if she hit it, because you're always going to get the same answer back. Yeah. Here's King into Fatima Sana, who's beaten by a turning leg break, pitched on leg, turned past the outside edge of the bat through to the keeper. Gorgeous delivery that from Alana King.
Yeah, really nice ball. I think at sweeping, Alana King is a really good option with the turn. Coming across the ball kind of negates the spin a little bit.
King into Fatima again. Similar delivery. This one holds its line. It's been worked just to the short fine leg region. Slipped very quickly across to prevent any runs. This is the danger with Alana King, because she'll bowl that regulation leg break. Some of them will just hold their line. That's where she gets a lot of her wickets.
Come in here. Yeah, we saw her in the Ashes last year, or early this year, rip apart the England batting lineup with her bowling. She was a class bowler in that series.
Alana King into Fatima. This is short, cut nicely behind point. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. It's a loose delivery that from Alana King. A little bit too short, a little bit too wide. Fatima Sana pounced on it. Pakistan 44 for 5 off 11.4.
Yeah, lovely shot from Fatima. Was a loose delivery, but Fatima's done really well to move her feet quickly, get deep in her crease and hit the ball late, backward of point. Lovely shot, and it does just show there are runs out there.
There certainly are. King in once more, bit fuller. And another turning delivery, sharp turn there for Alana King. As Fatima pokes at it, but manages to keep inside the line of the turn and smiles to herself. What a delivery that was.
Lovely delivery. King must be loving this. It's absolutely ragging square.
King in once more. This one doesn't turn. It's been swept powerfully by Fatima Sana out to the square leg boundary for 4. Great contact off the bat. You called it, Fran. You said the sweep shot is good value. Fatima Sana just demonstrated why. 48 for 5 now, Pakistan, after 12 overs.
I love a sweep shot, that's why. Everyone should just sweep. No, I think it's a great option today. Definitely. I wouldn't be charging Alana King in these circumstances. It's absolutely ragging square. I think it also as well, because she's got that variation of the googly and the one that straightens as well, it kind of doesn't matter if you can't pick it because you're coming across the ball. So it kind of takes a lot of risk out of the way you're going to play.
It does indeed. Enjoying this India-Pakistan, beg your pardon, Australia-Pakistan contest. India will be in action tomorrow against South Africa at 10:15. And watch highlights of today and every day on the BBC Sport website and app. But tomorrow, you can join us on the BBC Sport website and app for India versus South Africa. It'll be an intriguing match. South Africa making a strong comeback against New Zealand after being bowled out for 69 in their first match by England. And India are 2 for 2 at the moment. They've played 2-1-2. They'll be looking to keep their momentum going.
Yeah, that'll be a great game. South Africa, India. We saw South Africa really hit their stride against New Zealand the other day. So 2 good teams needing a win.
Yeah. Now, back in Colombo, Annabelle Sutherland is about to come in and replace Kim Garth. As well as 6-over spell, worked hard today. Pakistan 48 for 5, chasing a target of 222. Sutherland into Sidra Amin. It's a fullish ball which has been driven nicely by Amin to mid-off. There is no run. Just taking a look at some of the shots that Mooney played earlier today. It's great execution. As you mentioned at the time, you noted at the time she plays the ball underneath her eye line, just always on top of it. Just really good, correct technique.
Yeah, she's a great player of spin. I think if you can get out to the ball or get away and back from the ball.
Sutherland in, full-length delivery, dug out and driven to mid-on. Fatima was interested in a single at the non-striker's end. There wasn't one, no run. Just so much, like, liquid pouring out. Every time she moved to helmet, it was just pouring out like as if she just opened a tap. So much sweat, so much hard work from Beth Mooney out there today. 109 of 114 balls. 11 4s and no 6s in that, which tells you how much she had to run and work for her runs. The next ball's on a leg stump line from Sutherland. Worked nicely by Sidra Amin down to fine leg for a single. Pakistan scoring at a reasonable rate here. They're closing in on 50 halfway through the 13th over. It's just 5 wickets down. That gives them pause and feels a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, these two are building a good little partnership. Rotating the strike well, hitting the bad ball for 4 well. Hopefully for them, they can keep building.
Here's Annabelle Sutherland into Fatima. Boulder!
Sorry.
Inside edge onto the stumps. There's the commentator's curse from Fran Wilson alongside, but a little inside edge onto this middle stump from Fatima Sana. She hits the ground in frustration as she walks off. 11 for 12 for her. Annabelle Sutherland strikes in her first over. And just cramping the batter for a bit of room and giving her space to create her own demise.
Yeah, it's disappointing. As I said, they were getting going a little bit, building a bit of a partnership, and Fatima has just played onto the stumps. After not really much pressure either, they felt like they were swinging the momentum a little bit. Having said that, they were 5 down, but yeah, it's a poor wicket to lose for Pakistan.
Yeah, played 2 really nice shots to the boundary in the previous over. There was a square cut, the sweep shot, 2 boundaries for Fatima Sana. But she'll walk off feeling very disappointed. Australia closing in on their second win of this campaign in defence of their title. For Pakistan, 49 for 6, a long way away from the target of 222. Fran Wilson's going to take a break alongside me now. It's Alice Davidson Richards. ADR, pretty clinical stuff this from Australia, I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bleak for Pakistan at the moment. 49 for 6 is a tough place to come back from. Obviously, Australia did it when they were 76 for 7, but yeah, it's looking pretty clinical from the Australian bowlers so far.
They really have been outplayed. Pakistan looked like a completely different game at one stage. 76 for 7. That's where they had them, and it feels like that's going to haunt them for a long time.
It feels like that was quite a long time ago
It does.
as well.
It does.
It's been a lot of cricket between now and then.
And it's all been dominated by Australia. Mooney with that 109 of 114 deliveries. Alana King, you know, having a player like that at number 10 who can get you 51 of 49 deliveries.
Yeah, not many teams can boast having that level of skill at coming in at number 10, but yeah, I guess you just never know. Another day she could have got out first ball, second ball, and it looks like a completely different game, but yeah, you hedge your bets that someone's going to stick up their hand for Australia, and Beth Mooney and Alana King both did that today.
Yeah, they've really performed brilliantly for Australia today, got them out of trouble. 76 for 7 became 221 for 9. Superb recovery from Australia, just showing the depth of their talent, the depth of their talent pool as well.
I think what's also impressive is that Beth Mooney didn't get cramped the whole time. You're batting for that length of time in that sort of humidity in those conditions, and she was still pushing for 3s, pushing for 2s towards the end. So, yeah, real impressive effort from Beth Mooney there, not just because, one, getting the runs, but the amount of running that she had to do and physically stand up to that as well.
Yeah, great conditioning. The SNC coach, the strength and conditioning coach, will be pleased with that performance.
I know, it'll be interesting to see what our GPS data is at the end.
It's a shame they don't make that public. It'd be nice to see it.
It depends.
Because cricket doesn't have enough stats as it is.
I'd get caught out for being mega slow. Nobody needs to see that.
But you don't know that, right?
No, but I do.
If you get to see everybody's from around the world, you
no,
never
but
know.
I'm fairly certain I know. So I'm running and everyone's overtaking.
You're like educated guess.
I just wait for downhills when I have a bit more momentum.
Educated guess, I reckon I'm right here. Well, right now, Australia very much on top as the players have just taken a drinks break. Just looking at some clips of Belinda Clark's career, Australian legend. First ever player to score a double 100 in one-day internationals. 229 not out against Denmark. Sutherland in after the drinks break turns the ball into Shamim. Shamim turns the ball into the onside. There is no run. 49 for 6 the score after 12.5 overs. No. Well, this is a very tall order now from here for Pakistan. It's really a matter of when rather than if Australia close this game out.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that. And Annabelle Sutherland here on to bowl after the two seamers up top is a different sort of bowler.
This is short, and Shamim just fends it off back towards the bowler. Again, no run. It's the end of the over from Annabelle Sutherland. Good start to her spell. 1 for 1 from her 1. Pakistan remained 49 for 6 after 14.
Yeah, she'll be really happy with her start. She went wobble seam, so slightly cross seam, and then just rolled her fingers down the back of the ball to get a slight straightening up of the ball to lead to the inside edge. But yeah, Annabelle Sutherland brings a different dynamic to this team than, say, the Megan Schutz or the Kim Gars, where they tend to be a bit more of swing bowlers. So yeah, each bowler bringing their own, I guess, edge to this game.
Yeah, certainly. Sidra Amin standing alone at the moment, 20 of 28 deliveries for her. And everything else in the scoreboard uninspiring. 5-3, 5-1, 0, and 11. Amin on strike now as Alana King in. And Amin gets forward to negotiate the spin, pushes into the offside, no run.
Yeah, it can't be fun for having to face Alana King now when you're facing the other seamers that have been pretty spot on, or Annabelle Sutherland's first over where she only gave away the one run, and then you've got to face the ripping ball from Alana King.
Here's King again. This is short and cut hard, but straight to extra cover. There is no run.
Yeah, they're fielding incredibly close there. The two extras, you got Ash Gardner's bit straighter and a bit further in, and then
Yeah, they certainly have, chasing a target of 222, which already saw Australia getting off the hook. They've lost 5 wickets in their first 10 overs, and they've just recently lost their 6th as well. Pakistan currently 53 for 6 after 13.3 overs. It looks more a case of when rather than if Australia will close out this game. There's a little update for our listeners on 5 Live. Just in amidst that, Sidra Amin managed to get away another boundary. It's really the only thing that's worked for Pakistan with a bat in this tournament so far. 81 against India. And looking good so far on 24 off 31. Alana King into Amin, who negotiates that really well. It turned very sharply. He played it very late at Amin. Guided it to backward point, no run. Unsurprisingly, has the highest average for Pakistan in ODIs. To Sidra Amin. Lana King with that slow approach. In she comes. This one just holds its line a little bit. I mean, didn't know too much about it as it trickles to the edge of the circle at a short third region. So the dot ball.
See, that's an aspect of a game that Pakistan can really look into. I think there was plenty of time for them to run through the single there, and then, yeah, it just keeps the scoreboard ticking and moving along.
Here's King. In. That ball's played a thick inside edge towards square leg. They'll take a single to complete the over. Shamim will get off the mark. And Pakistan 54 for 6 after 14 overs. And even in the comparison, where Australia were really struggling, they're behind after 14 overs. Australia were 58 for 3. Pakistan 54 for 6. Nothing going their way at the moment. ADR, what could they possibly take as positives from this game? Give us your thoughts, and then Sonia Twig's going to take up commentary.
Yeah, when you're here and you're trying to search for some positives, I think it's literally the wicket column that's the difference between them and Australia right now. Australia having been 3 down and Pakistan are now 6 down. I think you look towards the Australia innings where they managed to get a couple of partnerships together, and obviously a lower order surge that really helped get them over the line. But yeah, that's the template for Pakistan now. Obviously a bit earlier in the game than they would have liked, but yeah, they're going at an all right run rate. It's just the wickets that are the issue.
Annabelle Sutherland to continue. She already has one. There's a big appeal for her leg before, but the umpire is unmoved. Annabelle Sutherland looked pretty convinced for that one. She has a word with Alyssa Healy, and they decide not to send this one upstairs. I wonder if there was a little bit of an inside edge potentially on the way through. She was quite a long way down. That might have been what saved Amin, who's been the pick of the Pakistan batters so far with 25 from 34. As we just look at the replay here, it was moving a long way down, but she was quite in front of the stumps. I wonder what ADR's got her finger up next to me. You clearly thought that was out. I'll get your thoughts on that after this next delivery from... So I'll get them now as Alyssa Healy moves around her field. What did you make of that?
I think it's closer than you think it was. Initially, I thought it was sliding down, but on the replay, I think...
Sutherland in bowls, and that one's just defended by Amin.
Yeah, she was quite deep in her crease and, yeah, standing right in front of the stumps. I think this is a lot closer than... Like, both of her feet are in the crease right now.
It did hit the outside of her front pad, but as you said, she is standing in front of all three there. As we look at the ball tracking now, and it would have gone on to clip umpire's call, so Australia wouldn't have been able to overturn it, as that one is again defended up towards mid-off by Shamim. But, well, you were convinced.
It's a good thing I'm not an umpire, to be honest. It's also a good thing that I never have to make these sorts of decisions as to whether to review it or not.
Would you not like that power?
No, it'd be awful. Just get excited and be like, yeah, sure, why not? Get a little bit bored. Yeah, sure, why not? Review it.
I'm not sure that's well. Obviously some captains are better at it than others, as that one is defended back up to Annabelle Sutherland by Shamim. Some have pretty terrible records when it comes to reviewing, and some bowlers are always convinced that their bowling's out as well.
Yeah, there's always a bowler like that, and you've just got to look the other way and just turn around quite quickly if you're a captain, if they're begging you for a review. But yeah, the team's tried to work out a method. You've got somebody square of the wicket trying to tell you if it's high or low, or then you've got the keeper that feeds into the loop as well.
Sutherland bangs that one in short and Shamim ducks underneath it as it goes through to Alyssa Healy. It must be quite difficult for the women's players because you don't have it a lot in domestic cricket, this sort of opportunity to review. So it is something that's quite unique to the international game.
Yeah, it's something that we don't get that often. Obviously, we get it in the 100, but we won't get it in any of our domestic games. So, yeah, I think it's something that slowly getting better at, but...
Sutherland in bowls, and that's defended again, this time by Shamim.
I just reckon people are pretty awful or great, no matter whether it's men's or women's cricket. You see some of the men's captains try to review it, and they're notoriously awful at it as well. So, yeah, I think also sometimes it's just a bit of mind games trying to slow down the game. So, yeah, that one, I'd probably, well, umpire's call would have saved me on that one.
Pakistan 55 for 6 after 15. At the same stage, Australia was 60 for 4. So the score's not that different, but the 2 wickets really counting against Pakistan here in this run chase. And they would need someone to do a Beth Mooney-like feat to get them out or even close to this Australian total.
Yeah, and will it be Amin, who's on 26 runs here? It's going to be a difficult feat against these Australian bowlers, especially as you've got Alana King coming in for another over.
Alana King will continue. That's just pushed or turned around the corner really into the leg side by Amin. Alyssa Healy scarpering afterwards and goes for the big hit. There was a dive. I'm not sure the dive was entirely necessary, but they've gone for it.
Yeah, I like that the Australians are keeping their leg side pretty open, trying to get the Pakistan players to play against a spin. Hopefully getting a leading edge or, yeah, caught in front of the wicket.
I think it's going to be interesting for Pakistan. I think they've just got to do what they saw Australia do and take the time to get themselves in, not over-rush anything and just keep going. King stays over the wicket to the left-handed Shamim, who runs through, pushes that one and runs through for a single.
Yeah, still got 35 overs. It's quite a long time.
Too long for me, I'm not.
You going in and just trying to do it in 4s and 6s?
I don't think I've ever batted 35 overs as King is in. That one turned sharply away from the right-hander there. I mean, who gets a bat on it and just plays it straight into the ground.
Yeah, Alana King's only gone for the leg spinner at the moment. I wonder if she'll try and slide one on one of these balls.
As that one goes more straight on, a slightly straighter delivery there from King. Again, no run for Pakistan. Slightly nervous looking Pakistan bench there.
They've got nothing to lose. They've got nothing to lose. They've got to chase 222.
King in. And Amin goes for the reverse and she gets it, she hits it nicely, but straight to the fielder there at 3rd on the ring.
Fran would love that one.
Fran's been calling for sweeps and reverse sweeps all day and just doesn't think that was the right shot on that occasion.
It is a packed offside for a reverse sweep.
As Alana King is in bowls and that's defended off the back foot by Amin, and King does the fielding off her own bowling at the end of that over, just the 2 runs from it. Pakistan 57 for 6. It's difficult when you're batting and even your good shots go to fielders and you start feeling like there's no gaps out there at all.
Seems like every day for me, to be honest. But yeah, no, there's been a packed offside against the leg spinner King here, and the Australian bowlers have just bowled really tidily. They haven't tried to do anything wild or funky. They've just kept it nice and simple. And yeah, it can seem like a big hill to climb when your good shots are going straight to the fielders.
Difficult for Pakistan at the moment, but as you said, they've got nothing to lose. They might as well just do what they can in this. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with losing to Australia.
No, there's no shame in it at all. And also, they have a lot of positives to take from it. They had a wonderful bowling display.
Sutherland goes round the wicket and drags it a little bit too leg side, and it's called a wide.
Yeah, for those first 35, 40 overs, they were incredibly tight with their line and length and really controlled the game. And then obviously 2 wonderful batting performances there from Australia helped them get back into the game. But yeah, I think Pakistan can be pretty pleased with the inroads that they made towards the start, and it's definitely a building on from the last couple of games.
Sutherland in, and that's just defended by Shamim out towards the fielder there at cover. And something for England to think about, having watched Australia do this as well. They've still yet to play Pakistan and struggled yesterday against the spin and hooping in-swingers of Bangladesh.
Yeah, it's more the pace of the ball with the spinning ball as well. So Pakistan tend to bowl a little bit slower than some of the other nations as well.
Sutherland in bowls, and that's just watched by Shamim outside the off stump. A little bit shorter delivery into the hands of Alyssa Healy.
Yeah, and I think that's what the England batters struggled with yesterday. You saw nobody got off to a flying start as well. You really got to dig deep in those sorts of games, and Heather showed probably the perfect way to play the game, get yourself in, and then being able to accelerate the further into the game that you'd got. So yeah, it'll be a really interesting contest for England.
Sutherland stays round the wicket to the left-hander, who just defends that one, this time to the offside, where it's fielded by Alana King.
Yeah, and I wonder if any of the coaches will be to try and mimic the height, trying to bowl with slightly rounder arms, try and get a little bit more spin off the ball as well. But yeah, the England girls will be working incredibly hard at how they're going to adjust their game plans to play the spinning ball.
Well, England arrived in Colombo earlier as another short delivery, and Shamim ducks underneath it. It wasn't that high. She almost sort of ducked into it there.
Yeah,
it
didn't look that short.
I think it was short. I just don't think it bounced at all, really, and she had to go very low to duck it.
Yeah, just duck it. It's one of those balls where, as a bowler, you bowl it into the wicket and you're like, yeah, I'm just going to bowl a nice bouncer, and it barely gets up and you just turn around.
As that one has jumped up and struck Shamim on the glove. She drops the hand and shakes it away, but didn't seem to be too much in that.
Yeah, I think that was the back of the hand from Annabelle Sutherland there. Wonderful seam on the ball, and when you get that right, you get the top spin, so it actually kicks up when you bowl the back of the hand. And yeah, she got right behind the ball, so managed to get the top spin, so it ended up hitting the batter on the glove.
Sutherland in bowls, and that's defended by Shamim straight back to the ball. Annabelle Sutherland has given hardly anything away here. 1 for 3 from her 3 overs so far. Pakistan 58 for 6 after 17.
Yeah, she really needs to look at that wide on the start. Come on, Annabelle, bowl, be a bit better. Yeah, so Belzy there will just be mixing up her pace, trying to get Pakistan to do something different, I guess, because when you're coming in as seamer in these sorts of conditions, you're trying to bowl stump to stump. The batters can just get into a rhythm and start blocking the ball. What you want them to do is to kind of second guess what's going on or play it a little bit earlier. So that will be why she's starting to change the pace and go to the back of the hands as well.
I guess some of the problem with if they start doing cross-seam deliveries is you can start introducing some variable bounce and get the ones that skid on, or occasionally with a cross-seamer, if it hits the seam, it can kick up a little bit as well, which is a bit difficult for some of the batters. But we will see the first introduction for this match of Ash Gardner, the off-spinner, who bowls that into the pad, and she almost gets a wicket on the first ball. It pops off the bat. Gardner sprints forward and dives full stretch, but can't quite get there to this one with a leading edge. She's done absolutely everything she could. I think actually she ended up jamming her fingers awkwardly into the ground. But she just couldn't quite get there, Ash Gardner.
Yeah, I think she's surprised it actually came back towards her. I think she was looking towards the leg side, and then, yeah, there's a caught and bowled chance.
And she's just having a little word with the umpire. I wonder if she's going to go off. Oh, yeah, she split her hand. She'll have to go off for a little bit of medical attention, and we'll get a little bit of a brief pause in this, I think. I can't work out how she's cut her hand.
I think as she's gone down to collect the ball and then gone onto her front and skidded along the wicket.
Oh, yeah, it's there. She skidded forwards on what looks to be quite hard turf. I'm not sure there's a lot of sponge in that. She'll just have to go and get that mopped up. And
got a little wicket burn on the edge of her palm.
And have some of that spray that stings like nothing else before you put the well, I say that, she's just having some water.
Water in the plaster.
get back to the top of your run up and go again. Doesn't need to be dramatic.
Well, she'll be relieved it's not her bowling hand, which could make things a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Pakistan batters now deal with the off spin. Obviously, the Australian batters really struggle with the left arm spinners. Australia choosing not to have Sophie Molyneux in their side today due to workload and managing her coming back from injury. So, yeah, you've obviously got Georgia Wareham and Alana Keane that can take the ball away from the right-handers. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they fare against Ash Gardner, the off-spinner.
Here's a different challenge facing an off-spinner compared to slow left arm. You think it would be more similar than it is, but you've seen, particularly in this tournament, just how effective that slow left arm is. England have obviously got two very experienced players in Sophie Eccleston and Lindsay Smith, who do an incredible job for them, and they bowl so differently despite bowling the same action.
I know, they're basically like a foot different in height anyway, so yeah, Lindsay is quite skiddy and she actually bowls wonderful in-duckers to the right-hander up top in the power play, which we've seen has been incredibly effective so far.
Gardner's had that mop up and will continue, and that one jagged sharply back into, I mean, he just about fends this one onto the ground. It's jagged back and jumped up a long way.
Yeah, and saw in the England game yesterday, got Tammy Beaumont in at short leg pretty early on. It'd be interesting to see if that's a...
As that one's just turned into the leg side for a single.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
it'll be interesting to see if that's a ploy that Australia are thinking about here with Ash Gardner turning it into the right-handers here, just to give Pakistan something else to think about and create a bit of space in a different bit of the pitch.
Pakistan already behind the run rate, currently going at 3.37. Required rate up over 5, but far too early in this to look at that, and the wicket column is far more important. Gardner goes round the wicket to left-hander, just a little bit of flight on that.
That was a lovely ball. She had a lovely little bit of flight, gave it a bit of height, bit of air time, and then a little bit of turn. Not heaps, but just enough.
And Alyssa Healy does bring in a fielder into a catching position on the offside. Can't quite see where that fielder is, but definitely heard the conversation, as that one is drifted far too leg side and just helped round the corner by Shamim, and Pakistan pick up a single for it. Looked for a moment like that was going to go all the way to boundary, but just stopped there by Megan Shute.
Yeah, probably got a little bit too greedy with her line now and ended up going a little bit straight, but nice that they're playing the sweeps on the line and taking the opportunity when they can.
Gardner in bowls that sort of just blocked off the back foot by, I mean, it trickles out towards point. The end of that over, 2 runs from it. Pakistan 60 for 6, needing 162 more from 32 overs. It's a doable chase.
It's doable.
But you just need to get one, as we saw in the first innings, you need one big partnership, and that's not particularly easy to come by on this pitch.
No, you've got to work incredibly hard to build those partnerships, and they don't tend to start off that quickly, and then they tend to grow as they go along. But 162 off 32 is a pretty solid effort on this pitch, and I think it would definitely add a few interesting paragraphs to that book.
Well, he'd have to write the book if Pakistan got there, which everyone listening and all of us in the studio will definitely hold Atif Nawaz to, after his promise in the first innings to write a book should Pakistan beat Australia. Anbar Sutherland will continue, and that one is again just turn around the corner, far too fine for Alyssa Healy, and that will be a welcome boundary for Pakistan. Feels like their first in a long time, but they move on to it's been given as a leg bye, so they will move on to 64 for 6. Nice tall seam there from Sutherland, just glances off the pad past Alyssa Healy's glove, and nothing you can do about that as a wicketkeeper.
No, you don't stand a chance there as a wicketkeeper. Bellesley just getting a little bit too straight there.
Sutherland in bowls looked like a bit of a back of the hand slower ball, and that one has been pushed away this time to the offside for a single.
Pakistan bench clapping every single run.
Well, and probably some hoping they won't have to bat quite as soon as they might have thought at one point.
Clapping out of relief.
Yeah, keep going, guys. Keep going. Don't make me put my pads on. The level of cricket might change, the conversations don't change as much as you think.
No, it's pretty much the same.
One of the Pakistan players had a lot of strapping there on her thumb as Sutherland comes over the wicket, and that one just goes straight wide of the off stump into the hands of Alyssa Healy.
Yeah, Annabelle Sutherland straying a little bit from the stumps there, but didn't want to throw her hands at it. 28 off 45. She's the key for Pakistan here. She's the one that has to score big. She's the one that has to control this run chase for them.
Sutherland will continue, goes over the wicket to the right-hander, who again just tucks this one towards square leg and will get through for a single. I think, as we said in the first innings, it's just going to be about rotating the strike and not trying to think too far ahead. We saw Australia run scoring stall so much at one point that you only need a couple of big overs and suddenly the equation completely changes. But before you get there, you need to build partnerships and most importantly, stop losing the wickets that we've seen so many of fall in quite quick fashion today before. And that one is banged in short by Sutherland, and Healy takes that around head height, standing up to the stumps, which will put a bit more pressure on these Pakistan bowlers as well.
Yeah, it must be definitely a ploy from Annabelle Sutherland here to bowl a bit shorter. She's not afraid of bowling a bouncer or two, having probably bowled at least one or two each over so far. So, yeah, it must have been something that they talked about in the pre-match prep talks beforehand.
Sutherland in bowls, that one leaps off the pad or bat. Healy races after it, can't quite get there. So at the end of the 19th over, Pakistan 66 for 6. Amin on 29, Shamim on 3. 6 runs from that over, which they'll take. They won't mind how they come at this point.
No, they won't mind at all. You'll take them however they come. And I think it would be interesting if the batters are now talking about how Belzy twice now has bowled a bouncer and then's gone to the back of hand right afterwards. That one she went scrambled seam for the back of the hand and it kicked and, yeah, went away from the left-hander and hit her on the glove on her handle. But, yeah, it's just those little nuances that you want to pick up on as a batting side. So, yeah, twice now Annabelle Sutherland's bowled the bouncer and then followed it up with the back of the hand.
I'm always hesitant to read too much into this, but as the worm comes up on our screen, Pakistan are right up there with where Australia were at this point in terms of runs, as that one is played round the corner towards backward square, fielded on the boundary for a single. But they have lost more wickets, and they lost them all at one particular point. We saw the little flurry of wickets, but you can recover from that.
Yeah, you can. It's obviously going to be incredibly difficult, especially if you're 6 down, but
Garner goes around the wicket to Shamim, struck on the pad. Umpire completely unmoved. I'm not sure Alyssa Healy was convinced by that. I'm not even sure Af Gardner really appealed for that.
No, she just kind of stuck her arm up in hope and then just turned around and just started walking off back to the top of her mark without any sort of expression whatsoever.
Gardner continues that one, turns quite a lot away from the left-hander into the hands of Alyssa Healy. It's definitely not an easy pitch to bat on.
Obviously, every spinner kind of has their natural pace that they seem to bowl at.
Gardner in bowls, that one's defended straight back to the bowler.
That one was definitely a slightly slower one, bowling at 48, but I wonder if the Australian bowlers thought about bowling a little bit slower, which is when they tend to have got a little bit more spin from the Pakistan bowlers as well.
Gardner continues around the wicket. That one is helped round the corner. Will Pakistan push for 2? No, they've played it safe. Just the 1 run for that. That's where we saw Australia turn those 1s into 2s, and that's something that Pakistan haven't quite been able to do with their running so far. Ash Gardner has 1 left in her second over. Megan Shute doing a good job there on the boundary. That one was... Well, that's what I think Fran was talking about earlier, just playing around the corner, accessing the bits behind the stumps just to try and keep the runs flowing. And as Amin comes forward, goes for a big hit outside the off stump, misses the ball. That will finish Gardner's over. She's got 0 for 4 from her 2 so far, 2 runs from each over. We've had a change in the commentary box, and ADR has been replaced by Fran.
Hello. Yeah, so 6 down. A long way to go for this Pakistan team. Saying it's going to be very difficult, especially when you haven't got Beth Mooney in your team. But Amin has looked decent. She's got 30 or 48.
I think it's also just in terms of net run rate, trying to give a good account for yourself, not get too bogged down. Obviously, you do want to win, but if you can't, just taking this opportunity to impress against Australia, which they already have done and will definitely be encouraged by. Sutherland over the wicket to Shamim, who just plays that watchfully straight back into the ground.
Yeah, every game's a really good opportunity, especially for the likes of Pakistan. Said a little bit earlier about belief, and belief just comes from consistently trying to get better and consistently over a period of time developing, and that belief will grow. So it's really important that they stay in this game for as long as they possibly can.
Sutherland in bowls, another short delivery. That one has been bounced up, parried by Alyssa Healy, and will race away to the boundary for 4. There's I think Alyssa Healy might actually have helped that one go towards the boundary there.
Yeah, it was actually a decent bouncer from Annabelle Sutherland. She's been really impressive the way she's mixed up her deliveries. She's bowled her best ball, she's also bowled back of the hand slow balls, and she's also got the bouncer as well. So some of her best one-day skills coming in, and fairly early in the game as well, which is, interesting and also really good to see.
Well, after those 4 byes, Sutherland will bowl again, and that one again, a back of the hand slow ball that's jumped up to Shamin, who's sort of fended it down towards third. She'll pick up a boundary for it, but it's hit her on the glove as she rings out her hand there.
That's probably the third time that has happened. The Pakistani batters definitely not picking Annabelle Sutherland's back of the hand slower ball. But it is she bowls that so well. She's hit the right length, right line every time, and it's kicked on and at a different pace as well.
As Sutherland goes again, another bouncer. That one has just been helped on its way to the boundary by Amin, who stood tall to that. We've seen them duck it so often, but she stood tall to that and just helped it around the corner. Alyssa Healy looks a little bit disappointed, but I don't think she was ever going to get anywhere near that as soon as he got bat on it, standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, it must be really tricky for keepers standing up, getting a bouncer. But I think she would back herself to get it. Obviously, Amin there has got a little bit of bat on it. It's a good shot, actually, reacting to that and hitting it for 4, almost directly behind the stumps.
Well, at the same stage in the first innings, Australia was 75 for 5, Pakistan 77 for 6 as they get through for another single, this time out towards backward point.
Yeah, I wonder if the Pakistan bowlers should almost set for Annabelle Sutherland's slower ball. She seems to be bowling it.
It's a lot slower as well. The last one was around 56 miles an hour, which is a far cry from her usual sort of late 60s, 70 mile an hour bowling.
Yeah, it might almost be easier to react to the quicker ones.
As Sutherland goes round the wicket again to the left-hander, who plays this one defensively into the leg side. At the end of Sutherland's 5th over, she has 1 for 11, Pakistan 78 for 6.
Yeah, good over there for Pakistan. 10 off it. So an expensive over from Annabelle Sutherland, even though I don't actually think she bowled that badly. I just think a few just got away, a few good shots in there as well.
I always think the bouncer with the wicket-keeper standing up, there's not really a margin for any mistake, and any bat on it is going to go in a way that you don't quite bring the catching into play as you would if the wicket-keeper was standing back. But obviously, you can put the stumping into play, but it puts sometimes more pressure on batters, especially, I'm not sure Pakistan will be used to wicket-keepers standing up to sort of 70 miles an hour bowling either.
Yeah, it's just weighing up.
As Gardner continues, and that one is just tucked into the leg side. No run.
Just weighing up what's going to get you more benefit, putting pressure on the batters by making them not leave their crease, or actually opening up that catching opportunity behind the stumps.
Gardner over the wicket, and that one is heaved into the leg side and straight into the hands of Annabelle Sutherland. Amin, who you were just saying was so important to this run chase, has gone for 35 from 52. She did almost what we saw all of the Australian batters do. Tried to sort of push at it, goes at one from Gardner that was a little bit wide. She goes for the big shot over mid-on and plays it straight to Annabelle Sutherland, who takes a good catch. Gardner doesn't even really celebrate, looks sort of like job done. And that's another crucial wicket for Australia. Pakistan 78 for 7.
Yeah, I feel like there's been 0 success going down the ground today. It looked like a really hard option. So for Sidra Amin to try that, I think it was always going to end in that way, caught at mid-on. Yeah, we haven't seen anyone hit successfully down the ground today, and Australia have got some of the best in the world at it.
Well, we saw Phoebe Litchfield was obviously the first wicket to fall down the ground, went for the big shot, just skied it straight into the air and back to the bowler. And it will be one of those bowlers who was so good for Pakistan who has to come and try and rescue something for her side here. Diana out. Shamim, also quite a new batter on 5 from 28. Do you think that's taken any chance Pakistan had of drawing it even close?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm honest, I think it was even a really tough ask with Amin at the crease. I think the game's pretty much almost done now. We're losing her, but it was always going to be a tough ask, even with Amin there, and she's been her best player. So, yeah, disappointing loss of wicket there for Pakistan.
Gardner will have a chance to go at the new batter here. I don't think Australia's plans are going to change at all. They might feel a little bit relieved they managed to get as many runs on the board as they did that would prevent this from being run close. Gardner over the wicket. And a big step forward from Diana. There's a half shout as it seems to skew back into her pad, but nothing given. And as you mentioned, we haven't even seen anyone go successfully down the ground, along the ground or anything. It seems to be a really poor option for everyone today.
Yeah, I just think because the ball's turning.
That one is successfully defended more comfortably this time, straight into the ground by Diana on the offside.
I think because the ball is turning and holding in the wicket, the ball has to be really full and in exactly the right spot.
Gardner continues. That one turns sharply across the batter, who turns it round the corner. They probably should have gone for a run there, but were too tentative, Pakistan, and end up not picking up anything for it. Gardner one ball away from a wicket maiden here. And it will be Diana on strike, who turns that one round the corner. This time they do go for a run, and it will be a single, just as I talk about a wicket maiden. After 22 overs, Pakistan 79 for 7.
Yeah, it's looked like today the best options have been being really strong off the back foot and driving along the floor. We saw Mooney do it really well through cover, extra cover. We've seen a few good sweep shots as well. I think it's been an underused option today when the ball's turning, holding in the wicket. It takes a lot of margin for error out. So those seem like the best options today. If you're going to go down the ground, it's got to be in exactly the right spot on this wicket. And yeah, people haven't chosen that option correctly.
Well, we've seen almost very similar scorecards of, I think once you get in, it becomes a lot easier, but getting in is really difficult. You saw so many of the Australian batters fall in single figures, and just one of the Pakistan players scoring over 20 as well. So it's something you can get used to, but it takes a lot. And this, obviously, Beth Mooney got 109, Alana King 51, and then the next highest scorer was Alyssa Healy at the top of the innings there with 20. So it's not like the runs were shared around in the Australia innings, and it will be Georgia Wareham who will have a go for the first time in this World Cup.
Yeah, she'll be looking forward to bowling on this. We've seen Alana King get a lot of turn. Georgia Wareham's a very, very good bowler as well.
I wonder if they're just trying to give her a little bit of a go in this, as that one is sort of helps very finely round the corner. A big sweep shot that's gone incredibly fine, and Pakistan will pick up a couple of runs here. We haven't seen that shot at all really in this match, but it's brought some rewards now for Pakistan.
Yeah, I genuinely think it's been really underused. I think it's a great option when the ball's turning.
Wareham has a slip in place. Beth Mooney doing the honours there. And Wareham goes, and that's driven up towards mid-off for no run by Diana. I think we've seen runs quite difficult to come by, and then if the bowling, when Pakistan bowled it short was when Australia had the most joy, really, towards the end of the innings. As Wareham continues, and that one has been fired down leg, and that will be given as a wide. She'll have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, I guess with the slower nature of the wicket, if a bowler misses short, it gives you an opportunity to put pace back onto the ball. And we saw Alana King do that really well.
Where their toss is one up and that one's driven, and that probably might be the most successful drive that we've seen all match. Diana has a 4 straight back down the ground. She kept it low along the ground, evades the fielder, and more runs for Pakistan.
Lovely shot, and as you see, that ball is right up there, and I think that's when the ball's turning, that's where the ball's got to be if you're going to go down the ground. Lovely shot from Diana.
She kept it very straight out of the reach of Annabelle Sutherland there at mid-on. Where will continue. That one has thudded into the pad, and she's been given out, Diana, there, just after playing that shot. She tries to go over mid-wicket, and she's been given out. I wonder if she has reviewed it, and I think you have to in this situation, but Australia looked pretty convinced, as did the umpire on that occasion.
Yeah, that looks pretty plumb, and that's an example of a bad ball to sweep. Full straight. I think that's hitting middle and middle. Yeah, not a great option from Diana to that particular delivery.
As we watch the replays.
Unless she's hit it, of course.
I'm not sure that it might just have touched glove, but I'm not sure it did. Well, I'm sure they'll do the thorough checks as they always do. But I don't think it's close to bat or glove, and thudded. She's gone right down into the sweep, back knee on the ground, and it's thudded into that back thigh pad. Can't see any of the stumps, which is usually a sign on these replays that it's going to be given out.
Yeah, I mean, to the naked eye, it definitely looked out. They've taken a while to check this ultra edge.
I think they were taking a while to load ultra edge. There's nothing moving.
I was going to say, I'm not sure what they're looking at,
to be honest. And that's going to be an uncomfortable one. It's thudded quite high into the back thigh there. As we look at the ball tracking, and as you rightly called it, it's heading middle of, well, top middle of middle, and another wicket falls for Pakistan, who now find themselves 86 for 8. As I'm going to do a little, probably what might be our last little swap in the commentary box, and I'm going to be replaced by Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, those extra 50 runs or so that Australia got through that brilliant partnership have just heaped on the pressure for Pakistan. They haven't been able to soak up any pressure because they've needed to keep the scoreboard ticking, and as a result they've felt the pressure and they've imploded a little bit, lost 8 wickets.
Yeah, I was going to make a comment about them being 78 for 7, which is still ahead of Australia at that point in their innings, but it's now become 86 for 8, and that's to be expected. Beth Moonies don't grow on trees, and if they did, they wouldn't grow on trees in Pakistan, sadly. Nashra Sandhu was terrific with the ball earlier, 3 for 37 from her 10 overs. She's going to come out and bat a career average of under 5, so expectations will be tempered, I'm sure. It's been very disappointing for Pakistan, especially considering the start that they made.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen Pakistan bowl really, really well, and they've got some really good spinners, and their seamers looked good as well today. And it's just the batting. It's how can they move their team on in terms of getting match winning or even just testing scores.
There's Georgia Wareham into Nashra Sandhu, the new batter, who cuts hard, just chops on a ball straight to extra cover on the bounce, no run. Shamim on 5 of 28 deliveries at the non-striker's end. Really, any real chance Pakistan had in this chase, it lied with Sidra Amin. And Georgia Wareham in once more, fly to delivery, just worked past her to mid-on, no run. And you felt, I mean, even sort of before that, when Fatima Sana played onto her stumps, that felt like the game to me at that point. Like they were the two batters who you could sort of bank on to potentially get you another 50, 60 runs in a partnership. But beyond that, it didn't really seem likely. Nobody else getting into double figures in this inning so far. Sidra Amin 35, Fatima Sana 11 of 12, and everybody else single-digit scores.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like to beat Australia as Pakistan, they would have almost had to have their perfect game batting. I know it was an under par score potentially, although actually I think it's a pretty good score on this wicket. So yeah, as soon as they started losing early wickets and they couldn't stem that flow either, it started to get really, really difficult.
Here's Ash Gardner. 3 overs, 1 for 5. And again, that ball's defended by Shamim to mid-wicket for no run. Starting a long way outside leg stump, that one. It was half a case for letting it go down the leg side, but
Yeah.
maybe worried about the ball sharply turning in. Here's Gardner in again. This time the ball has been swept quite nicely, actually. Met nicely with the face of the bat down towards fine leg for a single by Shamim. Who'll take the single. Now Gardner gets to go at Nashra Sandhu. And she's been given some advice by Ramin Shamim, who's on 6 of 30 herself. I don't know how much of that is registered. We'll find out in a moment. And here's Ash Gardner into Nashra Sandhu. Goes for a drive to a turning delivery. Plays it to mid-off, no run. So a lot of conviction in that shot, wasn't there? Like,
No. I really liked that little paddle, actually. There's me being biased to paddles, but...
oh, that ball turns sharply into Nashra. Didn't know too much about it as it strikes her and drops just in front of her. No run.
Yeah, I think it's a good option. There's loads of space behind the wicket. It's obviously really difficult to score in front of the wicket. If you can just help it on its way, it could be a really good option.
Gardner in, and big appeal for LBW. Looks pretty straight. Umpire says no. There's another off break that turned sharply into the right-handed Nashra. I think they managed to get through for a run, a leg by. Not quite sure. We haven't got a signal from the umpire yet. As the DRS timer is on the big screen. Should they review it? Should they not? Chat between Elisa Healy and Ash Gardner, the bowler. 4 seconds on the clock. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. And there goes the T sign. So they do want to review that. I think at this point, why not? If you're Australia, you've got the review in the bank. You can use it. It's, if anything, likely to expedite the game at this point. I think everybody in the Australian team keen to just close it out and go home. Let's take another look at this. Ooh, it's all about impact, I think. I don't think it's hit the bat. It's a long way away from the bat. If the impact is inside off stump, that's the only thing.
Yeah, it's quite high as well, actually. And we know it's turning, so is the angle taking it down leg? I don't.
And it's given not out by the on-field umpire, so everything has to go right for that decision to be overturned. Wasn't the most convincing shot from Nashra Sandhu. It's exactly the kind of shot you sort of expect from a number 10, unless your number 10 is Alana King.
Yeah, I mean, she's just... Yeah, that's a good point, actually. She's just kind of caught on the crease a little bit, isn't she? We saw a few of the Aussie top-order batters getting a bit caught on the crease, and looks like a similar kind of action.
Well, let's take a look. It's striking. Impact is umpire's call, and it was bouncing over the top. So you were bang on there, Fran. That's a review loss for Australia. Still think it was worth a go, just in case.
Yeah, I reckon it's worth a go. It's always going to be difficult when the ball's turning and bouncing to get LBWs unless it's quite full. Ash Gardner's getting a good amount of revs on this ball.
Yeah, it's bowled well. Conceded just 6 runs in the 22 balls she's bowled so far. As Ash Gardner. Now then, they got through for... well, it's not been corrected on the scoreboard yet because Shamim is on strike now, not Nashra. So it was either a leg by, or it would have been a leg by signal by the umpire, which wasn't signaled in the end, but they did get the run. There we go. It's been corrected now. And then another run's been taken off the next ball, the final ball of the over. So the score is now 89 for 8 for Pakistan. 1 over shy of halfway through the innings. Ash Gardner figures a 1 for 7 from her 4 overs. Nashra Sandhu yet to get off the mark. And she'll have a bit of a wait, actually, because Shamim has pinched the strike again. As a batter, though, I mean, this is like, I don't know what the instructions from the dugout will be, but would you not just be tempted to have a little swing and try and, you know, have a little swing and, you know, have a few memories, why not, of sending some of the Australian bowlers to the boundary, maybe connecting with a big hit over mid-wicket or something, or the cow.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be lovely, wouldn't it, as a batter, to just go out swinging and play a few nice shots. It's definitely hard work. I know it's not been a close game, but we've seen some really, really good spin bowling today. Just watching Alana King spinning it square, and Georgia Wareham, and now Ash Gardner. It's a real, and obviously the Pakistan spinners as well. It's a real masterclass in spin bowling.
It certainly is. And very, very impressive. It's been good conditions in Colombo for the spinners. I wonder if that's going to continue. Pakistan have a further 4 games to play in Colombo. All of their matches happening in Colombo. They seem to gain a little more intel each time. Here's Wareham in full and driven nicely by Shamim to extra cover. They're running through for a quick single. Dive from Shamim at the non-striker's end to make sure she got in. And she does. 90 for 8 to the score now.
Yeah, a little bit of a wayward throw from Megan Shoot. Going for the quick single. Probably would have been out with a direct hit, but not a great throw in the end.
That was wild kind of throw that. Older fielding coach would send you around for laps for. This is a full Yorker length ball from Wareham. It's been dug out by Nashra. Appeal for LBW, I think, but was missing leg stump comfortable. His pitch, I think it was impact outside leg stump as well. But,
yeah, worth a shout, I guess.
Yeah. Just have a shout. Yeah, just, work out those vocal muscles. Because this game, you can't imagine, will last too much longer. As Wareham is in once more. Fly to delivery. Nashra has a big booming driver. That gets a thick inside edge. The ball trickles to the vacant square leg region. And she'll pick up a run. 91 for 8. Career high score of 5 for Nashra Sandhu. So something to aim for. I mean, what do you take from that? Let's talk about Australia for a start. I feel like they've shown a lot of character here today. Like they were pushed, they were put in a difficult scenario, and they've come through it with aplomb, I think. And they'll take a lot of confidence in their defense of the title as the next ball beats the outside edge through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, it's very easy to see the wobbles as a negative, and this is the same as England. But I think in tournament cricket, being challenged is one of the most important things, and it gives you a bit of belief. It gives...
As Wareham in once more. More flight, driven quite nicely, but straight to point, no run.
It gives the team a bit of resilience, and you want to end up peaking towards the end. So for Australia to be challenged today and come through it, I actually think it's a really good thing for them, and they've looked really, really strong, especially from the bowling point of view, but also Alana King and Beth Mooney.
Here's Wareham looking for the sweep shot. The ball takes an outside edge and just drops wide of the fielder at slip. There's no run. And that's the end of another tidy over from Australia. Wareham just going for 2 there. Pakistan 91 for 8 halfway through the overs, 25 overs. I was going to say halfway through this innings, but I think we're a long way beyond halfway through this innings. 91 for 8 the score. Australian closing in on what will be a really, really big victory here in Colombo, one that will send them to the top of the table as well. 5 points. Pakistan now looking at not just a 3rd consecutive defeat, but probably the kind of net run rate that you're not going to come back from. And as Ash Gardner into Nashra Sandhu floats the ball up in the air, just short of mid-wicket. I feel like you want to get a short leg in there, possibly, for Nashra Sandhu.
Why not? We've seen it in... Did England do it yesterday?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Could be an option.
Gardner into Nashra Sandhu again, who gets forward and pushes that ball away defensively into the offside, no run. Sorry, I was incorrect. I said her career high score was 5. Her average is just under 5. Her career high score is 11 not out for Nashra Sandhu, so opportunity to reach her own personal milestone. As Gardner comes round the wicket now, and Nashra gets forward and defends the ball back to the bowler, no run. Just looking to get through that defence, isn't it? It's just a little game of cat and mouse. Nashra is just happy to block it out for now, and Ash Gardner just trying to get between bat and pad. This time the ball takes a leading edge into the offside. Where's the silly mid-off? No run again.
I think going back to what you're saying about, could they go and just try and hit a few 4s? I think the problem is it's difficult to, and they don't actually know what the best option to do that is.
It's Gardner into Nashra Sandhu. Outside the off stump, nearly takes an outside edge. The ball goes off the gloves of Alyssa Healy and trickles to short 3rd. They thought about running through for a single, in the end opted against it. So 5 dots on the bounce for Ash Gardner. Bowling figures 1 for 7 off 4.5. Could you finish the over with a splash here, Ash Gardner? Nope, she's going to finish it with a wide. So it's not going to be the finish at all.
I guess the benefit that Mooney and King had is that they didn't have to force it. They could just could bat and bat and bat, and then they're in, and then the options just opened up. Whereas these guys are just kind of up against the wall a bit.
Gardner into Nashra, who defends the ball back to the bowler, no run. So just the 1 wide off that over. Pakistan 92 for 8, 26 overs gone, and Australia just waiting for their moment to cross the line and record an excellent win in Colombo. Earlier we were treated to a remarkable innings by Beth Mooney. to work really hard in her knock. Just 11 fours in it, 109 off 114 balls. And ran each and every one of them, and by the end of it, it looked like she'd stepped out of a bath because she was just drenched in sweat, working hard. Great conditioning as well. As pointed out, she... Was it yourself or Alice who pointed out? She didn't cramp at all through it as that ball's been defended back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, I just think...
It feels like an ADR point, that
yeah,
one.
that wasn't me, but I'll take it. Well, it's just the beauty of 50 over cricket. Like, I love the challenge, and it doesn't always look the same. Like, you're not always celebrating the same kind of innings.
Here's Wareham looking for the ramp shot as Shamim and misses the ball as it dips, and there's half an appeal from Wareham, but it was going past the off stump.
Yeah, I guess in T20 cricket we applaud the quick innings where people go hard and you see all these different shots, whereas 50 over cricket can throw that up, but it also throws up these hard, challenging innings, which...
Let's wear him in, and that ball again strikes the batter quite high up. Shamim not knowing too much about what Georgia Wareham's doing at the moment.
I guess you'd say the same about men's Test cricket, but obviously we don't play that much of that. But I don't mind these. At least Pakistan are trying some different options. They're looking for a few paddles, looking to score.
Let's wear him in. There's a sweep shot that does connect from Shamim out towards the deep backward square leg boundary. There is protection there. And Megan Shute gets the throw back, so just a single added to the score. That net run rate's going to take a big positive swing for Australia as well as they move up towards the top of the table. Favourites for this tournament coming in, even in different conditions in India and Sri Lanka. England at the top of the table at the moment. 2 wins from 2 matches. Full ball driven nicely, firmly back to the bowler, who ricochets it towards mid-on. And then the non-striker sort of falls over the bowler, and then the throw comes in and it's the batter, just to complete a really sort of messy sequence of cricket. In the end, it's a single to the score, 94 for 8.
Yep, another good over from Wareham. She's looked really good coming into this side. I'm sure Molyneux is a bit sad that she's not bowling on this spin-friendly wicket, but again, just testament to the Australians' depth.
Wareham into Shamim, who gets forward and defends the ball back to the bowler. There is no run. 94 for 8 after 27 overs. Pakistan, they need 128 more from 138 to win this game. Goodness me, if it happens at this point, I might have to write 10 books about it. Might have to write my own Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Yeah.
But, well, it's just what happens sometimes with experienced teams, with classy players. Australia demonstrating the value of depth of talent, depth of batting lineup, all the way down to number 11. You got your number 10 scoring your 50s. It's a daunting proposition for any team to take on. Never mind one that's been in a bit of a slump of late.
Yeah, and realistically, Australia should, like, the amount of investment that goes into cricket in their country, that they should have that much depth. And
here's Ash Gardner in. That ball's turned into the onside, no run. That's interesting you mentioned that, the investment in Australian cricket. I mean, how far ahead of England would you say they are in terms of their investment in cricket? Because it's something that we've seen the ECB try and step up year on year. I'd be curious to get your thoughts on this. As Ash Gardner in, that ball's turned away just to square leg. There is no run.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because, yeah, the ECB have definitely invested in recent times, 100%. I actually think the work was done for Australia pre-professionalism. They've always had a good setup, even in the amateur era.
Gardner in once more as that ball, stuck in the armpit off the batter, and Elisa Healy asked her for it, and she wasn't falling for it. Shamim, she just turned away and dropped the ball slightly away from her.
I wonder if she would have appealed if she'd given it to her.
Of course she would.
Yeah, this is Elisa Healy we're talking about.
She wants to go home. Ash Gardner into Nashra Sandhu, who drives off a thick outside edge to backward point. There is no run.
Yeah, I think Australia have always benefited from having that 6-team league in their domestic structure, so that the talent has always been really concentrated. And then it was just built and built and built and added, when you add professionalism to that.
Another drive back to the bowler, no run.
Like adding professionalism to that already really good structure, just as it's set them apart from the rest of the world. But I don't think we're far behind. England are far behind. You can catch up pretty quickly, and I think our domestic structure is is really good now. We've seen with the 100 and with the county setup now as well.
Here's Gardner for the final ball of a over. It's another block from Nashra. Back to the bowler. There is no run. It's a maiden over. 94 for 8, the score after 28 overs. We'll have a little change in the commentary box. Brad Wilson's going to take a break. Alice Davidson-Richards back in alongside. We're just discussing Australia's limited overs competitions. They've got an excellent 50-over competition called the Women's National Cricket League in Australia. And it's been around for a while as well. The first edition taking place in 96, 97. And New South Wales, the most successful team in that. 21 titles for New South Wales. And Australia's 50 overs competition. That's nearly all of them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not too shabby, that.
That's like more than 2/3 of all of the competition.
Yeah, I think they were pretty dominant, and the last few years other states have caught up. I think Tasmania's won at least 2 of the last few years, over the last 3 or 4 years. So, yeah, I think the fact that they've only had the 6 states kind of has helped them out before.
It's where I'm in, wide outside the off stump, left alone by Shamim, no run.
And they've also got a really good club structure out there as well, where a lot of the girls, if they're not playing state cricket, will go back and play club stuff. So I think the English domestic season's starting to follow on, and you're starting to see the depth.
Where I'm in, there's a sweep shot attempted, big appeal, but the impact was outside the off stump. And that ball's trickling down towards deep third. I think in amidst all the appealing, the batters have managed to get back for 2, have they? I think they managed to run 2.
Yeah, chaos. I wonder if Australia will go here. They've got 1 review remaining. Alyssa looking very intrigued here, going up to Georgia Wareham to have a conversation as to whether they go for it or not.
Yeah, they've gone for the review with 1 second left, so we'll wait and see if the impact was indeed inside off. It felt like the impact was outside off quite, and the on-field umpire was quite quick to give it not out. So we'll see. Well, what's your instinct say? Is it closer than I'm thinking?
I'm
Yeah, Australia very close. In fact, they've just reviewed for what would potentially be a 9th wicket. They've currently got Pakistan 94 for 8. Pakistan need 128 more to win from 21.5 overs. It's a long, long way away. In fact, I can tell you that that review has been unsuccessful. So still 8 wickets down for Pakistan. But really only a matter of time before Australia win this game and go top of the table. A little update there for our listeners on 5 Live and some information about pumpkin patches for all of us. As this ball turns sharply in towards Shamim, there's no run. I didn't get a full look at that review there, ADL, but was it pitching out? Was it impact outside off?
I think it was impact outside off it, but also it was hitting the glove, so didn't have too much going through in that one. But yeah, no, I don't think my post-cricket career is going to be in umpiring.
Here's Wareham in, swept aerially and drops into the vacant short fine leg area. Fielder from the deep picks up. They'll get through for a single. 97 for 8 now, Pakistan. Oh, no reviews left for Australia. That could be crucial, ADR.
That could be crucial. That could be crucial at this point in the game. It's also really interesting to see how far in the Australia fielders are versus the Pakistan fielders out on the boundary. They're at least...
As Wareham is in, this is short. Cut nicely, actually, out towards deep extra.
Yeah, they're at least about 10 feet or 10 yards in from the boundary to kind of get those in-between catches where the ball lands just in front of you. So, yeah, unfortunately for Australia, they lost that review and they're just going to have to, I guess, hit the stumps.
Yeah.
Make sure that it's not the umpire that has to do the calling.
Now, Ramin Shamim has quietly moved on to 12 of 44. Wareham in, fly to delivery, defended into the offside. She got a few runs against Bangladesh in that first match as well. 23 is what Ramin got against Bangladesh. Got naught against India, but she can bat. She's held up her end reasonably well.
Yep.
Pressure's sort of off at this point because nobody's expecting you to win. But even so, just spending some time out there in the middle, you never know when that's going to be useful again. When play against a different team in the same conditions.
Yeah, it's definitely useful, and it's an opportunity for Nashra Sandhu as well to spend some time out in the middle. Obviously, she's on 3 of 21 so far, so about 9 off beating her best score of 11. So, yeah, it's invaluable actually being able to bat out in the middle in a game situation versus batting for hours and hours in the nets.
Yeah, then Ash Gardner's going to continue. Figures of 1 for 8 from her 6 overs so far. Astounding economy. In she comes to Nashra Sandhu. Fly to delivery. Nashra Sandhu gets forward and defends off a thick inside edge into the onside, and there's no run. Pakistan's immediate target will be to cross the 3 figures mark. They're on 98 for 8. Getting over the 100 mark. I don't know how much consolation it is, but it'll be something. As that ball turns down the leg side, that will help, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if Australia here...
It's not signalled wide by the umpire.
No, I think it came off a little bit of thigh pad there.
Yeah, probably a bit of thigh pad.
Bit of thigh pad. Yeah, I wonder if Australia here are thinking about having a short leg. I wonder if they've not brought somebody on to be short leg because they don't have the shin pads or haven't got the helmet for it, or... Yeah, I wonder what the thinking behind that is.
This is a shorter one from Ash Gardner. It's been cut away nicely by Nashra Sandhu. Beautifully timed, but she's got enough bat on it to be able to get back for a couple. Good running. And, an unexpected chase there for Megan Shute in the deep, and that brace brings up the 100 for Pakistan. 100 for 8 after 29.3 overs. It's an odd change-up, that wasn't it? A short.
Yeah, she
wide
has been working on that bouncer. I just don't think she bowled it exactly where she wanted to. It just ended up being short and wide and easy for Nashra Sandhu to get hands through.
Gardner into Sandhu. Another fly to delivery. Once more played into the onside, no run. And, yeah, you're thinking silly mid-on or short leg.
Just get someone in and around the back. Get them thinking about something different.
Just borrow a helmet from Pakistan.
Just to be annoying, if anything. Just to be annoying.
Maybe they don't want to risk injury to one of their players, maybe. As Gardner is in. That one turns down the leg side. That will be a wide. In fact, they're going to run through for another one. It'll be a couple of runs for Pakistan. 102 for 8 now.
Yeah, I think that starting to chase the wickets a little bit here, whereas the way they got the rewards earlier was just by keeping things nice and simple. So, yeah, Ash Gardner probably been a little bit looser with her line and length in this over and probably chasing that one of those final 2 wickets a little bit too much.
Yes, indeed. There's Ash Gardner into Shamim, who turns this ball up a thick inside edge towards deep backward square leg for a single.
That was a beautiful ball.
It's been a terrific spell from Gardner, hasn't it? Although this has got to be fun for a spinner to come in these conditions and batters not really trying to attack you. You can be all over them, improve your economy, and
yeah, you
probably
can
snaffle a few wickets.
Start having fun with fields, start setting fun fields.
Yeah, full driven, slightly uppishly past the short third fielder. That might run away to the boundary for 4. It does. It's the first boundary for Nashra Sandhu. She's already scored more than her average, 9 off 26 for her. It's going to be a drinks break now. We've made it to another drinks break. 107 for 8 after 30 overs. And that's quite something. I didn't expect to make it to another drinks break, if I'm quite honest, when I came onto commentary ADL. But we've done it. 107 for 8 Pakistan. They need 115 more from 120 balls to win this game. You can safely rule that out. But they are frustrating the Australian players for a little while. Maybe their teammates will thank them for it. Well, their competitors will thank them for it a little bit.
Yeah, 115 off 120 balls, so theoretically is very much still on. But yeah, with Pakistan 8 down, that's an incredibly tough task. Nashra Sandhu here now 2 off her best. So she just needs to get 12 runs to be at her best of 11. But yeah, Australia here just need to try and... It's really difficult when you're in this position where you just need 2 wickets and you just want them so badly that you start looking for them, start trying to bowl magic balls, whereas actually what you've got to do is just keep it as simple as possible and kind of almost go back to the start of the innings when you're kind of not searching for things as much. And yeah, I think that would be quite a hard thing to get out of your mind if you're an Australian bowler at the moment, but I'm sure one of them will end up taking at least 1 or 2 of the wickets pretty soon.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. It's a matter of time. Just a reminder, the World Cup continues tomorrow. It's just almost every day for a while in this World Cup, with India taking on South Africa tomorrow at 10:15 in the morning. You can join our coverage. We'll BBC Sport website and app, on BBC Sounds, wherever you catch it on the BBC's platforms. If you're listening on the ABC, you can follow us there as well. And indeed on the ICC app. Lots of ways to listen to our coverage. We hope you're enjoying it, by the way. And, it's been great fun to bring it to you. It should be a good game tomorrow. India versus South Africa. Unbeaten India so far, 2 wins from 2. So resurgent South Africa. Big performance from them against New Zealand just a couple of days ago. A century. Different stuff. Right, in Colombo, 115 runs needed off 120 balls. But Pakistan, it's not going to happen because they've only got 2 wickets left. But might be fun watching these two lower order batters have a little swing. Shamim's on 13 not out of 46 deliveries. Nashra Sandhu on 9 of 26. Sidra Amin batted well for a while. She was there on 35 of 52 before she hauled out to mid-wicket. Fatima Sana also looked good, played a couple of really nice boundaries from either side of the wicket, but in the end, either side of the square I should say, but then in the end was out chopping onto her stumps for 11 of 12 deliveries. Taking a look at some of the runs that have come recently, some short stuff. So a slightly frustrating partnership from an Australian perspective, because the game's become a foregone conclusion. You know you're going to win now, you just want to close it off. This partnership is now worth 21 runs from 44 balls.
Yeah, Pakistan are just doing exactly what Australia did to them, but obviously
probably less consequence.
Probably less consequence, you would think. I mean, you've still got a few chances trying that book, but yeah, they haven't got the danger of someone with the skill of Alana King coming in at 10. So yeah, I wonder if Alyssa Healy's thinking about changing things up. Obviously, it's been predominantly spin in this bit of the game, and wonder if she's thinking about bringing on one of the seamers just to change up the rhythm a little bit.
Yeah, no tail-ender likes that, do they? It's very rare to find a tail-ender who likes seamers, again, unless your name is Alana King. I know, she's going to be the exception to every rule now. It's Alana King.
Just got to bowl it outside that arc.
Yeah, you can't let them swing.
Nah, nose or toes.
Nose or toes.
Slightly outside the arc as well.
Nose or toes, slightly outside the arc, okay.
Yeah, a slower ball slightly outside the arc, so she's always going to go for it. So then it will just go up the air, so it's catching chance.
There we go. That's easy.
Yeah, easy game. It's so nice. Sat here.
Here's Sutherland, who's in for a 6th over. First ball's been guided off a thick outside edge by Shamim down to deep third for a single. So for now, this Pakistani resistance continues. 108 for 8, 30.1 overs. Pakistan rooted to the bottom of that table. Bangladesh, though, currently in 4th place.
Sneak into that top 4.
If India can get over the line against South Africa tomorrow, Bangladesh will stay there.
Yeah, and if they keep it up with that little run rate, 0.57 versus South Africa is minus 1.4. Be a nice little surprise, that.
Well, Bangladesh versus South Africa just became a big game, didn't it? Sutherland in, short ball, slightly slower. Nashra was through a shot before the ball got to her. She smiles as she misses the ball and goes through to keep a no run. That'll be interesting. Now, Australia after this are going to move on to a big game against India on Sunday in Visakhapatnam. Visakhapatnam, I beg your pardon. And then after that, they'll have Bangladesh also in Visakhapatnam. With a couple of games there, and then finishing off in Indore with a couple of games there too. And this is another short, slower ball. It's been cut by Nashra Sandhu, but straight to point, no run. But they'll be leaving Colombo probably indefinitely after this this game. This will be their only experience on this surface. I think just watching the way they went about things today with Pakistan, I think a lot of teams would have fancied playing Australia in Colombo.
Yeah, if you're going to line up with four spinners, I think Australia would be...
This is another slow ball, well watched by Nashra, guides it down to deep third, and that takes her into double figures, 10 off 29, Pakistan 109 for 8.
Yeah, I think Australia would be happy to see the back of Colombo and go back onto India soil, where they might bring in some of more of their down the ground game when they're batting, where they don't have to play quite as square.
Yeah, I think Bangladesh would have loved to have played Australia in Colombo. That would have been their shot. They might still have a shot. We'll wait and see. Sutherland in. It's another short, slower ball. Shamim just pokes at it outside off stump, doesn't connect, and then smiles again.
Yeah, Sutherland basically almost changing up every single ball here just to try and entice Bangladesh, Pakistan, sorry, I was reading Bangladesh on the screen there, entice Pakistan into a full shot.
You're talking about Australia's next game, Pakistan. It just gets harder and harder. Sutherland in. That ball's guided down to backward point, no run. Pakistan's next game, again at Colombo, obviously, against England.
I know, it should be a good game.
Well, what do you think? I mean, do you think there's enough in this to threaten England, who've managed to... Oh, they decimated South Africa, didn't they? But they just about got through against Bangladesh. Do you think Pakistan can go another gear and push England?
I think it'll be really interesting. I think with what England struggled against with Bangladesh was a slow spin, and Pakistan have a similar sort of lineup with their slightly slower spinners as well. And as we've seen this game, the pitch is starting to grip a little bit. So yeah, I don't think it will be an easy task. England will obviously back themselves, but yeah, I think Pakistan can make it pretty difficult.
It could do. An intriguing game. And Pakistan will have a nice long break after this one to build to that one. Maybe go out and explore Colombo a little bit.
Go see the sights.
Go to the Lotus Tower. Find out if there's any Biscoff being sold there.
The Biscoff Tower.
If that's not happening, that is a missed branding opportunity.
Yeah, you get it with your cup of tea, no?
You do imagine,
coffee.
right?
Yeah, surely.
They got her. Right, Alana King's about to come back into the attack. She's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 16 so far. And exceptionally good at mopping up tails is Alana King. And she'll have a sight set on numbers 10 and Jack.
I think this will be a wonderful option. My only worry is if Alana King is spinning it too much, so the batter cannot get anywhere near it. It'll be interesting if she tries to spin it a little bit less and just go for a little bit more towards the stumps.
Now then, a slip in place for Alana King. It was into Nashra Sandhu, fly to delivery. Sandhu gets forward, defends the ball back to the bowler, no run. There's a lot at stake for Nashra Sandhu. 1 away from a career high score, or equaling her career high score. This partnership for the 9th wicket. It's not as frustrating as Australia's was for Pakistan, but it's not bad. 23 so far. As that ball's been turned into the onside. That's a single for Nashra Sandhu, who's now level with her highest one-day international score, 11 not out for her. It's been a good game for her. I mean, she took 3 wickets with the ball. You know, evened her high score, so she'll be thinking, I don't know about you lot, but I did all right.
Yeah, she's there patting herself on the back at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one where you've had an okay day, but your team's really struggled. So, yeah, mixed feelings from Nashra Sandhu, I'm sure.
Makes that Instagram post hard, I'm sure. This is another flighted ball from King, pushed into the onside, no run.
Yeah.
Just watching these guys push it around ADR.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the pressure's off somewhat now, but even so, it just makes you think, if there'd been a little bit more caution shown, a little bit more application from Pakistan's top order, they might have had more than half a chance in this game. As King in once more, swept slightly aerially, but short of short fine leg, no run.
Oh, I think you can always say that. It's a bit like when you review a game and you're like, well, why don't you just bowl it there? And then you say to the batters, well, why don't you just hit the gaps?
Yeah.
But no, it's definitely something that top order can look towards the next game. And
floated delivery, driven nicely, just wide of mid-off, but no run taken, another dot.
Yeah, I just think the difference is in the pressure of the game. Obviously, this lower order doesn't have that much pressure on them, needing 112 from 109 balls now. But yeah, I think it's definitely an area for that top order to look at.
This one keeps a little bit low, but it's pushed away outside off stump by Shamim, whose vigilance continues. She's on 14 of 53 balls. Pakistan 110 for 8. They need 112 of 108 to win this game. Very unlikely. They've managed to hang in there. It's been an impressive little dogged partnership for the 10th wicket. If nothing else, it'll frustrate the Australians a little bit, and that's worthwhile as an endeavour, isn't it, ADR? Tell us your thoughts, and then Sonia Twig's going to take up commentary.
No, it's always worthwhile as an endeavour to frustrate the Australian players here, or the Australian team. Annabelle Sutherland coming on here for another over. I wonder if she'll keep on trying to mix up the pace as much as possible.
Annabelle Sutherland into her 7th over here. She's bowled really tightly so far, and she was on the money there again, just defended straight back into the pitch by Nashra. If you're a bowling side in this position, are you getting a little bit frustrated?
Oh, yeah, you're definitely, you're human. Of course you're getting frustrated. There's only 2 wickets that they need to get. You're there and you're just hoping that they make a mistake, especially if Shamin's up 14 off 53, Nashra Sandhu's 11 off 32. You are starting to get a bit frustrated.
Sutherland in bowls, and that one's pushed into the offside, but straight to the fielder there at extra, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's hard if you're a bowling team and you can kind of see where the game's going and you kind of just want it to happen there and then. But yeah, unfortunately, the batters are doing their job at the moment and frustrating these Australian bowlers.
Sutherland stands at the top of her mark, runs in, bowls, bangs that one in short, and just watch through to the wicketkeeper. I guess if you're a bowler as well, you're like, I've just got to try and carve something out here. Like, just try and get this over with as soon as possible.
Yeah, at the top of your mark every time you're thinking, right, what can I do this time? Shall I do this one? Shall I do this one? I mean, Annabelle Sutherland's trying everything here. She's gone back of the hand. She's gone bouncers. She's gone slower ball bouncers. Just a normal stock ball.
That one again in at the stumps and just defended.
So, yeah, as a bowling team, you're trying everything just to get this final wicket, but the Pakistan batters are almost dead batting it most of the time, which is incredibly frustrating. As a bowling side, you almost just want to say, come on, go for it.
Almost want to toss it up to try and encourage them to go for it.
Underarm.
I mean, do you know what? We've all got a lot of talking to do if that does happen. As Annabelle Sutherland goes round the wicket, trying everything, and that one again, slow ball bouncer, just watch through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I like that option from Annabelle there, coming round the wicket, really tightening up the batter there. But yeah, I think what Alyssa Healy's done well is just chopping and changing the bowlers. That's all you can kind of do in this sort of situation when you're looking for those last 2 wickets, and they're making it incredibly difficult.
Sutherland, final ball of this over, gets Nashra to play it outside the off stump, but doesn't catch the edge. It goes through to the wicketkeeper. Maiden from Sutherland. Pakistan 110 for 8, this time off 33 overs. And sort of just feels like this game is dragging slightly and meandering to what feels and has felt now for quite a long time an inevitable finish.
Yeah, it's meandering's probably quite a good word for it. It's petering out, but as a fielding side, you want to stay locked in on the game. You want to carry that intensity through the whole game, but at this stage it can be incredibly tough, and that's probably actually when you need it the most, when you kind of get those half chances, or yeah, one that might just fall a little bit short, or even creating run-out chances. So yeah, as a fielding side as well, alongside the bowlers, you really got to stay switched on.
Alana King gets one to go past the outside edge, this time off Shamim's bat, but straight into the hands of Alyssa Healy. I'm not sure they're going to be tempted into anything. I mean, if you're 14 from 54, you've already done a lot of watching and waiting.
It's good for a test match.
Great for a test match. As that one is swept around the corner by Shamim, and they'll pick up a single there. Megan Shute does the fielding.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the Australians can create a little bit more space where they can entice the Pakistan batters into, opening up their...
Do you know what? If this is a men's test match, this is when Harry Brook bowls.
Who are you bringing on from Australia, though?
Oh, I don't know. Or will you put on Tali McGrath, who does something...
Get Beth Mooney to bowl.
As that one turns past the outside edge, a brilliant ball from Alana King, but again doesn't quite catch the edge of that bat. Beth Mooney there at slip.
I don't even know what Beth Mooney bowls if she's going to try to bowl. Off spin, leg spin, seam. To be fair, the day that she had, she could do whatever she wants.
I'm not sure with the day she's had she wants to bowl, as that one is jagged back into the pitch. Again beats the outside edge, just turning past the outside edge. That right-hander, Alana King, changing up her speeds, but still can't find the edge of this bat or a wicket.
No, that's an absolute beauty. That was my worry, is that she's almost bowling too well for these Pakistan batters now, spinning a little bit too far past the edge of the bat.
Alana King tosses one up. She's tempted Nashra into the shot there. She goes for it. I wonder if there was an edge. It was put down by Alyssa Healy.
There is nothing wrong with the occasional full toss. I love that variation.
She didn't catch it with the bat. Thuds into the chest of Healy, who'll be wearing that one a little bit. Alana King tosses another one up, gets her to go for it, and she has caught the edge on that occasion. Australia have found the breakthrough. It's Alana King who gets one absolutely perfect. She's had it jagging past the outside edge of that right-hander so often in that over, but does manage to get the edge, and Nashra has to go for 11 from 41. Pakistan now 111 for 9 after 34 overs.
A wonderful leg spinner wicket there. Alana King totting it up and getting some real revs on the ball, and great take from Alyssa Healy there, making something quite difficult actually with the amount that she's been spinning the ball look quite easy. So yeah, 9 wickets down for the Australian team and searching for that last wicket.
Yes, and they'll be encouraged by that because that was a bit of a resolute stand that was starting to frustrate the Australians, but Alana King spinning it almost square as she has been in this game must be an absolute nightmare to face, and I do worry for some of the England batters when they come up against her. They'll be wanting to not play her on a pitch that turns quite as much as this. I think it's fair to say.
No, it'd be difficult. It'd be a fun challenge. I think that's the way you kind of got to see it. It will be a challenge, and there will be some bits where you play your best shot and you're going to miss it by a mile, but just by how far it's spinning. But yeah, the England batters will be working hard with coming up with methods that suit their own game. But I tell you what I'm really sad about is that Sandhu's just missed out. She's equalled her best, but she's just missed out on actually her top score, matching her previous best of 11 and getting out.
Oh, that's really disappointing. Now, Sadia had a bit of a calf injury.
Sounds like you didn't sound that sad.
I mean,
come on, it's sad.
Would you mind?
Yes.
But if you're a bowler? Sutherland round the wicket bowls, and that's defended into the leg side by Shamim. I tell you what,
I think I would be more
bowlers often
bothered.
care more about their batting than they do about their bowling when it comes to stats. And batters likewise. The batters who bowl occasionally care a lot more about their bowling figures than they do about their batting.
And if you do both, you don't care. I don't even know any of my stats. But yeah, no, I think she would be more bothered about that than, say, the wickets ones.
Sutherland round the wicket to Shamin, another one that jumps up in at her, and it looks like it's hit her a little bit awkwardly. Sutherland going for, I think, another back of the hand slower ball on this occasion.
Yeah, Annabelle Sutherland has bowled those back of the hands with such great control there, and as she's got the top spin, when it's seam up, she gets such wonderful top spin where it actually lifts off the pitch. And yeah, I think the Pakistan batters have been hit a couple of times by the Annabelle Sutherland back of the hand.
That one skews awkwardly off the bat and falls just short of the sprinting Phoebe Litchfield. It was outside the off stump. She's almost paddled this up into the air. It looked like it was going to be a sure wicket, but she's actually got surprisingly so little on it that it's gone so short of Litchfield. Another dot ball. Pakistan just about surviving in this game so far in the 35th over. Sutherland again round the wicket, and that one is just a full length, and Shamim jabs the bat down and defends it. As we get a lovely shot of the moon over these floodlights. It's a super moon apparently at the moment.
What makes a moon a super moon?
How bright it is.
Unless you just kind of say it in the ABBA theme tune of Super Trooper and Trooper. But yeah, no, sorry. What's make it a super moon?
Do you know what? I've lost my train of thought on that. Sutherland, it bangs it in short, goes over the head of Shamim and into the wicketkeeper's hands, and so short that it's been called a wide. No, I think I was listening to the radio yesterday. I think it was how bright it is in the sky. So for the next today, yesterday, and tomorrow, I think we've got an extra bright moon.
Super moon.
Super moon. And
that's probably what Mooney's been today. Super moon.
And you're singing Super Trooper, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
As Sutherland has another chance to try and wrap this over. That's just defended watchfully by Shamim. It'll be interesting to see if Sadia, who picked up a little bit of a calf injury towards the end of Pakistan's fielding innings, whether she can run between the wickets, although it doesn't look like that's the first thing on Pakistan's mind at the moment, as they just try and bat out as long as possible. Still needing 110 from 91. Sutherland, final ball of this over, around the wicket, bangs it in short. Again, Shamim just ducks underneath it, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. Pakistan 112 for 9 after 35 overs. Thank you, Alice. We're going to have another change here as Fran Wilson settles in alongside me. Well, I'm not sure what the rest is.
I didn't think I was going to be back, but there's they've stuck it out. Well, you and me both. I wasn't sure I was going to have another chance either. But here we are. Yeah. Australia have bowled well. Sutherland's just so clinical with her variations, isn't she? She's got that good length ball, really, really good back of the hand, and then that bouncer as well. And yeah, just clinical, always executes.
Alana King with a chance to wrap this up and get her second wicket of this innings. She bowled really nicely for her 1 for 18 from 5. And I think Australia will just want to be wrapping this up. A day-nighter as well. They'll want to be able to get in, have some food, and probably have an early night as that one turns past the outside edge of Sadia's bat and into the gloves of Alyssa Healy.
Yeah, well bowled again from King. She's also been clinical with her execution. Must be quite frustrating for these Australian bowlers.
King bowls again, tosses one up. That one skews off the inside edge into the leg side, but along the ground. Phoebe Litchfield does the fielding. Alyssa Healy has hands on head, probably wondering how she can carve something out of nothing with this, but she's gone through her bowling rotations. And they have taken 9 wickets, not very many, but just another one defended, this time into the offside by Sadia. And Pakistan is still there.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating because you want to see teams attempting to win the game every time they play. So it is frustrating.
King over the wicket. That one again turns past the outside edge, but nothing given. I think you want to see teams trying to win, but from this, where you know there's no chance of winning, it's quite hard to see how a side is going to do anything other than what Pakistan have done. Given that net run rate can play a role in finishing positions, given that they probably, this is a huge moment of experience for them. King changes angles, goes round the wicket. That one again skews off the inside edge. They will get through this time for a single out towards third.
Yeah, it's a good point, and we know net run rate can be really important. And it is really good experience for these batters to be playing at the end of a game, and that's why it's so important that all nations are playing a lot of good cricket at the top level, developing, and then we can get into a place where teams like Pakistan can be attempting to win the game from all stages.
Well, they certainly had Australia on the ropes at times in the first innings. As Alana King's in bowled, and Shamim goes for the sweep, hits it onto her pad. It pops up, but not quite enough for Alyssa Healy at the end of that over. Pakistan 113 for 9, and still going out there as we have a look at the night sky of Colombo, and a rather colourful tower there.
Yeah, the Lotus Tower, I think that's what it's called. Am I right?
Just lighting up in different colours there in the night sky. It's getting quite late there now.
Yeah, I remember when I first toured Sri Lanka, probably 15, or way more than 15, like 15 years ago, that tower was being built. So it's kind of weird to see it fully built and lighting up the sky right now. A lot of time has passed since I made my debut.
Well, you said you spent a lot of time out in Sri Lanka with various England academies and everything.
Yeah, we were so lucky. It was kind of the period of time where we always used to get taken out there to develop and do training camps and play against the A team. So I've been really lucky to have the opportunity to tour Sri Lanka a lot, and it's honestly one of my favourite places to go.
Did you ever play at Gaul?
I didn't play at Gaul. I've coached there. I took a team from Gloucestershire out to Gaul a couple of years ago now, and that was really fun.
I've just always wanted to go on that fort and watch cricket.
Yeah, it's cool. The girls were so lucky we got to play on that ground as well. And I was like, I haven't even played on this ground.
Were you like, can I just put my pads on and go out?
Yeah,
go out?
Oh, it was pretty hot. No, it was a great opportunity for that group.
And well, Sutherland will continue, probably unsurprisingly, after getting the breakthrough that got Pakistan 9 down, and she's been so economical. Round the wicket to Sadia. Ball skews off the outside edge, past the fielder, at backward point, and they will get through for a single. Sutherland 1 for 15 from her 8.1 overs.
Yeah, she's bowled really well. Probably unlucky not to have more. Spinners have cleaned up a little bit, but she'll be hoping to add to her tally in this over.
As we get a shot of an Australian a kid holding an Australian flag in the stand. Sutherland end bowls another slower ball, this time blocked well by Shamim. She's rolled through all the variations, says Annabelle Sutherland. She's tried to carve something out of nothing. She's gone, seam up, back of the hand, bouncer, full, and just these wickets are just so difficult to carve out of nothing when you've got two batters just resolute on trying to stay at the crease. Sutherland will have another go, and she gets the wicket on that occasion. Shamim is bowled, and that is Australia sealing the victory. Pakistan have been bowled out for just 114 from 36.3 overs. Australia win by 107 runs, and from where they were at one point in the first innings, they will be very grateful that they've managed to get this over the line.
Yeah, definitely. It was a bit shaky, wasn't it? Not long ago, 5 hours ago-ish, they looked like they were on the ropes, but Beth Mooney has pulled her team out of the darkness, and they've now won this convincingly, and a mark of a really good side to come back from that.
What do you take away? Obviously, we mentioned Beth Mooney's batting, but what do you take away from this Australian bowling performance? What do you think they've done? What do you think they've done well? What do you think maybe they've sort of let Pakistan get away with potentially?
I think it's been a really clinical performance, and I'm not sure I've learned anything I didn't know about the Australian team. Kim Garth looked really, really good at the top of the innings. Annabelle Sutherland's variations are so clinical. I don't think I can think of another bowler in the world who can execute those skills over and over again. The spinners have looked good. Wareham took a little bit of time to get into her spell, but I guess she hasn't played for a week like the rest, so I'm not sure we've learned anything new. They're just a good unit, aren't they?
They are, absolutely, and still probably the favourites to win another successive World Cup. I mean, it's so telling. We've seen in the last 2 days sides struggle, lose a few early wickets. England lost some yesterday, Australia lost some today, and then you look to the experienced Beth Mooney and Heather Knight, who've just lifted their sides out of trouble and almost won them the game.
Yeah, definitely, that you want to call on your experienced players in those times. I do think Australia, obviously we're praising them, I do think they'll be nervous about the way they played spin today. There's some players in that lineup who are world-class players, and they've looked pretty average against spin, so they'll want to put that right, and they've got the ability to do it. I think it's just a week of not playing, new conditions. They'll go away, they'll work with the coaches, work with the analysts, but they want to get that right, because England have got 3 really good spinners. India have got some really good spinners, and that's going to be, I think the team who wins this tournament will play spin the best, if I'm honest.
Absolutely, and I think what is also quite difficult is in the different pitches across the country, we've seen different levels of spin, and even in Colombo we've seen some pitches that haven't turned a lot, and obviously this one was turning a huge amount, so that'll be quite difficult for the players to adapt to the different conditions up and down the country, as well as, if you start your innings it's not turning a lot, and then other places you'll start and go, oh god, we've really got to adapt to this.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see how all the different grounds play, whether they're spin friendly or tracks which don't do a lot. So yeah, just another bit of intricacies of a 50 over World Cup, which is fascinating. It's also interesting to see how the tournament will develop. Will the pitches change if they're getting reused? So yeah, time will tell.
Well, thank you to Fran and Alice and Atif Nawaz for joining us. I'm just going to run through the scoreboard, starting with Australia, who made 221 for 9 from their 50 overs. Alyssa Healy made 20, Phoebe Litchfield 10, Elise Perry 5, Beth Mooney 109, and we're going to hear from Beth Mooney now.
Former Australia international cricketer presenting the Player of the Match award to Beth Mooney of Australia. Thanks, Mel. Beth, 5 ODI hundreds. Where does this rank amongst those 5 for you?
Oh, yeah, look, pretty high. We're obviously in a bit of a tricky situation there when I was batting towards the end. So a lot of questions from me going to the bench asking what I needed to do. But got a couple of partners there at the end in Kim Garth and Alana King, obviously, to get some partnerships going.
What was the talk in the dugout? What were your fellow players saying? What was going on out there?
I don't know, you'd have to ask them. I was too busy dying when I got back into the change room after the innings break. But I think, you know, the messaging from the sideline was just about trying to get a partnership going. Obviously, we lost some wickets in clumps there through the middle, but if you're really committed to a certain style of play and a method, that sort of ended up working a little bit. Pakistan bowlers obviously bowled really well, spun the ball, some didn't turn, but we had to really grind for that one.
We actually analysed the way you played. You played it late, you went back into the crease, or you came a long way forward, whereas a couple of players were sort of pushed and got out quite tamely. Is that how you worked something out from the dugout, or when you got out to the middle?
A little bit from being out in the middle for a little while and also batting in the nets here, speaking to Dan Marsh a lot about what my method was going to be against some of the subcontinent teams. Obviously, they don't bowl as quick as our spinners, so having a real plan when you first walk out there, and for me, it was sitting deep in my crease and hitting the ball as late as I could, and there was a couple towards the end that turned a fair bit, but managed to get away with one.
We've got to talk about Alana King and what Alana did. I mean, when the confidence that she must have given you, what was it like watching her from your end?
Yeah, she was incredible, obviously getting up and down first and foremost, and then hitting plenty of runs at the back end. We've seen her do that many times before in the yellow shirt, and obviously am lucky enough to play with her at the Scorchers as well, so seen that plenty of times. But Kingy's just a breath of fresh air. She's a great teammate, one of the best ones going around, and how can you not smile when you see someone hit the ball like that?
And someone else important tonight, did we pick up Gabby, your sister?
Yeah. She's been mistaken for me. She actually looks a little bit more like Beth Mooney than Beth Mooney does. So hopefully she hasn't had to sign too many autographs up there.
So she's going to follow you around now, will she?
She's going to have to. Yeah, she can't go back to work now.
And you looked a little bit flushed when you came off there. Was it a quick ice bath before you went out to field?
Sort of dunked my head in the ice water. Kingy and I were turn for turn in that, but yeah, changed all my clothes and sat in the aircon till it was time to come back out. Yeah.
It was a brilliant 100, one of the best we've seen for a long time. Well batted, well done, Beth.
Thank you.
A brilliant 100 from Beth Mooney. I'm just going to quickly run through the Pakistan scorecard. Sadaf Shamaz at the top, making 5. Niba Ali, 3. Sidra Amin, the pick of the Pakistan batters, with 35. Sidra Nawaz made just 5. Natalia Pervez, 1. Ayman Fatima falling for a duck. Captain Fatima Sama, 11. Ramin Shamim, 15. Diana Baig, 7. Nashra Sandhu, a little bit of a cameo at the back end there with 11. And Sadia Iqbal unbeaten on 2. Pakistan all out for 114. Kim Garth taking 3 wickets. And that's everything from us here today. You can join us for India against South Africa tomorrow at 10:15. Remember, you can watch highlights of today and every day on the website and app. Thanks to Fran, Alice, Atif, and from myself, goodbye.